Chapter 177. The Conclusion of Tom's Division. The third challenge soon commenced. Jinghe, having conferred with Albus, stealthily entered the labyrinth before the event began. Coiling around her arm was none other than Tom, transformed into a diminutive serpent. The potential dangers are best dealt with expeditiously. She had already disrupted the narrative, so why not resolve this absurd horror show sooner for the sake of others' happiness? Within the labyrinth, to avoid alarming any lurking threats, Jinghe placed Tom on the ground and herself transformed into her animagus form, camouflaging her colors, quietly resting against the wall of the maze. With a command issued, the four champions embarked on a final contest, the events unfolding just as described in the book. Barty Crouch Jr.'s fleur was the first to falter, while Crumb, influenced by an unknown force, succumbed to madness before being dragged away. Thus, only Harry and Cedric remained. Cedric recalled what Jinghe had specifically told him before the competition. When you see the trophy, do not seize it. Hand it to me, and I shall handle it. Trust me. Although Cedric was deeply concerned for Jinghe, he understood that she never undertook actions without thorough preparation. He trusted her implicitly, wholeheartedly. Harry and Cedric exchanged a glance, both recognizing that Jinghe had sought them out to speak prior to the competition. They nodded in agreement, and Harry slowly raised his wand to grasp the golden trophy. In the next moment, Harry, along with the trophy, indeed vanished from sight. Following his disappearance, Cedric conjured a signal smoke from his wand to attract the attention of the professors. Unbeknownst to them, a blue butterfly and a black serpent lingered at the center of the trophy, accompanying Harry as he transitioned to another realm. They soon found themselves in an environment identical to that depicted in the film. Wormtail bound Harry with his wand and commenced the resurrection ceremony. He cradled the diminished form of Voldemort in his arms, murmuring the necessary components for the revival. Just as all the materials were arranged, and Peter prepared to place Voldemort into the cauldron, an inexplicable anomaly rippled through the surrounding air. A small black serpent, concealed within the grass, suddenly lunged forth, sinking its fangs into Peter's arm. Instinctively, Peter flung the serpent away, only to observe his arm darkening at an alarming rate. In a panic, he glanced at the snake, which was gradually transforming into the visage of a stranger. In agony, he severed his own arm and, in his frantic search, discovered that the master he held had been unceremoniously discarded upon the ground. Just as he intended to retrieve it, the young man raised his hand, a beam of green light illuminating the area. Voldemort, who had anticipated his resurrection for that very day, was rendered breathless before he could utter a single word. Peter trembled as he beheld Tom before him, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the young man. Tom advanced step by step, wielding the wand that Jinghe had recently purchased from the wand shop. A significant connection indeed. Mahogany, dragon heartstring, 14 inches, possessing immense magical power, and extraordinarily loyal to its master. Without further ado, Tom eliminated the wrinkled, humanoid semblance of his other soul, his eyes glimmering with a crimson light as he approached Peter. Once his memories returned, he recalled that Peter's betrayal had instigated a series of catastrophic events. Therefore, it was unforgivable. Another flash of green light followed. Peter, unable to evade, collapsed upon the grass. The rat, which had languished for over a decade at the Weasley residence, ultimately perished on that very ground, a flicker of longing lingering in his eyes as he drew his last breath. Subsequently, a blue butterfly perched upon Tom's shoulder. After a brief moment, it transformed into a human form and declared, "It is done." Of course, Jinghe was busy preparing for the aftermath. After vanquishing Voldemort, she, guided by their unique bond, pinpointed the location of the serpent. Ultimately, Voldemort's peculiar connection became the very weapon that led to his demise. Perhaps he welcomed it? Jinghe then produced the resurrection stone she had prepared in advance and kindly addressed Harry, still bound to the stone wall. "It may hurt a bit, but fret not, relax. It will be over swiftly." Jinghe understood all too well that villains often meet their end due to excessive verbosity. Thus, she remained resolutely silent, completing her tasks before speaking. In the very next moment, a beam of green light erupted from Tom's wand, hurtling directly toward Harry, who met his demise in a state of shock. However, upon his death, he found himself at a pristine and immaculate station, reminiscent of the one he frequented during his school days. There, he encountered his parents, embracing them with tears of joy. Yet time, as ever, remained unyielding. After a while, Harry slowly regained consciousness, only to discover himself in the infirmary, with Ron and Hermione seated beside him. He rubbed his aching head, lifting it in an attempt to inquire about the situation, but Ron, unable to contain himself, eagerly recounted the events that transpired during Harry's unconsciousness. It turned out that after Harry fell into a coma, Jinghe and Tom returned with the unconscious Harry to the labyrinth's exterior, provoking a flurry of commotion among the onlookers. Subsequently, Jinghe announced to the crowd that Voldemort had returned, and just as they were engulfed in terror, she joyfully proclaimed, "Oh, what a pity he did not resurrect. Therefore, we need not worry about this matter any longer." Before killing Peter, Tom employed the Cruciatus Curse, thereby uncovering who had entered Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire, and seizing that individual before they could escape. Indeed, it was none other than young Barty, who this time discovered a Ravenclaw senior who was unable to speak. In his search, Jinghe, due to the senior's silence, inadvertently overlooked other pertinent matters. Fortunately, the senior was not gravely harmed, merely having lost a bit of hair. Young Barty returned to his cell, but Jinghe ensured that he would not suffer the same fate as in the original narrative, consuming excessive amounts of Veritaserum that dulled his mind. Thus, the Death Eaters confined within Azkaban would never again see the light of day, remaining forever trapped within that dismal cage. The other Death Eaters outside found it utterly inconceivable that their revered master had perished so easily, for the dark marks still adorned their arms. Yet, one fateful night, when Neville encountered a slithering snake and, in fright, swiftly drew a nearby sword to sever it, their dark marks vanished entirely, their arms pristine as if they had never borne the marks of their allegiance. Consequently, in that world, countless lives would need to be sacrificed to secure victory in the great battle, which concluded rather unceremoniously. Voldemort had become a relic of the past, while they could now embrace a complete and fulfilling graduation season at Hogwarts. They would be blessed with a bright future, free from the remnants of a shattered school and the anguish of parting and loss. Jinghe proved true to her word, hastily marrying the impatient Tom after graduation, while Albus was delighted to serve as the officiant. During Jinghe's school years, several suitors attempted to woo her, but all were adeptly rebuffed by Tom, who remained steadfast until the end of their 7th year, when they begrudgingly conceded yet still sincerely wished Jinghe happiness. "My dear, if you find happiness, I shall weep before you." Thus, it was reported that at the singular wedding in that world, numerous dapper gentlemen, after partaking in the ceremony, became profoundly intoxicated, filling the bar to capacity. Subsequently, the Malfoy family saw Draco refrain from remarrying, instead opting to create the next generation in the manner of his parents. Harry and Ron became Aurors within the Ministry of Magic, while Hermione triumphed over numerous challenges to successfully bond with Krum across the ocean. The Weasley twins established the finest joke shop, with all items therein being complimentary to Jinghe. Cedric, Theodore, Blaise, and Percy all secured positions within the ministry, while would join a team, seemingly leading lives that progressed in orderly fashion. Yet, whenever the night deepened into silence, they would often find themselves gazing wistfully at the solitary rose resting on the windowsill. After graduation, Jinghe ventured into the Ministry of Magic, leveraging her connections to swiftly usurp Fudge as minister, while Tom resigned from his position as defense against the dark arts instructor to serve as a humble secretary at the minister's side. No one could have anticipated that the once mighty Dark Lord would now obediently accompany his wife in managing affairs. The mess left by Fudge was so overwhelming that Jinghe became so engrossed in her work that she scarcely noticed her own pregnancy. It wasn't until she experienced bouts of nausea that she began to ponder whether she might indeed be pregnant. Upon visiting the hospital for an examination, the results confirmed her suspicions. She was already 2 months along, a realization that took her by surprise. When Tom learned of his wife's pregnancy, he was momentarily rendered speechless, the documents he held slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. His wife was with child, a testament to their union, a shared creation, their bond, and their cherished connection. In an instant, he excitedly dashed towards his wife, yearning to embrace her as he once did, but upon recalling that Jinghe was already with child, he could only cautiously wrap his arms around her from behind, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Thank you, my dear, I love you." He was not one to utter grandiose declarations of love, yet within those few succinct words lay the entirety of his affection. After 10 months of pregnancy, Jinghe gave birth to a pair of twins in the hospital. Tom had long since familiarized himself with various methods for novice fathers, and as soon as the children emerged, he skillfully received them from a nurse, his gaze radiating an unprecedented tenderness. He presented the children before his wife, who lay upon the bed, saying, "My dear, thank you. I understand that the process was arduous, and I am grateful for your willingness to make such a tremendous sacrifice for me." Jinghe smiled softly and replied, "It is my desire." The couple's life did not descend into chaos after the arrival of their children. Instead, it remained as sweet as ever, reminiscent of their early days of marriage. Tom embraced his responsibilities as a father, having lacked the nurturing of both a mother and a father until he was 5, when he welcomed his sister. He sought to envelop every cherished individual in his modest love. The boy among the twins was named Pamir de Ritter, while the girl was called Diana Ritter. Their names encapsulated the abundant love of their parents. From a young age, they understood that their mother and father were the finest parents in the world, deeply in love with one another, and that love was passed on to them. The dream that had lingered for decades finally found its realization at this moment. "My dear, perhaps I am not eloquent, but my love for you is unmatched by anyone else's. Even if you are merely willing to glance back at me, I shall summon every ounce of my strength to rush towards you." Chapter 178. The conclusion of Severus Snape. As the first challenge concluded without incident, Dumbledore officially announced that a Yule Ball would be held on the eve of Christmas, prompting everyone to fervently seek out their dance partners. Naturally, many wished to invite Jinghe to accompany them at the ball, yet for reasons unknown, she declined all offers. She found herself troubled, as Tom was still untraceable, and she needed to revise her plans while urgently searching for the individual who had submitted Harry's name to the Goblet of Fire. Deep within her heart, Jinghe harbored a secret yearning for someone, yet dared not voice it. Lost in thought, Jinghe inadvertently found herself drawn to a particular direction, only to realize, upon lifting her gaze, that she had subconsciously entered Snape's office. In her past, when her memories were shrouded, Snape had tutored her during free periods. After regaining her memories, she frequently visited his office to brew more complex potions. The supplies within Snape's office were at her disposal, and post-memory restoration, they often ventured into the Forbidden Forest together, sometimes seeking rare ingredients in Diagon Alley, or even rummaging through Nocturne Alley under Snape's guidance for items not readily available in the marketplace. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship had gradually softened, the misalignment of their identities fading until it felt as if they had returned to their previous rapport. She could jest with Snape at any moment, and he would merely respond with silence, though the faint flush on his ears betrayed his thoughts. Whenever Jinghe encountered a question she could not fathom, she naturally gravitated towards Snape's office. She could enter without knocking, and each time, he would be seated behind his desk, patiently awaiting her arrival. As she approached the door to Snape's office, she pushed it open without hesitation. Catching sight of him diligently marking the assignments of young witches and wizards, his brow furrowed in concentration as he wielded a quill stained with red ink. Upon hearing the door creak open and spotting Jinghe, his furrowed brow slowly relaxed. Jinghe, with a cheerful demeanor, seated herself on the chair Snape had arranged for her long ago, and without hesitation, she pulled a stack of assignments towards her, taking up her own quill to begin her corrections. Since Jinghe's memory had returned, Snape's office had become a place of duality: 2 quills, 2 chairs, and even 2 pillows for resting. On occasions when she grew weary from studying, she would lie on the sofa, resting her head on her own pillow, while Snape would slow his movements or abandon his work altogether, sitting quietly beside her, watching over the sleeping girl until she awoke. In the ensuing silence, the soft scratching of quills filled the air until, after a considerable time, Jinghe completed the last of the assignments. She sighed at the sight of her corrections, lamenting the necessity of reinforcing the reading skills of young wizards before they turned 11, for how could they misspell a single word at that age? Once both had finished their revisions, Jinghe sighed and rested her chin on the table, forlornly saying, "Severus, what are we to do? Tom is still missing. And now this unexpected complication has arisen with the Triwizard Tournament." Snape remained silent for a moment before responding. "In due time, all matters will resolve themselves. You must trust in yourself." As he spoke those words, a scorching sensation emanated from the mark on his arm, prompting him to tuck his hand inward. That person should be returning soon. Indeed, it proved true. The bond of their souls could not be easily severed. Tom believed that a complete soul would enable him to be with Jinghe more effectively. Yet he had not anticipated the turmoil within his own essence would far exceed his expectations. The desire for immortality ultimately prevailed, perhaps revealing that his inner yearnings had remained unchanged from the very beginning. However, this slight movement did not escape Jinghe's notice. She perceived Snape's hand shift and instinctively grasped his left arm, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the butterfly that was slowly writhing. Meeting Snape's gaze, she said, "He has returned." Snape nodded, withdrawing his arm from her grasp and covering it once more with his sleeve. He spoke softly. "Dumbledore may have already informed you of our plan. It is the most viable path to victory." Jinghe understood the plan Albus had outlined, but she had already destroyed Gaunt's ring, and Grindelwald was currently by Albus's side. He could not possibly allow his Albus to fall to the Avada Kedavra curse. Jinghe recalled the scene from the narrative where Snape met his demise, her heart constricting painfully at the thought. She hastily grasped Snape's left hand, her gaze resolute as she implored, "Let no one die. Everyone must live, regardless of who it may be." Perhaps the weight of the original narrative's implications struck her, for her eyes suddenly brimmed with tears, and a sob caught in her throat as the tears cascaded down her cheeks. She had felt such sorrow while watching the film. Yet now, not only was she experiencing it firsthand, but she might also have to confront the deaths of her friends. The thought of it was utterly overwhelming. She could not bear to imagine Snape's death. Her breathing grew labored, and her vision blurred with tears. Upon witnessing Jinghe's tears, Snape hurriedly fumbled for his sleeve to wipe away the droplets cascading down her cheeks. Summoning his courage, he embraced the weeping girl, gently patting her back in a soothing manner. In that moment, Jinghe, hidden in Snape's embrace, cried uncontrollably, her burden far too great. She faced the imminent death of her brother, and if he were to survive, it would be the deaths of others that awaited her. Each loss would be a profound blow for Jinghe. Yet, at this moment, the death she most fervently wished to avert was that of Snape, the first companion she had known in this world, her finest partner, her dearest friend. She could not bear the thought of him succumbing to a serpent's bite. After a while, Jinghe managed to regain her voice, though it was still tinged with sobs as she spoke. "I understand your current predicament, Severus. I know everything. But you must live for Lily." Snape was taken aback. When had he ever harbored feelings for Lily? As he pondered this, a sudden realization struck him. He understood why the girl had always kept her distance. She had believed he was in love with Lily. With this thought, Snape felt his heart race. Summoning his courage, he gently pushed Jinghe away from his embrace, grasping her shoulders and gazing intently into her eyes. "I have never loved Lily. She was merely a good friend. Do you understand?" At this point, Snape faltered, unsure of how to continue. Jinghe wiped her tears, looking at him with confusion. After a moment of hesitation, he finally confessed, "The one I have always loved is you." After hearing those words, Jinghe was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. She never anticipated that she had not only altered the trajectory of history, but also changed the affections of Severus Snape. He no longer harbored feelings for Lily. Instead, he was enamored with her. A peculiar sense of joy coursed through her entire being, a sensation she had long suppressed, which had kept her at a distance from Snape. Their recent embrace had not involved direct contact. There had still been a space between them. It was only now that she truly felt at ease, realizing that the object of his affection had always been her. Jinghe found herself at a loss for words to describe her current emotions. Logically, she should have been astonished upon learning this, yet deep down, there was an undeniable secret delight. Contemplating this notion, she instinctively widened her eyes. Could it be that she had sown the seeds of affection in Severus long ago? She was unsure, but she did know that upon hearing Severus express his feelings, a particular exhilaration surged within her, akin to a tender sprout breaking through the soil to greet the spring rain. At the right moment, perhaps even at this very moment, it emerged from the earth, basking in the light of day. Jinghe felt compelled to seek confirmation, so she asked, "Is that truly what you mean, Severus?" Snape nodded. "I am certain. The one I cherish, value, and hold dear is you." When had Snape fallen for Jinghe? Perhaps it was from their very first encounter, where her angelic beauty etched itself deeply into his heart. Or perhaps it was that night in the forest when the moonlight cast a gentle glow upon her, causing his heart to race. The precise moment of his heart's awakening remained elusive, yet the identity of the one he loved had been firmly established long ago. Summoning great courage, Snape spoke, fully aware of the age gap between them, despite the longevity of wizards' lifespans. In that moment, he did not possess the extraordinary looks of some, nor the endless riches others might have. Yet, he was willing to offer everything he had to her, should she desire it. Snape gazed at Jinghe in silence for a long while, then sighed inwardly before continuing, "You need not take my words too seriously. I merely wish to express my feelings, perhaps to avoid any regrets." As he lowered his gaze slightly, he felt a gentle touch upon his cheek, lifting his face. Jinghe looked earnestly into Snape's eyes and declared, Do not belittle yourself, Severus. My perspective has never wavered. In my eyes, you are the most exceptional person. I have known this for a long time. She bit her lip and trembled as she uttered the words that made Snape's heart race. In my eyes, you are also the one I love most dearly. I may have worried in the past, but now I am certain of my heart's inclination. Snape stared at her, trembling. Are you truly serious? Jinghe nodded and, as if to affirm her words, slowly leaned forward, pressing her lips against his quivering ones. Snape's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to contain his emotions. He swept her from her seat and onto his lap, deepening the kiss. Though he had never practiced such affection before, it seemed that men had an innate understanding of it, and he quickly learned. The scene Snape had envisioned countless times in his dreams finally came to fruition today. In that office, a space meant for just the two of them, years of suppressed love found its release. Perhaps they had both misunderstood each other at times. But from this moment onwards, their love would blossom, shedding the weight of past misunderstandings and blooming into a resplendent flower. Now I realize you love me. How fortuitous. For I love you too. Chapter 179, The Conclusion of Snape, Part 2. Following that kiss in the office, their relationship naturally solidified, and Jinghe declined all other invitations to dances. When asked for the reason, she simply smiled and said, I already have a dance partner. Yet, she kept the identity of her partner a secret. No one could guess, for any other suitor would have proudly proclaimed her name, but among the young wizards, none did. The mystery remained until the commencement of the ball, when everyone beheld the usually stoic Professor Snape escorting Jinghe, elegantly dressed, causing them to gasp in astonishment. They noticed that Snape was not clad in his customary black robes, but rather in a tailored black suit. His expression softened as he regarded the girl beside him, one hand delicately lifting her gown. The impact of this scene was nothing short of staggering for the onlookers, who stared in disbelief, marveling at the enchantment of life. They speculated about everyone around them, even those who had dance partners, yet none could fathom that Jinghe would be Snape's choice. Moreover, Snape's demeanor suggested he was not just willing but genuinely delighted. Suddenly, it seemed as though a realization struck the others, their eyes widening in shock. They recalled Snape's unusual behavior over the past few days. It was no wonder he had not deducted points during potions class for their mistakes, merely tapping them on the shoulder before turning away. No deductions had been made against Slytherin or any other house. He had found his dance partner. The unfolding events astonished everyone, even Professor McGonagall, who was set to announce the champion's entrance. However, Dumbledore appeared completely unfazed, his eyes twinkling as he watched the girl linked to Snape's arm. Jinghe winked at Dumbledore, her smile radiant as she and Snape took their place among the faculty. It was only then that McGonagall regained her composure, clearing her throat and calling for the four champions to enter with their partners to commence the festivities. As the champions performed their opening dance, others joined the dance floor with their partners, swaying to the music. Snape was not particularly skilled at dancing, having never practiced it before, but he had managed to learn the basics and some more intricate steps in the days leading up to the event. As they stepped onto the dance floor, Snape initially hesitated, but after confirming their relationship with Jinghe, he felt an overwhelming desire to showcase to everyone that she belonged to him. Those without partners sat quietly, watching the couple move gracefully to the music, their eyes reflecting a shared sentiment. They were perplexed. Why was Jinghe dancing with Professor Snape? They couldn't comprehend why he, who had never participated in such activities, would willingly join her in this dance. As the ball concluded, Bellatrix inquired of Jinghe, Darling, why are you dancing with Professor Snape? Surely, there were many who wished to invite you. Jinghe smiled at her dear friend and replied, Of course, it's because. She paused, feigning mystery. I shall reveal that only once everything is over. After the ball concluded, the second challenge commenced, wherein all the brave souls were to select their own treasures. Jinghe, of course, was chosen by the two champions from Hogwarts. However, the outcome was that no one selected her. Jinghe articulated her sentiments quite plainly, stating, Albus, my dear is quite possessive. I dare not become a treasure for anyone other than him, for I shudder to imagine how I would appease him otherwise. This declaration elicited a bemused shake of the head from Grindelwald, who stood beside Dumbledore, attempting to inch closer as he remarked, Ah, the love of youth. How far removed it seems. Dumbledore raised his hand, gently pushing Grindelwald away, and turned to Jinghe, chuckling. Indeed, I had almost forgotten, haha. Truth be told, had Jinghe wished to be chosen as a treasure, none would have opposed her. Even Severus, despite his reluctance, would not have interfered, for Jinghe was an independent entity. She possessed her own thoughts and ideas, and Severus endeavored to support her endeavors as best he could. Ultimately, the two champions of Hogwarts were left to select their treasures, and the underwater competition concluded without incident. As time swiftly passed, we arrived at the final challenge, a clandestine labyrinth where the last champions of the Triwizard Cup would face their fates. Jinghe did not confide in anyone, not even Severus. She stealthily entered the labyrinth, transforming into a butterfly and alighting near the cup. This course of action stemmed from a lengthy conversation she had with Dumbledore. Initially, he had vehemently opposed the idea. Having witnessed the girl's demise thrice, he could not bear to allow her to walk into danger once more. Yet Jinghe implored, "Since you are aware that I have been resurrected thrice, Albus, you must also understand that miracles often accompany me. Trust me, Albus, by doing this, those who ought to live will not perish, and a bright future awaits them." Dumbledore, typically composed, found himself immediately agitated, questioning, "What of Severus? If you were to encounter misfortune, how would I explain it to your parents once more?" "Jinghe, I recognize your bravery and excellence, but all matters necessitate preparation." Jinghe, reminiscent of days past, gently patted Dumbledore's hand, as though he were not the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts, nor the greatest white wizard in the wizarding world, but rather the Albus Dumbledore of Gryffindor, distinguished by his radiant red hair. She reassured him, "Every endeavor will have someone to undertake it. I believe Merlin will stand by my side." Dumbledore, with a resigned shake of his head, acknowledged his own emotional outburst. He understood that even if he dissuaded her, it would not alter Jinghe's resolve. If she desired something, nothing could sway her. Bound by the unbreakable vow, Jinghe navigated her way through the labyrinth, ultimately locating Nagini, leading the serpent to Gryffindor, where it met its demise in accordance with the original narrative, albeit sooner than anticipated. Next, only Harry and the soul on the verge of resurrection remained. This soul, now infused with Tom's essence, was exponentially more formidable than in the original storyline. Jinghe was uncertain of her chances of success, nor could she ascertain if the unbreakable vow would still hold under such circumstances. Regardless, Jinghe had clandestinely infiltrated the area, settling herself not far from the cup, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. Time passed, and eventually, Jinghe spotted Harry and Cedric stumbling towards her, evidently recalling the girl's words before their entrance. They exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Harry cautiously approached the cup, extending his hand to touch it, while Cedric raised his wand skyward as the cup vanished. In that fleeting moment, Jinghe hastily joined Harry in entering that realm, a whirlwind of chaos enveloping them before they arrived at a grave marker, hidden in the shadows. Peter had bound Harry to the stone statue with a flick of his wand, murmuring the ingredients required for resurrection, though he lacked the frail soul he needed. Not far away, a hooded figure, Voldemort, stood brooding, his features markedly altered since absorbing the essence of his former self. Tom had not anticipated that his visage would become so grotesque, prompting him to hasten his efforts to restore his physical form, believing that doing so would restore his countenance. As Peter severed a hand and added the blood of his adversary into the cauldron, Voldemort hurried over, too eager to notice the azure butterfly resting beside Harry. As he approached, a spell shattered the specially crafted pot, causing the carefully concocted potion to spill across the ground. When Voldemort turned in fury, he discovered that it was Jinghe, whom he had not seen in ages, who had disrupted his plans. His anger morphed into disbelief as he exclaimed, "Why do you hinder me? Sister, once I have successfully formed my body, I can achieve anything. My soul will be whole." Tom's incredulous roar reverberated, his body trembling so violently that he nearly dislodged his hood, yet at the last moment, he grasped it tightly. However, Jinghe had already caught sight of his true form. She endeavored to evade the dark impurities of the Horcruxes, yet their influence remained. Drawing upon her prior experiences, Jinghe had mastered silent incantation and practiced the 3 unforgivable curses. Although she had never employed the killing curse, she understood that should she show mercy to Tom today, it would lead to dire consequences for everyone. She was neither a saint nor a villain, simply a young witch desiring a peaceful life with her loved ones. Not a savior, yet endowed with a unique ability by fate, perhaps to alter the course of history. She recognized the figure before her, her brother who had accompanied her for years. It would be a lie to claim she did not care. As she faced Tom, her wand trembled not with fear, but with anguish and despair. Today, she would have to take the life of her brother, who had been a constant presence in her life. In this world, she had found cherished connections, her parents, her friends, and the one she loved. She was reluctant. She knew that hesitation could lead to calamity. As Tom's rage subsided, she steadied her voice, saying, "Brother, none of this is what I desire. I warned you long ago." Before Voldemort could respond, she raised her hand, declaring, "Avada Kedavra." A flash of green light erupted, and Voldemort found himself unable to raise his wand in defense. The unbreakable vow established years prior remained steadfast. Voldemort could not, nor would he want to cast a spell upon his beloved sister. As he collapsed, his eyes wide in shock, he adjusted his hood, attempting to conceal his unsightly visage from her gaze as he succumbed to death. Peter remained silent beside her, acutely aware that he could not escape the grasp of the girl. His gaze lingered on the scene before him, and his thoughts drifted back to a distant time in school when he lacked self-confidence within the team, only to find solace in the presence of Jinghe, who acknowledged his thoughts and engaged him in discussions about topics that piqued his interest. It was only she who truly noticed him. As Peter succumbed, a blissful smile lingered on his lips, as if he had glimpsed a joyful moment. Jinghe smiled at Harry, bound to the stone monument, and without uttering a single superfluous word, she elevated her wand and delivered the same curse that Voldemort had used on Harry. At that instant, the oppressive cloud that had loomed over people's hearts for years dissipated. The dark wizards, marked with brands on their arms, suddenly discovered that their tattoos had vanished in an instant, signifying that the Dark Lord had genuinely ceased to exist in this world. Some rejoiced, others lamented. While many breathed a sigh of relief, liberated from their allegiance to the Dark Lord, though some within Azkaban knelt on the ground, weeping. As Jinghe emerged with Harry's lifeless body, she was unexpectedly embraced by Snape. One could only imagine the urgency that consumed him. Upon learning that the girl had once again ventured into a perilous situation to resolve trouble, he was in a state of frantic agitation outside. Fortunately, by Merlin's grace, his butterfly returned unscathed. Jinghe gently comforted Snape, and the expressions of those around them transformed in that moment. They had not anticipated that these two would end up together. What more could their gestures convey? Jinghe whispered softly in Snape's ear, "My soul feels incomplete, Severus." Snape held her tighter, responding, "It matters not. As long as it is you, no matter how you may be, I love you." Thus, the battle concluded. And with the news of Voldemort's demise came the revelation of the Slytherin hero and the esteemed Slytherin Professors' Union. In an instant, this news eclipsed even the shockwaves caused by Voldemort's death, for both revelations were so astonishing that few paid heed to the fall of Fudge. All the wizards at Hogwarts were astounded that the finest young witch from Slytherin was together with the stoic professor, devoid of any expression. Ballaster, incredulous yet relentless, pressed his friend once more, "Are you truly together?" Jinghe smiled at her friend and replied, "Indeed, he is my beloved." This unequivocal declaration dispelled any doubts from the ball, plunging all who heard the news into utter despair. Upon hearing this revelation, Sirius nearly transformed into a dog to furiously confront Snape, who had once been his adversary. Yet, Regulus firmly restrained his brother, saying, "Shouldn't we rejoice in her finding her own happiness, brother?" Regulus too felt sorrow, as his creature would never hear his rightful name from the girl again. While some male wizards mourned, for many others, it was a blessing. With Professor Snape now in a relationship, he would cease to frequently deduct their points or utter chilling remarks. Whenever he wished to speak, he would abruptly halt, merely delivering a reprimand to those who erred. It was said that some young wizards had seen Jinghe standing beside Snape one evening, playfully striking him with parchment, exclaiming, "Do not treat students that way. It is unacceptable." Of course, this incident did not spread widely, as the head of Slytherin still valued his reputation. After graduating in their 7th year, Jinghe became a professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, while the former professor, Lupin, resided with his brother in the Black Estate, remaining unmarried. The following year post-graduation, Jinghe and Snape held a wedding at their estate. Though Snape had previously shown no inclination towards wealth, he diligently began to earn money after being with Jinghe, developing numerous renowned potions, ultimately purchasing a sufficiently spacious manor for their future home, despite some gentlemen indulging in drink, leading to one wizard transforming into a dog and being ejected. Aside from these minor incidents, everything else appeared splendid. As Snape gazed at Jinghe, adorned in a flowing white wedding gown, approaching him, tears blurred his vision. His Merlin, after many years, had once again brought his butterfly back into his embrace. Snape had never believed in anything supernatural, yet in that moment, he felt a deep reverence, thanking the heavens for granting him his wife. She was his butterfly, his rose, his eternal spouse. On their wedding night, Jinghe, having anticipated that an older man might be lacking in vigor, quickly realized her misjudgment. As she awoke the next morning, rubbing her sore waist, she comprehended that the tales of older men being feeble were mere fabrications. Remembering the events of the previous night, her cheeks flushed with warmth. The awakened man was insatiably ravenous, demanding repeated encounters each night. Thus, within less than a year of marriage, Jinghe found herself with child. Consequently, Hogwarts became a scene wherein, during Jinghe's defense against the dark arts classes, Professor Snape could always be seen standing outside, quietly observing his wife teach. Should any situation arise, he would hastily rush in, a routine that continued until Jinghe reached 8 months of pregnancy. Due to the impending arrival of twins, she gave birth prematurely, and Snape experienced the pains of pregnancy through her. As she endured her condition, he shared in her sensations, leading to Snape appearing considerably haggard by the time the twins were born. After their arrival, Snape willingly consumed a potion to render himself infertile, determined to spare his wife from such suffering again. Their son was named Alaric Snape, and their daughter, Daisy Snape. From their earliest memories, Alaric and Daisy understood that their father cherished their mother deeply, despite his occasional sternness and icy demeanor. However, upon seeing their mother, he transformed into a figure of tenderness. Similarly, their father never raised his voice or expressed anger in their presence, and they knew their parents loved them dearly. Occasionally, they encountered unfamiliar uncles whose gazes mirrored their father's, gentle and loving, and they would shower the twins with delightful gifts. Yet, if their father were to catch them with those men, he would wear a stern expression and utter sharp words, forbidding them from taking anything from those uncles. Nevertheless, after departing, he would always procure something even better for them. Thus, they were the happiest children in the world, blessed with the finest parents. My dear, do not belittle yourself. You know I love you. Chapter 180. Draco's Conclusion. The Entwined Desires of the Butterfly and the Black Dragon. With the first round concluded without incident, the Yule Ball for the Triwizard Tournament commenced, and everyone excitedly prepared to invite their desired partners, striving to capture the attention of the girls they admired with great effort. Jinghe, of course, received a plethora of invitations delivered by owls. Naturally, she declined those from strangers and politely turned down those from acquaintances as well. At this moment, her heart was a tumultuous whirlwind, for she had an overwhelming number of pressing matters to address. Not only did she need to remain vigilant against the ever-looming threat of Death Eaters ready to strike at any moment, but she also had to soothe the chaotic hearts of others, all while collaborating with Dumbledore to devise future plans. The ball, once announced, had barely crossed her mind, and she promptly rejected every letter she received. At times, she didn't even take the time to read the names, as she simply lacked the energy to engage in such frivolities. It wasn't until 3 days before the Triwizard Tournament ball that she realized she had yet to find a suitable dance partner. Shaking her head, she thought, if there's none, so be it. After all, I have already declined so many. I might as well sit in a corner and watch their opening dance. That evening, as Jinghe returned from a meeting with Dumbledore and prepared to head back to her dormitory, she spotted a wizard with golden hair standing at the entrance. She immediately recognized him as Draco. Though many wizards bore golden locks, only the Malfoys possessed such a distinctive platinum hue. Draco was idly staring at the wall tapestry when he suddenly heard a voice beside him. What are you doing standing here, Draco? Upon hearing the voice, Draco turned swiftly, and as he laid eyes on the girl, his fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a sunset. Observing the bashful Draco before her, Jinghe felt her own heart race inexplicably. She smiled and asked, "It's quite late. Why aren't you back in your dormitory?" Seeming to snap back to reality, Draco stammered, I was waiting for you. In case some fool tried to bully you, I could protect you." Jinghe chuckled at his words, for it was hard to believe anyone at Hogwarts would dare to attack her, especially since she had lived through 3 lifetimes and certainly possessed the means to defend herself. In fact, she was confident that she could even hold her own against Dumbledore, given her past experiences in Godric's Hollow, where she often brought back the dangerously reckless Dumbledore and Grindelwald. It wasn't through charming smiles, but rather through tangible skills. Habitually, she reached out to ruffle Draco's hair, saying, "Don't worry, I assure you I won't be bullied." In the past, Draco would have quietly endured her playful torment of his hair, but now, it was as though he had been shocked. He sprang away at her touch. Jinghe's hand hovered awkwardly in the air, feeling slightly embarrassed, but then she remembered that Draco was already in his 4th year. He had grown up and was now a young man capable of wearing a black suit. He could no longer be treated as he had been in childhood. Retracting her hand, she smiled and remarked, "I completely forgot. Draco is now an adult and cannot be treated like a child anymore." Draco, already feeling anxious that day, panicked further at her words, shaking his hands in protest. No, that is not what I meant. You can think however you like. I'm just a bit nervous." Jinghe tilted her head curiously and asked, "What has gotten into you today? Why are you so nervous? By the way, have you found a dance partner yet?" Hearing her question, Draco quickly replied, "No, I haven't found a partner." Jinghe furrowed her brow in confusion. "That's quite strange, given your standing. There should be many people eager to invite you." Draco retorted, "I would never casually accept just any girl's invitation, and besides, it is the gentleman's duty to extend the invitation." Jinghe smiled and inquired, "So, does our dear Mr. Malfoy have anyone in mind to invite?" As she spoke, a secret hope blossomed within her. She could not quite identify the emotion, but when she heard Draco admit to having no partner, an unprecedented sense of joy washed over her, as if a great weight had been lifted. Taking a deep breath, Draco mustered his courage and asked, "Would you, perhaps, be willing to be my dance partner?" He hastily added, as if to justify himself. You must understand, having a Malfoy as a partner is a matter of great pride. Jinghe beamed at his words, responding, "Of course, dear Mr. Malfoy." Upon hearing her reply, Draco exhaled in relief, yet he felt a pang of regret for his earlier addendum. Just as he was about to say something further, Jinghe interjected, "However, I believe it's not merely a point of pride to have a Malfoy as a partner, but rather the fact that you, Draco, can be my partner is what truly brings me joy." Her words pierced through Draco's heart, leaving him at a loss for where to place his hands. He recalled the lessons instilled in him by Lucius, which emphasized the importance of pride and dignity associated with the Malfoy name. Thus, during introductions, he always prioritized his surname, relishing the astonishment on others' faces upon hearing it. Yet, when he first laid eyes on Jinghe at a clothing store at the age of 11, he inexplicably introduced himself without his surname, saying, "I am Draco, Draco Malfoy." To his surprise, she did not react much to his name, but instead smiled warmly as she introduced herself, as though the Malfoy name held no significance in her eyes. What mattered was him as an individual, Draco, not merely Draco Malfoy. This realization imbued Draco with boundless courage, and he seized the moment. Wrapping his arms around her for the very first time, the scent of roses enveloped him, mingling with the sweet fragrance of green apples, creating an exquisitely delightful aroma. As Jinghe processed his words, Draco seemed to have a revelation, and before she could react, he embraced her tightly. She froze for a moment, but quickly returned the embrace, feeling him tighten his hold around her. At that instant, her heart raced. She understood that this was not merely the excitement of a promise between friends. She could sense the emotions within this embrace, feelings she had never experienced before. Gaining newfound courage from their closeness, Draco gently withdrew from the embrace, his amber eyes locking onto hers. He began to speak slowly. "You should understand my feelings for you. Or perhaps it doesn't matter if you don't. Just listen." Then, with deliberate clarity, he declared, "I love you. I will love you forever. I have always loved you. You are the one I recognized from the very first moment we met. The word like feels too light, so I say, I love you." At that moment, Jinghe's eyes widened in shock. She listened intently to his straightforward confession, yet the impact of his words was more profound than any grandiose declaration she had ever encountered. Her heart pounded fiercely. This was undeniably a signal laden with meaning. Throughout her long life, she had received confessions before, but never had her heart raced as it did now. Thus, the heart's fervent throbbing heralded the arrival of love. Jinghe was no mere girl of tender years. She could distinctly sense the burgeoning feelings she harbored for the boy before her. When did this emotion first blossom? Was it upon her initial glimpse of Draco, when he was first introduced? Or was it when she awoke from her faint and beheld the tears cascading down his cheeks? Perhaps it was simply the daily intrigue of having him near. Regardless, at this very moment, she had come to a profound realization regarding her affections. Jinghe smiled radiantly. "What a delightful coincidence, for I share the same sentiment. I love you." This declaration was uttered in Chinese, and though Draco possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the language, he had, for various reasons, studied it briefly under Lucius. He recalled that the first phrase he learned was "beautiful scenery" and "I love you." The exhilaration coursing through Draco at this moment was beyond description. The girl he adored reciprocated his feelings. Such happiness was unparalleled. Draco, filled with excitement, embraced Jinghe once more, holding tightly to the girl who had just moments ago become his rightful girlfriend. Jinghe, in turn, wrapped her arms around Draco, feeling the tremors of his heartbeat and his labored breaths. Draco buried his head in the crook of her neck, slowly bringing his trembling lips closer to her cheek. As Jinghe sensed his touch, she instinctively turned her head, resulting in a moment reminiscent of an early evening soap opera, where their lips met unexpectedly. Both were taken aback. Yet Draco swiftly regained his composure, firmly placing his hand on the back of Jinghe's head to prevent her from retreating, deepening the sudden kiss. It was Draco's first kiss. An awkward exploration between the two, but he soon began to learn, gradually intensifying their connection. Perhaps only the painting on the wall bore witness to this moment. "I love you, not for any particular reason, nor because you are a Malfoy, but simply because you are Draco, and thus, I love you." Chapter 181. Draco's Second Ending. The desire entwined between the butterfly and the black dragon. It seems the portrait hanging in the Slytherin common room was rather chatty, for within a mere morning, it had informed nearly everyone in Slytherin. "Last night, I witnessed a couple here." The little snakes were oblivious to the identities of the couple in question, but they would soon discover the truth. Draco, typically proud, strutted into the room with his head held high, a crimson mark prominently displayed on his neck. At the moment others cast their gazes upon him, he instinctively engaged in his art of conversation. "How did you know Jinghe and I are together?" "Indeed, we were last night, and this mark?" "It was a souvenir from her bite," the young wizards murmured, Who even asked you? The crimson mark on Draco's neck was purely coincidental. It resulted from Jinghe. Frustrated at his reluctance to let her go before resting, biting him. Rather than recoiling in pain, Draco grinned and encouraged her to deepen the mark. Logically, a mere red mark should fade overnight, yet Draco deliberately allowed it to linger until this moment, eagerly awaiting the reaction. Thus, when Jinghe and Ballast entered the Great Hall, they found Draco flaunting the conspicuous red bite mark, proudly declaring, "Yes, Jinghe and I are together." Jinghe's face flushed crimson as she hurried to pat Draco's back. His speech was interrupted, and just as he was about to respond with annoyance, he turned to see Jinghe. His expression shifted instantly, pulling her close and sitting down beside her. It felt as though it had been ages since they last met, despite it only being one night. He nestled closely against her, eliciting a roll of the eyes from Ballast. Thanks to Draco's enthusiasm, the entire school learned within the morning that the Malfoy heir had won the heart of Slytherin's most exceptional witch. Theodore and Blaise were among the first to know, as Draco, aware of their thoughts, promptly announced the news to them. As he observed their half-smiles masking sarcasm, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. You two have no wives. Time swiftly passed, leading to the Yule Ball of the Triwizard Tournament. Naturally, as Draco's girlfriend, Jinghe became his dance partner. Dressed in a delicate blue mermaid gown, adorned with a pearl necklace that shimmered exquisitely, she was impossible to overlook. When she descended the stairs, Draco, waiting at the bottom, looked up and was momentarily mesmerized. Today, he wore a pristine white shirt and tailcoat, exuding elegance. By now, Draco, in his 4th year, was beginning to embody the essence of the Malfoy heir, though in Jinghe's eyes, he remained the same boy who had yet to fully mature. Amidst envious gazes, Draco approached her with a smile, extending his hand. Jinghe chuckled softly and placed her hand in his. Suddenly, as if performing a magic trick, Draco slipped a ring shaped like a butterfly entwined with a dragon onto her finger, both figures crafted of silver. The once fragile butterfly now dominated the mighty black dragon. "This ring is a creation for the two of us," he stated, gesturing to the identical ring adorning his own left hand. Jinghe raised her hand, illuminated by the light, to admire the ring's intricate design. Before she could utter a word, Draco took her hand, and she instinctively linked her arm with his as they departed the Slytherin common room, making their way to the ball. After the champions opened the festivities and danced, Draco led Jinghe into the dance floor. Both had received noble education, dancing flawlessly, their movements captivating many onlookers. The ball concealed the unfulfilled desires of numerous attendees. As the evening drew to a close, they transitioned into the second challenge, where Jinghe, too, was chosen by Hogwarts champions to become their treasure and submerged into the water. Once again facing a choice, Dumbledore, smiling, inquired, "Whom do you intend to choose as your treasure?" Jinghe shook her head, responding, "I won't choose anyone. You know, Albus. If I did, Draco would be upset. His temperament is such that I cannot easily appease him." Speaking of her beloved, Jinghe's smile radiated not with worry, but with a sense of happiness. Dumbledore sighed, "Very well, I understand." At that moment, Grindelwald lounged carelessly on the sofa. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Dumbledore. If that Newt fellow were here, how would his owl choose? It seemed Newt had been absent for quite some time. Where had he gone? Thus, the two champions could only consider their best friend as a treasure beneath the sea, and the outcome unfolded as in the original narrative. But the treasure hidden beneath the waves was not theirs. Time swiftly progressed to the third task, where Jinghe, having undergone a fervent debate with Dumbledore, transformed into a blue butterfly and fluttered to a spot not far from the trophy. After a lengthy wait, Harry and Cedric finally approached, but Draco, unable to locate his girlfriend, was anxiously scanning the audience. "Have you seen Jinghe? Do you know where she has gone?" Draco, who typically prided himself on his appearance, was now in a state of disarray, beads of sweat forming on his brow and his once immaculate hair becoming tousled. His mind raced with concern, fueled by a letter from his father just days prior, urging him to ensure Jinghe's safety. Yet now, her absence weighed heavily on him. In the midst of his frantic search, a burst of fireworks erupted nearby, and he turned to see not the ordinary shapes of previous displays, but rather the form of a blue butterfly. His heart raced as he disregarded everything else and dashed after the professors into the maze. Snape, stationed at the entrance, halted Draco's advance, stating, "You cannot enter." In that moment, Draco seemed to forget any fear he had of Snape, defiantly declaring, "Is Jinghe inside? I must go in. I need to see her." Observing Draco's fervor, Snape momentarily felt a wave of bewilderment, but before he could react, Draco seized an opportunity and slipped into the maze, where no one stopped him. Meanwhile, Jinghe had just unleashed the killing curse upon her brother and was now poised to do the same to Harry. Although it was Voldemort who was destined to kill Harry, Jinghe possessed the capability as well. In Voldemort's eyes, She was akin to another version of himself, bound by an unbreakable vow that tethered their fates together until the age of 18, creating a symbiotic relationship. Thus, as Jinghe struck down Voldemort, she not only felt a profound emptiness within her soul, but also the debilitating effects of the vow's backlash. After vanquishing the remnants of Harry's soul, she weakly supported his unconscious form, laboriously making her way toward the golden cup, and grasped it tightly, returning to the familiar place. Upon re-entering the maze, Jinghe barely had time to steady herself before her vision darkened. Slowly, she laid Harry down on the grass, her legs buckling beneath her, only to fall into a fragrant embrace reminiscent of green apples. Just moments prior, Draco had been anxiously encircling the area where the trophy had been placed, his hands trembling uncontrollably. A man devoid of faith, he now fervently prayed to Merlin. "Oh Merlin, please let Jinghe return safely." As he observed numerous teachers gathering, he realized that Jinghe was indeed within, and even Dumbledore wore a solemn expression, waiting silently. This signified that success would mean Voldemort's demise, while failure would lead to untold suffering. Fortunately, Merlin heard Draco's prayer. After what felt like an eternity, he noticed the air in the center beginning to shift. And there she was, the girl he longed for, appearing before him. Draco rushed forward, cradling the nearly unconscious Jinghe in his arms. As she recognized his embrace, she felt a wave of relief and succumbed to unconsciousness, unaware of the tears streaming from Draco's eyes onto her face. Later, upon regaining consciousness, Jinghe instructed Neville to slay the final snake, and with that act, the dark marks that coiled around the arms of the dark wizards vanished as if they had never existed. The weight pressing upon the hearts of the people dissipated in an instant, though the wizards of Azkaban would remain forever in the shadows. Draco and Jinghe had solidified their relationship since 4th year, and by the time of their graduation, he eagerly spent 6 months planning a grand wedding. Draco even invited all whom he perceived as rivals, and he was not mistaken. Every invitation was indeed warranted. As Lucius and Narcissa sat in the audience, watching Jinghe gracefully approach Draco in her wedding gown, the complexity of their emotions was not easily articulated. This is how it should be. As long as she is happy, that is enough. This was his moment of glory, a time he would forever cherish. Draco gazed at the girl bearing flowers, slowly making her way toward him, his heart swelling with excitement. He had never imagined he would be united with the girl he had adored from the very beginning. Now that they were truly together, an overwhelming sense of disbelief washed over him, prompting him to discreetly pinch his arm, the sharp pain grounding him in reality. Tears streamed down his face as he comprehended the authenticity of the moment. Jinghe looked at Draco, enveloped in happiness. She understood the complexities of the young man before her, proud, arrogant, and often dismissive, yet beneath it all, he harbored a touch of vulnerability and a pure heart. She could not fathom how she had become friends with this boy. But in that moment, she realized she was now Draco's wife, both now and forever. She was well aware of all his flaws, yet his love overshadowed them, rendering his shortcomings invisible in her eyes. After their marriage, Jinghe became an auror in the Ministry of Magic, while Draco, wishing to accompany his wife and deter any potential rivals, also secured a position within the ministry. Though the role may have led to some friction with others, Draco was unfazed, for he knew that at night, Jinghe would be in his arms. One morning, a year into their marriage, Jinghe was enjoying her breakfast when a wave of nausea overtook her, compelling her to empty her stomach. Draco, panicking, knelt before her, exclaiming, "What is wrong? What is happening? We need to go to the hospital now." As she regained her composure, Jinghe gently caressed her abdomen, realizing why she had felt slightly different lately. It appeared she was pregnant. She looked at Draco, saying, "You might be becoming a father, my dear." Draco was momentarily taken aback before erupting into joyous celebration, placing his hand on her belly and tenderly stroking it. "Really, my love? I'm going to be a father." He carefully assisted his wife to St. Mungo's for a checkup, where it was confirmed she was indeed 2 months along. Overwhelmed with joy, Draco treated Jinghe like the most delicate treasure, prompting her to chuckle, "It's only 2 months. There's no need to be so anxious." Yet, Draco was undeterred. Children from the Malfoy line were scarce, and the fact that they had conceived within a year of marriage was remarkable. Thus, Draco boldly requested an extended leave from the ministry. And considering Jinghe might find herself bored at home, he made a detour to Diagon Alley to purchase a myriad of delightful items. On the day he sought leave, he strutted through the ministry like a victorious rooster, proudly handing out red envelopes to everyone, proclaiming, "This is a tradition from my wife's side. Gifts are given to celebrate joyous occasions." When they opened the envelopes, they were astonished to find them filled with substantial amounts of money. According to the recollections of the ministry employees, that day, Mr. Malfoy seemed to perform magic, producing countless red envelopes from his briefcase, while Blaise, Theo, and other gentlemen looked at him with envy. their hands clutching their envelopes as if they might burst. Under the tender care of Draco, a pair of twins graced the world in mid-July, arriving prematurely due to their twin status. As Draco experienced the agonies of childbirth, he knelt beside the bed, grasping his wife's hand, and declared, "We shall bear no more. I will not subject you to such suffering again." Thus, without hesitation, Draco sought out Snape for the potion that would thwart male fertility. It remains unclear whether Snape was prepared or not, but as soon as Draco spoke, Snape darkly handed him a shadowy vial. Draco, undeterred, consumed the potion before Snape's very eyes, instantly contorting his features in response to its bitterness. The twins were bestowed with names by their parents, the boy, Scorpius Malfoy, and the girl, Allendale Malfoy, named by Jinghe. As time swiftly passed, the children grew and reached the age for Hogwarts, and the bond between Draco and his wife remained as vibrant and unaltered as it had been on their wedding day. Radiating happiness, Scorpius and Allendale understood from a young age that their father cherished their mother and adored them both, indulging their every desire without a moment's hesitation. Each day, as their parents departed, they exchanged affectionate kisses, and the children were also showered with kisses, believing themselves to be the happiest children in the world. Their parents loved them dearly, and many unfamiliar uncles would smile and present them with delightful gifts. Although their father would appear displeased upon witnessing this, he never rebuked them. "We are the happiest family. My dear, I am aware of your arrogance, yet I also comprehend your inner conflict and purity. As I have previously stated, love renders the brave weak." Chapter 182. The conclusion of Theodore, the Lady of the Moonlit Night's Rose. The first match unfolded just as in the original narrative, fraught with tension, yet ultimately safe. Following this was the Yule Ball associated with the Triwizard Tournament, where everyone exerted themselves to invite their desired partners. Most of these young witches and wizards had not genuinely received invitations, rendering them particularly awkward in approaching those they wished to invite. Nevertheless, they mustered their courage. Professor McGonagall even organized a special class for those who were inept at dancing, instructing them in the fundamental steps to avoid stepping on their partner's toes during the ball. Most Slytherin students were exempt from this class, as they hailed largely from pureblood families and had attended various gatherings where dancing was a customary practice. Thus, dancing at the ball was a fundamental skill that nearly every young lady and gentleman had been trained in. Consequently, Slytherin students were not in need of this lesson. If anyone was lacking in skill, they could simply seek assistance from a friend. It was unlikely, however, as Slytherin students were loath to admit their inability to master even the basic steps at this point. They would rather sneak into the library to find relevant literature and practice alone in the stillness of night. As someone who had lived through 4 lifetimes, Jinghe found dancing to be second nature. In the week leading up to the announcement of the ball, many had already approached her with invitations to be their partner. However, Jinghe, preoccupied with concerns regarding Tom, politely declined them all, for none of the offers aligned with her unvoiced desires. Deep within, she harbored a vague hope for a certain someone, yet she remained uncertain of their identity, even to herself. One day, as Jinghe was returning to her dormitory after researching in the library, she was unexpectedly called from behind. Turning, she found it was Theodore. She halted and inquired, "What is it, little D?" Theodore, with his hands clasped behind his back, endeavored to suppress his nervousness, gradually stepping forward to address her. "Do you have time this evening? The stars atop the astronomy tower are particularly beautiful tonight, and I would like to invite you to view them with me." Contemplating for a moment, Jinghe realized she had no pressing matters this evening and, feeling overwhelmed by recent pressures, deemed it a perfect opportunity to unwind. With a smile, she assented, "Of course. Let us meet at the appointed time." Upon hearing her agreement, Theodore exhaled a sigh of relief, his face breaking into a sincere smile. "That is splendid. We shall meet at 8. Jinghe nodded. Reminded of her tasks, she stated, "I have some matters to attend to, so I must be off. See you later, little D." Theodore nodded, watching her depart until she vanished around the corner, at which point he finally unveiled the hands he had tightly clasped behind him. Opening his palm, he discovered several marks etched into his skin from his earlier anxiety, a faint trace of blood present. Night soon fell, and at 8, Jinghe arrived alone at the astronomy tower. Approaching, she noticed Theodore had arrived well ahead of her. She cheerfully tapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "I'm here." Theodore, who had been nervously gazing at the stars, stiffened at her voice but quickly regained his composure, turning to face her. After a few deep breaths, he managed to say, "You've come." "Indeed, I have," Jinghe replied, glancing skyward. The snowfall earlier that morning had rendered the surroundings exceptionally tranquil, devoid of any sounds, even the chirping of birds. The stars twinkled brilliantly against the unpolluted night sky, illuminating every detail in their vicinity. Turning back to Theodore, she remarked, "The sky is truly magnificent tonight." Theodore nodded in agreement, and Jinghe took his hand, guiding him to the telescope. She bent down to adjust it, and once ready, she peered through the lens, marveling at the celestial beauty. This familiar scene reminded Theodore of the meteor shower he had invited her to witness in their first year. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously wrapped his arms around her from behind, assisting in the telescope's adjustment. At that moment, Jinghe's body stiffened. She could distinctly sense Theodore's warmth. The scent of oranges mingled with absinthe enveloping her. It felt akin to snuggling with a beloved companion on a wintry evening. Snowflakes drifting outside as they watched a newly released film together. Feeling a bit rigid, Jinghe paused her movements, allowing Theodore to continue adjusting the telescope. Soon, he succeeded, positioning it before her. Through the telescope, Jinghe observed a constellation, Pisces. This constellation, brimming with imagination and sentiment, embodies endless dreams and fantasies of love, characterized by its inherent romanticism that conjures poetic and dreamlike narratives. Jinghe was inexplicably aware of her heart racing. After a brief moment, she withdrew from the telescope, settling into a chair in the astronomy tower, with Theodore sitting beside her. Jinghe leaned against the wall, gazing up at the starry sky, and remarked to Theodore, "The night sky is truly enigmatic and exquisite. The stars above sometimes foretell the destinies of individuals." Theodore nodded in agreement, and then an eerie silence enveloped them. With neither uttering a word, they continued to look up at the stars, seemingly content to simply admire their celestial beauty. After a considerable pause, Jinghe, noticing the boy beside her remained silent, felt compelled to speak. As she turned her head to address Theodore, she found him staring intently at her, his eyes unwavering. The resemblance between their eyes was striking. Both were an oceanic blue, though Theodore's possessed a hue more akin to tanzanite, while Jinghe's resembled the soft blue of topaz. With a smile, Jinghe inquired, "Is there something you wish to share with me, Xiao Duo?" Theodore's gaze remained locked on hers as he summoned the courage, having mentally prepared himself for this moment, to utter the words, "Would you do me the honor of being my dance partner?" As these words left his lips, Jinghe felt a weight lift from her heart, as if the shadow of a long-anticipated figure had finally materialized. The reason she had declined numerous invitations was that she had always harbored a vague hope for a specific person. At that moment, she realized that it was Theodore she had been yearning for all along. With a radiant smile, she rose to her feet, extending her hand toward him, and replied, "I would be delighted." Upon hearing her response, Theodore's heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. The serene lake of his emotions, tranquil for years, rippled with the girl's affirmation. Struggling to contain his excitement, he stood before her, his cerulean eyes fixed on Jinghe, then gently took her hand. He bowed his head and placed a tender kiss upon the back of her hand, whispering, "It is my honor." In that luminous moment, the bright moonlight illuminated them, allowing both to see their flushed ears and the faint blush on their cheeks. Jinghe beamed and said, "How wonderful." She glanced at the stars and suggested to Theodore, "Shall we dance here?" Theodore's face turned a shade redder, and he replied slowly, "I may not be very experienced, but I can learn quickly." At that moment, Jinghe recalled certain details about Theodore's life. His mother had passed away shortly after his birth, and he had grown up under the oppressive shadow of his father, a deranged Death Eater who showed little concern for his son. Theodore's brilliance was solely attributable to his innate talent. With a reassuring smile, Jinghe said, "No worries. I will teach you." Theodore nodded and grasped her hand, assuming a dancing posture, and began to follow her lead, learning step by step to the rhythm of her voice. They were not in their school robes. Theodore had donned formal attire for this occasion, while Jinghe wore a blue velvet gown that resembled an elegant dress from a distance. On the astronomical tower, they moved gracefully, step by step, in accordance with the beats Jinghe articulated. Theodore, being astute, mastered the steps within a mere 15 minutes, having previously learned some basics, allowing him to grasp the movements swiftly, even adapting them creatively. After a while, Jinghe felt a warmth enveloping her. She placed her hands behind her back, looked up, and grinned at Theodore, saying, "You are truly remarkable, Xiao Duo." Theodore chuckled softly. "Yes, my dance partner is an excellent teacher." Just as he spoke, he felt something delicate fall upon his nose. Upon inspection, he discovered his fingertips were damp. Looking up, he realized it had begun to snow, and the flakes, upon touching the ground, rendered the air pleasantly mild. The snow cascaded gracefully upon the castle and upon their heads, blanketing the young duo's dark hair in a layer of pristine white, as if they had aged together. Jinghe excitedly extended her hand to catch a snowflake, exclaiming, "Oh, I can't believe it's snowing." Theodore tilted his head back to watch the falling snow, agreeing, "Indeed, it is snowing." After a few moments, he turned to gaze at Jinghe, who was joyfully reaching for the snowflakes. In that instant, an unexpected courage surged within him. It seemed that expressing his feelings at that moment would not be in vain. He had intended to reveal his heart when he extended the invitation. Yet he had never been one to act boldly. Throughout his life, Theodore had been unable to hold on to the things he cherished. He could not retain his mother, nor the puppy his father had killed when he was 5, nor any of the things he loved. Now, he questioned whether he could keep the girl he adored. In that fleeting moment, Theodore resolved to muster his courage. From within his coat, he conjured a bouquet of roses, turning to face Jinghe. She noticed his movement and turned to look at him as well, holding the roses. Theodore rehearsed the words he had practiced countless times. I do not know if you have noticed, nor if this is the right moment. But I am certain of my feelings for you. I like you. No, I love you. Jinghe stared at the roses and the words he spoke, unable to conceal her astonishment. She had not anticipated Theodore confessing his feelings at that moment. Yet, she felt no inclination to refuse. Instead, a secret joy blossomed within her heart. Gazing into Theodore's blue eyes, she realized something profound. She too had feelings for him. Not merely a fleeting infatuation, but a desire for a lasting love. Seeing her silence, Theodore felt a pang of disappointment and lowered his gaze. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt warmth enveloping his hand. Startled, he looked up to find Jinghe smiling at him, her hands encompassing his. And she uttered the words that ignited his excitement. I would be delighted, Xiao Duo. She affirmed her willingness to be his only girlfriend, to be with him. Theodore's hands trembled, unsure where to place them. Until that moment, he had only known loss. He had never truly possessed anything nor loved anything. For what he cherished always seemed to slip away. Yet at that instant, he had found his happiness. Jinghe gently took the bouquet of roses, smiling at Theodore. From now on, I look forward to your care, Theo. After the initial thrill, Theodore felt a gentle fear arise within him. He had never held on to something he truly loved. Stammering, he asked, Are you truly willing? I do not know what I possess that could touch your heart. Before he could finish, Jinghe embraced him. I am willing, very willing. As long as it is you, anything can move me. She released him, gazing quietly into Theodore's eyes, and slowly continued. Do not belittle yourself. I cherish you for who you are. You must understand, Theodore, that among muggles, you are a divine gift, and you, my dear, are the present bestowed upon me by Merlin. For the first time in over a decade, Theodore found himself being told he was a gift from God, and it was uttered by the girl he loved. His blue eyes gradually clouded with mist as tears began to cascade down his cheeks. In that moment, love poured forth, resonating profoundly even in the silence. Gathering all the courage he could muster, Theodore tremulously lifted his hands to cradle the face of his beloved, gently pressing his quivering lips against hers. Neither had experience in the art of kissing, yet Theodore was a quick learner. He embraced Jinghe and gradually deepened the kiss. They remained locked in that embrace for 5 whole minutes before parting, with Jinghe struggling for breath by the end. At that moment, Theodore's emotions were indescribable. Jinghe smiled as she extended her hand towards Theodore, asking, Shall we dance? My boyfriend. Without hesitation, Theodore agreed, and together they twirled gracefully in the celestial tower, surrounded by falling snowflakes that accompanied their dance with a soft melody. As they danced amidst the snow, delicate flakes settled upon their heads, only to fall away with their movements. Absinthe with a hint of orange, my love for you burns like a moth to a flame. Their eyelashes and garments adorned with traces of snow, the happiness they felt was beyond the realm of words. Theodore, typically composed, found himself utterly unsteady in the face of this newfound affection. The following morning, he wore a smile imbued with more emotion than usual as he boldly announced to all that Miss Jinghe of Slytherin was not only his dance partner, but also his girlfriend. What followed was a barrage of taunts from jealous rivals and the occasional prank, but Theodore skillfully sidestepped all such distractions. To his astonishment, however, he received a letter from his father, who had not corresponded with him in years. Upon opening the letter, Theodore discovered it contained not a single word of concern for him. Instead, it was filled with admonitions to sever ties with Jinghe. His father, perhaps having learned of their relationship, adopted a condescending tone, warning Theodore against stirring up trouble. Yet, Theodore coldly incinerated the letter without uttering a word in reply. He was no longer the indecisive boy of yesteryears. He had someone precious to protect, akin to a knight safeguarding his cherished princess. In the second challenge, the underwater treasure, Jinghe smoothly rejected Dumbledore's request for one of the brave warriors from Hogwarts to be chosen as the treasure. Albus, you have experienced love. Surely you comprehend how jealousy manifests in a lover's heart, she remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Grindelwald, whose gaze was wandering. Dumbledore sighed, refraining from further comment, for he could not override the will of the girl. Thus, the second challenge passed without peril, soon leading them to the final task of locating the trophy within the maze. Jinghe, aside from Dumbledore, kept her intentions secret, transforming into a delicate butterfly fluttering beside the trophy. Meanwhile, Theodore was in a state of distress, having received a final ultimatum from his father, insisting he sever all ties with Jinghe or face dire consequences. Expressionless, Theodore burned the ultimatum, yet his heart raced with sudden intensity. To his dismay, when the time of the Triwizard Tournament arrived, he sought to sit beside Jinghe, only to find her absence in her usual place. Panic surged through him. He lacked the prowess to search for her. Just as he was frantically scanning the surroundings, he caught sight of a firework, a blue butterfly shape illuminating the sky. Clever Theodore immediately grasped the situation. He stealthily followed the professors into the maze when they were distracted, ultimately arriving at the trophy's location. Other professors, upon reaching the site, noticed Theodore drenched in sweat, yet there was no time for discussion. They could only focus on the passage of time, praying for the girl's safety. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and just as Theodore's vision began to blur and his breath quickened, he saw a distortion in the fabric of reality, followed by the sight of his beloved Jinghe emerging, supporting a fainted Harry. He rushed forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace. After enduring the torment of soul loss and backlash, Jinghe felt a wave of dizziness, and upon catching the familiar scent, she collapsed into Theodore's arms. He held her closely, guiding her from the maze to the infirmary, remaining steadfastly by her side without food or drink, waiting an entire day and night for her to awaken. When Jinghe finally opened her eyes, she beheld Theodore's bloodshot gaze. He had not closed his eyes for a moment during her unconsciousness. Fear gripped him, for he dreaded that she might succumb to another prolonged unconsciousness, reminiscent of previous instances. Thus, when he saw her smile at him, the weight upon his heart lifted instantly. Feeling utterly drained, he sank onto the chair beside her bed, and, as he was about to speak, the sudden relaxation of his mind caused him to succumb to sleep. Jinghe gently stroked Theodore's hair, cradling him in her arms, burying her face in his locks. She savored the moment of bliss, where all troubles seemed resolved. Following this ordeal, everyone recognized that the oppressive weight that had loomed over their hearts had vanished, and all evil would meet its demise in the light of this moment. Upon noticing the disappearance of the dark mark from his arm, Theodore's father could not bear the weight of his own existence. On a pitch-black night, he chose to end his life. His soul had departed upon the death of his wife, and he had joined that dark organization with but a glimmer of hope for her resurrection. Now, with that organization dissolved, his soul had long since faded into the ether. Yet at the moment he aimed his wand at himself, he fancied he could see his wife smiling before him. Theodore's father was gone, yet Theodore felt little sorrow. He had never shared a close bond with him. Now, he had someone he truly loved, though in the stillness of night. He occasionally thought of his father and the mother he had never known. He found solace and tranquility in the embrace of his beloved. The romance between Jinghe and Theodore became the talk of all Hogwarts. While other suitors may have attempted to woo her, Jinghe politely declined each advance. For loving someone means providing them with unwavering security. The couple celebrated their union with a grand wedding at Knott Manor 2 years after graduation, inviting all those they knew. Theodore meticulously prepared for this occasion for nearly half a year, ensuring every detail reflected his bride's preferences, from her beloved wedding gown to the butterfly-shaped rings. On the day of the wedding, Theodore stood on stage, gazing at the sight of his father slowly approaching him, and tears unexpectedly streamed down his cheeks. My dear, happiness has brought forth my tears at this moment. The moon, born of darkness, had finally found its sunlit rose. Jinghe looked at Theodore before her, gently raising her hand to wipe away the tears from his cheeks, her own eyes slightly misty. All matters had been resolved, and everyone had survived. Their happiness was beyond description in mere words. The overwhelming love they felt was enough to evoke an earth-shattering awe. When you asked me when I fell in love with you, Jinghe would find it hard to articulate, yet she would say, in that fleeting second, my eyes held only you. After their marriage, the couple found employment within the Ministry of Magic. Jinghe, leveraging her connections with Knott and her family, successfully ousted Fudge to become the Minister of Magic, embarking on the arduous task of untangling a chaotic situation. Theodore stood beside his wife, assisting her while deftly addressing other demands. In the second year following their nuptials, while having breakfast, Jinghe felt an unsettling churn in her stomach, realizing she might be pregnant. When she shared this news with Theodore, he gazed in shock at his beaming wife, first overwhelmed with joy, then filled with concern for her. He fought back tears, tilting his head back. Jinghe embraced her husband with a smile, saying, we must rejoice. This is the angel bestowed upon us by Merlin, my dear. After more than 7 months, Jinghe successfully gave birth to twins in the hospital, while Theodore knelt before her, taking her left hand to kiss it, reminiscent of the kiss he had placed on the back of her hand years ago when they first defined their relationship. Our happiness continues to thrive today. Theodore named their son Peridnot and their daughter Yadalina Knott. He deeply empathized with the pain his wife endured during her pregnancy. His profound love for her meant that Jinghe's experiences echoed within him. He truly grasped the anguish of carrying a child for 10 months. And shortly after their children were born, he voluntarily consumed a potion that rendered him infertile. From the moment they could remember, Parrot and Yadelina understood that their family was the happiest in the entire wizarding world. Their parents possessed eyes as beautiful as the ocean, a trait perfectly passed down to them. Their mother and father treated them with exceptional kindness, always readily agreeing to their requests. Daddy loves mommy dearly. They often heard him say, we must be good and not make her angry. Though Daddy loves us, his greatest love will always be for mommy. This sentiment was echoed by various unfamiliar uncles who expressed their affection for them, yet would affirm that their utmost love was reserved for their mother. Finding this puzzling, they brought it to their father's attention, who, upon hearing it, wore a peculiar smile but refrained from commenting, simply advising them to avoid speaking to those uncles in the future. All right, we are obedient children of Daddy and Mommy. Their blissful life continued. And yet their love would never wane. The Knight of the Moon had finally safeguarded his rose. The knight's duty seemed eternally to protect the princess. However, my beloved is no defenseless maiden. She is valiant and unafraid to confront all challenges. Theodore would serve as Jinghe's most loyal blade, standing beside her, no matter the distance. For eternity. Chapter 184. The Weasley Twins' Conclusion. The Prankster King's Rose Filling. The first round of the dragon competition concluded without incident. Amidst the fervor of the contest for the golden egg beneath the dragon, the Weasley twins wandered among the students with a box in hand. Anyone interested in placing a bet? Let us see who our valiant champions will be. Those wishing to bet, please hurry. As Jinghe sat in the stands, watching the twins call out with their box, her mood inexplicably brightened. The Weasley twins possessed a peculiar charm. Their presence always uplifted her spirits, and conversing with them brought her immense relaxation. Whenever she saw them, joy flooded her heart, as if all her worries paled in comparison. Observing the twins calling out in the audience, her hand, holding a notebook, began to sketch unconsciously. When she finally registered her actions, she looked down to find she had quickly sketched their animated expressions as they held the box. Jinghe stared at the hasty yet expressive drawing, lost in thought, until the twins approached her side. It was George who pulled the drawing from her grasp, prompting her to look up and see the two red-haired heads leaning over her notebook, examining her work. Very lifelike, Miss Cat. They chimed in unison. I think it's splendid. Jinghe stood up, reclaiming her notebook, and returned to her seat to regard the twins. With a mischievous grin, they asked, Care to place a bet, miss? Jinghe contemplated. She was aware of the outcome but had forgotten the scoring system for the competition, so she shook her head, opting out of betting, as her interest was minimal. The disappointment that washed over the twins resembled that of two golden retrievers whose owner had rejected them. Jinghe felt an inexplicable happiness swell within her. All right, for your sake, I'll place my bet on Harry. Upon hearing this, the Weasley twins instantly brightened, exclaiming, With Miss Cat's support, we're sure to achieve a grand victory. Jinghe chuckled as she tossed 10 galleons into the box, perhaps influenced by her wager. Harry truly garnered the highest score of the day. After the event concluded, the twins eagerly settled beside her, exclaiming, You are amazing. You've won quite a bit. Jinghe smiled, saying, Let us not keep that. Let us invest it all back into the operations of the Weasley joke shop. The twins' eyes sparkled with excitement at her words. That's just marvelous, they declared. You are the one and only proprietress of the Weasley joke shop. Hearing this made Jinghe's heart race momentarily. Proprietress? What did that entail? Shaking her head, she cast aside the thought. It felt too daunting. Yet, Jinghe was uncertain of her feelings towards the Weasley twins. Whenever she encountered either of them, a wave of joy washed over her. Her heart danced with happiness, and a smile would involuntarily bloom on her face, equally for both. She couldn't quite comprehend her emotions. Next up was the Yule Ball for the Triwizard Tournament. Jinghe received numerous invitations but turned them all down, for she felt that the person she truly wished to attend with had not invited her. If that special someone did not ask, then attending the ball seemed inconsequential. Today, Jinghe chose not to walk with any friends, but instead randomly selected a relatively secluded path, meandering slowly through the corridor. Outside the window, snow fell gently, with flakes cascading from the sky. Jinghe extended her hand out of the window to catch the delicate snowflakes as they descended. Upon touching her warm palm, the snowflakes rapidly melted, and soon her once warm hand became cold and damp from their arrival. Jinghe couldn't quite decipher why, but lately, she often found herself lost in thought, her mind wandering to a myriad of subjects, though the most persistent thoughts were of two lively crimson figures. She was at a loss regarding her own feelings. Just as she was absorbed in her reverie, she suddenly felt herself being pulled into someone's embrace, inhaling the fresh scent of citrus wafting from behind her. It was the Weasley twins. In that instant, her heart settled, as if she had found solace, and she gradually returned to her senses. Setting aside her myriad of distracting thoughts, George and Fred had sought out an unoccupied spot to experiment with their new prank product when they stumbled upon Jinghe standing alone in the corridor, dressed too lightly for the cold, reaching out to catch the snowflakes. She appeared entranced, as if her soul had been stolen by a dementor, and both of their hearts skipped a beat. They hastily set down their prank product and rushed over to her side, pulling her back from the corridor. At that moment, Jinghe's hands had grown numb from the prolonged exposure to the cold, turning a vivid red and damp. Observing this, Fred quickly removed his scarf and began to gently wipe her left hand, while George waved his wand, casting several warming charms over her. Soon, they witnessed Jinghe blink and come back to her senses, though she spoke not a word. The twins led her into a nearby empty classroom, where the warmth from their spells began to restore color to her previously pale cheeks, which had turned white from the biting wind. Crouching before her, George remarked, "This is rather uncharacteristic of you, Miss Kitty." He, too, removed his scarf and wrapped it around her neck, tenderly arranging her hair as he continued, "Indeed. Has something troubling occurred, Miss Kitty? We are always here to help you." Gradually, as warmth enveloped her, Jinghe regained her composure, yet remained silent, merely shaking her head. The Weasley twins grew anxious at her reticence, sensing something was amiss, yet unsure of what had transpired. The reasons for Jinghe's silence were intricate, as she had come to realize her complex feelings towards the Weasley twins. Since the Triwizard Tournament commenced, whenever she faced troubling thoughts, they would immediately spring to mind, and they always appeared at the right moment to lift her spirits. Just seeing them made her world seem a little brighter. She had never been particularly healthy, and the scars of her past never truly faded with reincarnation, often resurfacing unexpectedly. However, since meeting the Weasley twins, many of her sorrows had gradually faded from her mind. They were the source of joy for everyone, and her own dream elixir. Being with them felt akin to being in a delightful dream, yet upon waking, the dream proved ephemeral. The twins observed the silent girl, unaware of her thoughts. Just as George was about to speak, Jinghe, who had been quiet until then, suddenly said, "I miss you both." Those words left the two men speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment, then filled with immense joy. Fred, after a brief pause, knelt before her, gazing at her with unabashed delight, and asked, "Did you mean what I think you meant?" George, who had been standing behind her, was equally exhilarated. Moving to grasp Jinghe's left hand, "Is it true, just as Fred suggested?" Jinghe nodded, then shook her head. "I'm not quite sure about my feelings for both of you. I'm in quite a quandary and don't know how to express it." As she frowned, she felt her hands being held by two broad palms. Glancing down, she saw Fred and George each holding one of her hands. Kneeling as if proposing, Fred declared, "I understand what you're feeling, Miss Kitty." George added, "Don't worry, Fred and I have long been aware of your feelings. You know, my brother and I often share similar tastes. Long ago, they had agreed that regardless of who was chosen, they would offer sincere blessings. But if you choose both of us," the twins chimed in unison, "that would be splendid. Double the joy. Our future Weasley joke shop as proprietress." Jinghe looked at the two brothers, who were earnestly trying to cheer her up, their expressions of delight appearing genuine rather than feigned. A smile broke across her face, as the previous turmoil and her recent daydreaming finally found clarity. It turned out she had simply fallen for two people, but what was the harm in that? They were more than willing. Reflecting on her encounters with the twins, she recalled an extended work she had seen in a parallel world, which spoke of a sandwich cookie. Little did she expect that fortune would smile upon her this time. It seemed that if she were to fall in love, it would be a double portion of happiness. With a beaming smile, Jinghe addressed them, "If you both feel that way, then I have no objections. I look forward to your guidance as my boyfriends." Upon hearing her words, Fred and George were overwhelmed with joy. They had never anticipated winning the affection of the girl they admired under such circumstances. It seemed fate had guided them to this corridor, and they were grateful to Merlin for it. "You are the proprietress I have recognized from the very beginning, and my everlasting wife. You are no longer merely my dream elixir, but my eternal haven of peace." Chapter 185, The Weasley Twins' Alternate Ending, The Prankster King's Rose Sandwich. Upon hearing her declaration, Fred and George quickly seated themselves on either side of her, with Fred being more affectionate than usual. "My dear, now that we have solidified our relationship, it's time to reward your devoted boyfriends with a little something special." Jinghe's cheeks flushed crimson. Aside from an unwanted kiss from Tom and Ub, she had never experienced any other kisses, rendering her quite inexperienced. Just as she opened her mouth to respond, a gentle, citrus-scented kiss met her unexpectedly. The Weasley twins, though lacking in finesse, found that in the presence of someone they adored, their unrefined skills seemed to flow naturally. Fred cradled Jinghe's face as the kiss deepened, and it was only after what felt like an eternity that George gently pulled them apart. Just as Jinghe thought she could catch her breath, George chimed in, Alright. Miss Kitty, now it's my turn. To speak candidly, the kissing prowess of the Weasley twins is rather commendable. Fred's kisses are tender and gentle, favoring a subtle and flowing approach, while George's are decidedly more fervent, as though he intends to devour you whole. During a kiss from George, Fred resembles a golden retriever, nuzzling against the girl's neck and playfully nipping at her delicate and fair skin. Following the confession in the small cabin, the only sensation that Jinghe experienced was the sheer intensity of their advances. They were overwhelmingly vigorous. The Weasley twins, known for their vivacious nature, wasted no time after solidifying their relationship in the cabin. Within mere hours, they had successfully disseminated flyers into the hands of every young wizard, and even into the hands of the professors. The paper, crafted from Jinghe's favored light blue material, bore bold letters announcing, Fred and George's Joke Shop's proprietress, Jinghe. This flyer incited a considerable uproar among the young wizards, with many expressing their congratulations for the senior and the two prankster kings. After all, with Jinghe's presence, the twins would likely refrain from their previous indiscriminate mischief. However, some crumpled the flyers in disdain, casting cold, piercing glances at the jubilant pair. Particularly, Professor Snape and Professor Lupin were notably displeased. Snape deducted even more points from Gryffindor, his disdain for the Weasley twins evident in his every glare. Meanwhile, the normally amicable Professor Lupin adopted a stricter demeanor, forbidding them from speaking during class or engaging in pranks, an unprecedented move that even resulted in point deductions for Gryffindor, something he had never done across all four houses. Yet, for the Weasley twins, such matters were trivial, barely registering on their radar. In their eyes, the paramount concerns were to embrace their girlfriend daily and plot their next mischief. As the time for the ball approached, Jinghe donned an exquisite orange rococo gown. She chose this attire specifically because she had two partners for the evening, allowing her to gracefully navigate the potential rivalry between them while simultaneously complementing the twins' attire. At the Triwizard Tournament Ball, all eyes were drawn to the enchanting girl in her splendid orange gown, flanked by two strikingly handsome, almost identical gentlemen, as they danced in harmony with the music. Initially, the Weasley twins had scoffed at the notion of learning such formal steps, yet upon Jinghe's request to be their partner, they devoted themselves to mastering the art, even covertly seeking Professor McGonagall's guidance, much to her astonishment. On the golden stage, beautiful melodies flowed, and the graceful gown radiated the joy of dance. As the ball concluded, the scene swiftly transitioned to the second task, the underwater treasure segment. As per usual, Jinghe was invited by the two brave souls from Hogwarts to join them as the treasure, yet she declined Dumbledore's request in his office. Goodness, do you not realize? Albus, one jealous boyfriend is already quite a handful. I now have two. Dumbledore chuckled softly, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Initially, Jinghe had fretted over whether Mrs. Weasley would disapprove or be exceedingly upset. However, when she broached the subject with the twins, they laughed heartily, each wrapping an arm around her and cheerfully proclaiming, "Of course it's no problem. Our mother will be overjoyed to know we have such a beautiful girlfriend. She insists we treat you well, otherwise our father would have quite the word with us." George then added, "Although my brother and Percy may not fully support this arrangement, who really cares? Ginny is ecstatic that you're joining our family. She has even taken to calling you sister-in-law." With a sigh of relief, Jinghe realized she had been overly concerned. How could the Weasley family react otherwise? Perhaps her own indecisiveness had clouded her judgment. In the midst of this delightful chaos, they soon approached the third task, one that would determine the fates of many. While it appeared to be a straightforward competition to identify the four champions, only Jinghe and Dumbledore were aware that this final challenge would not only decide the victor, but also the future peace of the wizarding world. As Jinghe transformed into a butterfly and fluttered into the maze, she cast a final glance at the Weasley twins weaving through the crowd, still engaged in their betting schemes. Despite the financial backing provided by her presence, "Of course, it's all about saving up for a future with my wife," they quipped. With one last cheerful glance at the twins, Jinghe metamorphosed into a blue butterfly, flitting into the depths of the labyrinth. As the competition progressed, two contestants were soon eliminated. The twins, glancing instinctively toward Slytherin, noticed with rising panic that Jinghe was absent from the stands. Where could she be? Rushing down, they intended to inquire with the professors when suddenly, a burst of blue butterfly-shaped fireworks erupted in the distance. Anyone familiar would recognize that the butterfly fireworks mirrored the very shape Jinghe had conjured. Their hearts raced as they discarded their betting boxes, hurrying towards the scene, where the professors had begun to assemble to explore the maze. Prior to the competition, the professors had received word from Dumbledore that the appearance of blue butterfly fireworks necessitated their collective entry into the maze to await the final outcome. Thus, the professors swiftly gathered and proceeded toward the maze, while the Weasley twins exchanged a knowing glance, swiftly consuming a transformation fudge that would maintain their disguise for 10 minutes, morphing into inconspicuous squirrels to follow closely behind the professors into the maze. They soon arrived at the center where the trophy was placed. Gleaning the situation from Cedric's few words, they understood that Jinghe was undertaking a perilous task. As the 10 minutes elapsed, they reverted to their original forms before the professors, who, although aware that their sneaking in was improper, were too preoccupied with the tension in the air to reprimand them. The twins remained silent, their hands tightly clasped, betraying their anxious thoughts. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the air before them warped, and Jinghe emerged, supporting the unconscious Harry. In that instant, the Weasley twins rushed forward to catch Jinghe as she teetered on the brink of collapse. Once they safely deposited Harry on the ground, Jinghe, feeling herself on the verge of fainting, suddenly found herself enveloped in the comforting embrace of the two citrus-scented figures. Realizing her safety, she surrendered to the darkness, collapsing into unconsciousness. When Jinghe finally awoke, it was the early hours of the third day, having been in a deep slumber for an entire day and night. Her eyes fluttered open to find the Weasley twins seated beside her bed, their gazes fixed upon her. The moment they saw her awaken, a wave of relief washed over their faces. God knows how deeply they were worried, fearing that the girl might succumb to a coma lasting an entire week without awakening. Just like before, they even stealthily ventured into the forbidden section of the library, contemplating whether they could barter their own sacrifices for her revival. Fortunately, no such means existed. And blissfully, Jinghe only fainted for a day and a night. Upon regaining consciousness, Jinghe swiftly apprehended that black serpent, delivering a severed head to our Gryffindor warrior, Neville, thereby obliterating Tom's corporeal and spiritual essence. The monumental weight that had burdened the hearts of the people vanished, while the prisoners of Azkaban remained forever shrouded in darkness. The Weasley twins did not graduate prematurely due to the incident involving the pink toad. Instead, they dutifully completed their 7 years of education under Jinghe's watchful supervision. Despite having launched their joke shop successfully during their 5th year, they had no inclination to graduate early, especially knowing that their girlfriend was still present. They were acutely aware of the multitude of suitors vying for her affection. However, they did indulge in their own mischief. After Jinghe's graduation, she joined the Ministry of Magic, while the Weasley twins, having graduated a year earlier, continued to run their joke shop, which had become the most renowned establishment in the wizarding world. Situated on the busiest street of Diagon Alley, it was aptly named Weasley and Jinghe's Joke Shop. The likeness of the Weasley twins remained intact, but whenever one of them removed his hat at the entrance, instead of a rabbit, a rose or a small butterfly would spring forth. In Jinghe's 2nd year post-graduation, the Weasley twins meticulously orchestrated a grand proposal. When Jinghe, adorned in an exquisite gown, beheld her 2 brothers kneeling before her, her heart brimmed with emotions that words could scarcely encapsulate. I love you both, with an equal and everlasting affection. To formalize their brotherly love, they held their wedding ceremonies in 2 different countries, fortunate that the regulations surrounding weddings at that time were not overly stringent. Yet, after the nuptials, the 3 of them continued to cohabitate harmoniously. The other members of the Weasley family, of course, attended both weddings. Ginny and the Weasley couple were immensely delighted, though Ron and Percy consistently wore sour expressions during each ceremony. After their wedding night, each morning, as Jinghe awoke with a sore back, she couldn't help but lament her choice to marry 2. These 2 men seemed like famished beasts, sandwiching her between them each night, blindfolding her and teasing her to guess who was behind her. Under their relentless advances, Jinghe often struggled to rise from bed, fortunate that potion assistance alleviated her daily discomfort, allowing her to avoid the myriad of marks and aches as she made her way to work. The Weasley family, renowned for their prolificacy, saw Jinghe discover, merely 5 months into her marriage, that she was pregnant. In a playful spirit, Jinghe devised a prank. When the Weasley twins returned home from the joke shop, they found their wife cheerfully seated at the dining table, flanked by their plates, each mysteriously covered. Curiosity piqued, they sat down, and before they could utter a word, Jinghe urged, "Hurry, open them and see what's inside." As they lifted the lids, they were greeted by the announcement of her pregnancy. Miss Jinghe was already 1 month along. The shock quickly morphed into ecstatic joy as Fred exclaimed, "I'm going to be a dad." George approached Jinghe, grasping her hand and marveling. "I can't believe I'm going to be a dad." Though still retaining their youthful exuberance, the 2 now exhibited a newfound maturity, determined to be role models for their unborn child. However, Ron and Percy, working at the Ministry of Magic, found themselves feeling the monotony of their day upon hearing the joyous news. After 7 months of anticipation, Jinghe gave birth to their first set of twins at the hospital. The twins, after glancing at their newborns, approached Jinghe's bedside, taking her hand and saying, "You've worked so hard, dear. Thank you for everything, for choosing me." Fred named the larger boy Galen Weasley, while George named the girl Bodina Weasley. When Galen and Bodina were 2 years old, Jinghe welcomed another daughter, whom she named Huayu-1, honoring her own surname, a decision the Weasley twins wholeheartedly endorsed. Since their arrival, the Weasley twins matured significantly. Galen and Bodina exhibited vivacious personalities, inheriting the twins' spirited nature, always bubbling with clever ideas, while their younger sister Huayu perfectly inherited her mother's intellect, sporting her dark, long, curly hair and her father's eyes. From an early age, they understood that their family dynamic differed from others. While most households consisted of one father and one mother, theirs boasted 2 fathers and 1 mother. Yet, the love they received from both fathers was abundant and equal, as was their mother's affection for each child. Thus, they felt that despite having an additional father, their home was filled with happiness. Furthermore, Uncle Ron and Uncle Percy frequently visited, sharing delightful conversations with their mother. This time, there were no lost years or lives. The vibrant smiles continued to thrive in the magical world, along with the love that bound them all together. Chapter 186, Sirius's Conclusion, Embracing Light and Darkness. The first challenge, retrieving the golden egg from beneath the dragon's claws, concluded successfully, with everyone triumphantly claiming their golden eggs and uncovering that the secret to the second task lay within. Although the mystery of the golden egg remained unsolved for now, the focus shifted to the ball announced by Dumbledore for the Triwizard Tournament. In a flurry of excitement, young wizards from the 3 schools discreetly began to identify their desired partners, eager to secure their preferred companions before anyone else could. Naturally, Jinghe received numerous invitations, but her overwhelming responsibilities left her little time to ponder the upcoming ball. She found herself unable to consider whether she should seek a suitable partner, uncertain of who her heart truly desired. Given the perilous nature of her current undertakings, she deemed it unwise to share her burdens with her friends, often retreating to the more secluded corners of Hogwarts to contemplate her plans and assess their potential ramifications. It dawned on her that Tom might no longer be the brother she once idolized, and that change was imperative. The day's sky appeared bleak, heavy with clouds, as if snow was imminent. The weather was brisk and chilly as Jinghe stepped into the enchanted room, a sanctuary that embodied the warmth she longed for and provided an ideal setting for contemplation. Whenever she faced insurmountable dilemmas, she would retreat to this haven, where clarity often dawned upon her, allowing her to resolve myriad issues. Within this space, she frequently encountered intriguing occurrences that had the potential to alter the course of her life, perhaps even leading her to significant individuals. The room was aglow with radiant light, as Jinghe sat at a table adorned with materials she had recently procured from the library, accompanied by a steaming cup of rose tea that released fragrant vapors into the air. Through a singularly illuminated small window, she could observe the previously dreary weather transformed by cascading snowflakes, each flake gracefully descending to the ground below. Ever since Jinghe had regained her memories, she no longer felt compelled to return to the dormitory at the stroke of night. Dumbledore had informed Filch of her situation, granting her the freedom to linger outside without interruption. After tending to her tasks, Jinghe stretched languidly and was about to sip her tea when the previously sealed door of the enchanted room swung open abruptly. A gust of cold air rushed in, prompting her to shrink her neck and glance toward the entrance, only to discover none other than Sirius Black. At that moment, Sirius was still serving as the Assistant Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts, albeit in a nominal capacity. He typically occupied a seat at the lectern, observing Lupin's lectures, occasionally slipping into a casual chat with Jinghe or covertly aiding his student during training sessions. Indeed, these days marked the most leisurely period Sirius had experienced in years. His name had been cleared, he had secured a suitable position, and he no longer had to remain cooped up in the Black family residence, especially with Regulus keeping a watchful eye on him. He had settled into Hogwarts, where he could also keep an eye on Jinghe. That evening, Sirius found the tranquility of the day rather dull, as everyone had gathered to discuss their respective dance partners, leaving even Harry and Ron conspiring behind his back. This lack of excitement was a stark contrast to Sirius's usual vivacity, prompting him to seek diversion. After a day of boredom, he transformed into a dog under the cover of night, wandering stealthily near Filch's vicinity, relishing the nostalgic thrill of evading surveillance with his friends. As he meandered through the corridors, he stumbled upon an oddly peculiar tapestry depicting a giant battling a bizarre creature. Curiosity piqued, Sirius lifted the tapestry and was astonished to discover a door concealed behind it. Remarkably, despite his long tenure at Hogwarts, he had never before encountered this hidden entrance. Transforming back into his human form, he turned the doorknob and, upon entering, was greeted by the sight of a girl seated before him. To his astonishment, it was Jinghe. Sirius, taken aback, quickly approached her and casually pulled up a chair beside her, inquiring, What brings you here? Jinghe chuckled in bemusement and replied, I was about to ask you the very same thing. I have no idea how I ended up here, Sirius confessed. I merely stumbled upon this door while wandering around, curious to see what lay beyond, and unexpectedly found you. Jinghe nodded and explained, this room is the enchanted room. Opening the door reveals that which you seek. I often come here to handle matters in peace, free from disturbances. But it seems that tranquility has been disrupted now. Sirius plopped down beside her with abandon, resting his head on her shoulder as he had done in the past. Extending his long arm, he snatched up some papers Jinghe had been reviewing. However, his attention span proved fleeting. After a brief perusal, he tossed the papers back onto the table, declaring, I can't make sense of this. Utterly dull. Jinghe shook her head in exasperation and playfully tapped his forehead, saying, after all these years, you remain unchanged. Get off me. Don't you realize how fragile I am? I can barely support you. Sirius merely shook his head, still reluctant to remove his head from her shoulder, though he did gradually adjust his weight. As Jinghe took a sip of her tea and prepared to set her cup down, Sirius snatched it from her grasp. What's this? I've been running around without a drop to drink. Let me have a taste. Before Jinghe could protest, Sirius gulped down the tea in one go, seemingly oblivious to its temperature, and exhaled a warm breath, exclaiming, this is surprisingly delightful. Rose-flavored tea is rather exquisite. Jinghe sighed and fell silent, accustomed to his antics of sampling whatever she found intriguing. In the past, it had never bothered her, but this time, witnessing Sirius's lips touch the rim of her cup stirred an inexplicable sensation within her. Confused, she averted her gaze and pondered. Sirius leaned quietly against her, enveloped in silence for a moment. Yet, being a man of restless energy, he soon recalled the day's discussions about the upcoming ball and the necessity of having a dance partner, even as an assistant. With that thought, he lifted his head from her shoulder and asked, have you found a dance partner? The mere inquiry made Jinghe's heart skip a beat, though she managed to maintain a facade of calm. Not yet. Why do you ask? She replied. Sirius, puzzled, scratched his head. That doesn't make sense. You should have received numerous invitations. With a resigned sigh, Jinghe admitted, I turned them all down. Upon hearing her response, Sirius's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixed his gaze on her. Then would you consider being my dance partner? Jinghe, sensing the playful glint in Sirius's eyes, decided to tease him. Oh, I'm actually waiting for someone I like to ask me. The mention of a someone I like set off alarm bells in Sirius's mind. He quickly demanded, who is this person you like? Surely he can't be more handsome than me. No, that fellow is definitely not trustworthy. Jinghe laughed. I haven't even mentioned him. Why do you assume he is untrustworthy? Sirius insisted, it's intuition. He is not worthy of your affection. So who is he? Jinghe almost joked about naming someone else, but found herself unable to utter the words. She realized that she didn't harbor those feelings for anyone else. Speak up. Sirius urged impatiently. In that moment, Jinghe seemed to have an epiphany. With a sudden smile, she declared, the person I like is you. As soon as the words left her lips, the once urgent Sirius froze in place, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at her. After what felt like an eternity, he stammered, why you mean it? Jinghe, observing his stunned expression, felt a wave of surprise herself. What had initially been a jest now resonated with unexpected sincerity. As she was about to speak and mitigate the situation, Sirius Black, brimming with enthusiasm, abruptly leapt from his chair, wrapping his arms around Jinghe and lifting her onto his lap. With uncontainable excitement, he gazed into her eyes and exclaimed, my heavens! I can guarantee you this is undoubtedly the happiest day of my life. You know, I had planned to confess my feelings during this time, fully prepared for rejection. I like you too. I have liked you for a very long time. Oh dear, I truly. His words faltered, overwhelmed with emotion. As he buried his head into the crook of her neck, Jinghe gently caressed the back of Sirius's head, and in that moment, she felt a slight dampness on her neck, which took her by surprise. She hadn't anticipated that he would be crying. Sirius was simply too overwhelmed. Having endured the oppressive education from Walburga since childhood, alongside the incessant tirades of his deranged sister, he even found the house elves at home intolerable. Throughout those 11 years of confinement, he constantly fantasized about the day he would emerge into the brilliant sunlight, confessing his love to the girl of his dreams. He had prepared himself for the worst possible outcomes, yet he never imagined that she would confess her feelings first. The emotions swirling within Sirius at this moment were beyond words. The trials he had faced in his past were all leading to this moment, preparing him to be with her. At this juncture, even Sirius, who had never shed a tear throughout his 11 years of imprisonment, found himself utterly undone. Jinghe had initially spoken her feelings in jest, but upon feeling the moisture on her neck, she suddenly comprehended a profound truth. What she had perceived as a joke was, in fact, a reflection of her innermost desires. Her words had not been filtered through her mind, but rather dictated by her heart. You are not a mere calculation. You are a decision of my heart. Gently patting Sirius's back, she reassured him. All right, this is the happiest moment. Please don't cry. I will always be by your side. Sirius tightened his embrace, savoring the sensation of her warmth and the sweet fragrance of roses that surrounded them. Outside, the snow fell like feathers, contrasting sharply with the sunny, flower-laden confession scene he had envisioned. Nonetheless, the outcome was one that left him utterly satisfied. My earlier life was lived carelessly, but the only thing I have earnestly inscribed is your name. Chapter 187, Sirius Black's second ending, embracing light and darkness. After a prolonged moment, Sirius finally withdrew his face from Jinghe's neck. His once bright eyes, now slightly reddened from tears, appeared strikingly alluring. Jinghe's heart skipped a beat as she tenderly wiped the tears from his face with a handkerchief, softly saying, There. Please don't cry. You should be happy. And I am happy too. Sirius nodded and grasped the hand that caressed his cheek, gently resting his face in her palm. You will always stay by my side, right? Jinghe smiled and nodded. Of course, I will always be with you. At that moment, a humorous thought crossed her mind, and she playfully remarked to Sirius, just now. Some people said that I am not suited for the one I like, urging me to break away. Well then, listen closely, Sirius Black. I will go and break away right now. She pretended to pull her hand from his grasp. Immediately, Sirius recalled his earlier hasty words, and his previously joyful demeanor was overtaken by panic. He tightened his grip on her hand. I was just joking. You two are simply perfect for each other, a match made in heaven. Jinghe burst into laughter at his words, affectionately ruffling his curly hair before playfully chiding. All right. I was just kidding. Loosen your grip a little. You've nearly turned my hand red. Upon hearing her, Sirius immediately relaxed his grip and examined her hand, which had indeed reddened from his earlier hold. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he gently blew on it, and, almost instinctively, leaned down to kiss the back of her hand. Jinghe gasped, instinctively attempting to withdraw her hand, but Sirius held on firmly. After placing a kiss on her hand, he looked up at her, his eyes filled with intense affection and desire. At that moment, Sirius was seated, with Jinghe nestled in his embrace on his lap. Jinghe understood Sirius's intentions, her heart racing as she realized she was unfamiliar with the concept of kissing, not seeing any signs of retreat in her gaze. Sirius's initial intentions surged back to the forefront of his mind. Slowly, he leaned in closer, and in the next heartbeat, their lips met in a long-awaited kiss. Though over 30, Sirius's handsome features remained unchanged. Rather, his maturity added an indescribable charm. As their lips connected, both felt their hearts racing, and in that intimate moment, they could even hear the rhythm of their heartbeats. Thump, thump, resounding with love. Sirius had not kissed before, but as a rebellious youth, he had often sought out Muggle literature. So he was no stranger to the concept. He quickly learned the art of kissing, and the kiss extended for a full 10 minutes, both parting with labored breaths. Yet the light in their eyes remained undiminished. Sirius couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate he was to have entered this room today. Otherwise, he might have missed such an opportunity to confess to the girl he adored. Thus, following this heartfelt confession within the enchanted room, Sirius, with the speed of a wild dog, spread the news throughout the campus by morning. Everyone soon learned that Mr. Black, the assistant in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, was now in a relationship with the girl so many from Slytherin admired. Harry, feeling somewhat withdrawn lately, found himself reluctant to see his godfather, never imagining that the one to steal his heart would be the very person he considered family. Remus, as Sirius's close friend, had ceased allowing Sirius to sit next to him in class, as the sight was simply too painful. Ever since confirming his relationship, Sirius clung to Jinghe wherever he went. If not for the boy's rule against entering the girl's dormitory, he might have transformed into a black dog and snuck into her room. Thus, for the Triwizard Tournament's ball, it was only natural for his partner to be his girlfriend. On that day, Sirius donned a pale blue suit he had never worn before to complement his girlfriend, and it suited him remarkably well, enhancing his already handsome appearance. Though the most rebellious of the Black family, he was still familiar with the basics of dancing. In the dance hall, he held his beloved's hand, moving gracefully to the music, all the while feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt whenever he spotted Harry, having not seen his godson in quite some time. After the Triwizard Tournament ball, the second task of seizing the underwater treasures commenced, and Jinghe was chosen by 2 brave warriors to be their prize. However, Jinghe gracefully declined their offer. Oh my, Albus, you cannot fathom how clingy he is. If he were to learn that I had become their treasure, even Harry would require considerable coaxing from me, and you are more aware of this than I am, right, Gellert? With that, her gaze shifted towards the nonchalant Gellert sitting on the sofa, who merely whistled, his eyes wandering aimlessly. Dumbledore, with a resigned nod, informed Harry and Cedric that they needed to seek their treasures anew. The second task concluded, and they swiftly advanced to the third challenge, which entailed navigating a labyrinth to find a trophy. The first to uncover the trophy would emerge as the champion of the Triwizard Tournament. Aware of the unfolding narrative, Jinghe had conferred with Dumbledore shortly before the third task. Despite Dumbledore's objections, Jinghe remained steadfast in pursuing her own plan. By Merlin, surely he must stand by my side at least once. Since her time with Sirius, the once composed Jinghe had gradually adopted a more audacious demeanor. Having lived through 4 lifetimes, her mindset could hardly mirror that of an ordinary 15-year-old wizard. Yet, her bond with Sirius had allowed her to embrace her true self, alleviating her mind from burdens of the past while in his company. This time, she did not divulge her adventurous intentions to Sirius, uncertain if her plan would yield success. However, the memory of Sirius being slain by Bella loomed ominously in her heart, instilling a fear that was no less than before. He could not perish, no one could. Before the competition commenced, Jinghe transformed into a blue butterfly and fluttered into the labyrinth where the trophy was hidden, patiently awaiting Harry and Cedric's arrival. On that day, Sirius experienced an inexplicable quickening of his heart, sensing something awry. He yearned to seek out Jinghe, but Dumbledore instructed him. All of our faculty must remain here and not move, as we have other matters to attend to shortly. He was unaware of what those matters entailed and scanned the Slytherin section repeatedly, yet the throngs of people obscured his view of her. As Sirius fidgeted restlessly, he suddenly noticed a blue butterfly-shaped firework erupting within the maze, identical to the one adorning Jinghe's wrist. He sprang to his feet, observing that Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall had also risen, making their way towards the maze. Sirius hurriedly followed them inside. Now he understood why his heart raced so fiercely. That blue firework signified Jinghe's engagement in something perilous. Desperate and on the verge of tears, he knew he must remain composed and await news. He stood silently beside the open space, unaware of how much time had passed until the air warped, revealing the girl he had been so concerned about, emerging with her unconscious student in tow. Noticing Jinghe's precarious condition, he rushed forward to embrace her. Upon feeling Sirius's arms around her, Jinghe felt a wave of relief wash over her, allowing her to succumb to unconsciousness. Without a moment's hesitation, Sirius carried her to the infirmary, while Professor McGonagall arranged for Harry to be sent there as well. Sirius was consumed by worry, fearing that Jinghe might fall into a prolonged stupor as she had on previous occasions. Fortunately, she awakened on the third day, and he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that her condition was not grave. This proved true. After capturing the hidden Barty Crouch Jr. from Ravenclaw, Jinghe managed to return the snake to Neville, resulting in the vanishing of the Death Eater mark that had been affixed to several individuals' left arms. Regulus's mark disappeared one morning as he paused in his reading, rolling up his sleeve to find his arm pristine and unblemished, as if the mark had never existed. He realized that the weight upon his heart had finally lifted. However, it was only after the Death Eater's mark had vanished that Regulus learned of his brother's relationship with Jinghe. Unable to voice any words of congratulations, he retreated, unsure how to confront the situation. Let time handle it, he thought, believing time might soften the impact. After resolving this matter, Jinghe navigated the following 3 years without incident, during which Sirius held the relatively relaxed position of Assistant Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. Dumbledore remained silent on the matter, for the funds from the Black family were still sufficient. Following the disappearance of the mark from Regulus's arm, he began to engage in public endeavors and took over the family business. Under Jinghe's encouragement, Sirius also attempted to manage some aspects of the family business, though he ultimately found himself less adept than his brother. Upon Jinghe's graduation, Sirius dedicated 6 months to orchestrating a grand proposal, followed by another 6 months preparing a splendid wedding ceremony. He joyfully invited all his friends and what he perceived to be rivals. As he stood at the altar, watching his wife glide towards him, arm in arm with her father, the dreams of his youth finally materialized. Sirius felt he was experiencing his happiest moment. Though some faces in the crowd bore traces of bittersweetness, though slightly older than Jinghe, Sirius retained an abundance of vitality, often playfully exhausting her until she could hardly rise from bed. At this juncture, Jinghe secured a position within the Ministry of Magic, while Sirius seamlessly transitioned into retirement from Hogwarts and began managing the Black family's enterprises alongside his brother, albeit with ample free time. Thanks to Sirius's diligent efforts, within just a year, Jinghe discovered she was expecting their child. Upon learning of her pregnancy, Sirius experienced a meteoric growth, mastering the responsibilities of household management and care for both his wife and their impending role as a new father. After 10 months, Jinghe gave birth to a beautiful daughter, and Sirius was overjoyed, cradling their child with utmost affection. Sirius decided that having one daughter was sufficient, The trials of pregnancy were too arduous, and he wished to spare Jinghe from enduring them again. Consequently, he sought out his former adversary, Snape, to procure a potion to prevent further pregnancies. The potion was so distasteful that Sirius nearly met his end, but that is a tale for another time. He named their daughter Isabella Black, a name symbolizing health, vitality, and wisdom, embodying Sirius's aspirations for her. From the moment she could remember, Isabella recognized her father as an exceptionally intriguing individual, filled with curiosity about the world. Thus, from a young age, she often accompanied him on adventures. Yet, Isabella was acutely aware of her father's adoration for her mother whenever Jinghe spoke. Her father would dutifully halt his activities, never allowing himself to act against her wishes. Isabella perceived her life as exceedingly blissful. She was cherished by her loving parents, and her uncle held her in high regard, often bringing an abundance of delightful gifts during his visits. Her uncle frequently gazed at her mother with a smile, and other uncles would also come to see her mother, bestowing numerous intriguing items upon Isabella as well. My beloved, perhaps to others, I seem irredeemable, but in your presence, I shall eternally submit to your wishes. You are my antidote. Chapter 188. Cedric's conclusion, the eternal treasure of a good man. The first task involved seizing the golden egg beneath the watchful gaze of a fire dragon, which was accomplished with little peril. Jinghe and her companions, seated across from Slytherin, felt immense joy watching Cedric and Harry successfully claim the golden egg. Although aware of the narrative's trajectory, witnessing their triumph firsthand proved far more exhilarating than reading it in books or watching it on screen. As the competition concluded and Jinghe was about to return, she spotted Cedric dashing towards her, elated after securing the golden egg. He yearned to share this moment first with someone significant to him. His eyes scanned left and right until they finally landed on Jinghe, who was just about to return to the dormitory with Ballast. Thus, Jinghe beheld Cedric's radiant smile as he approached her, clutching the golden egg. Once Cedric stood before her, she beamed, exclaiming, "You were absolutely brilliant, Cedric. I believe you are the most formidable." Cedric scratched his head, a bashful smile gracing his face as he replied, "Your words truly bring me joy." Jinghe then recalled their agreement and, with a grin, said to Cedric, "I have no doubt you will win the championship. When you do, I shall grant any request you make." She expressed this so readily because she knew Cedric would not ask for anything unreasonable, most likely simple requests such as going out for a day of fun or having her create something special for him. Such trifles, she would certainly oblige. Upon hearing Jinghe's words, Cedric felt invigorated, his determination rekindled. With unwavering resolve, he declared to Jinghe, "I will undoubtedly win." Following the first task, the Triwizard Tournament's ball was next, where the champions were to invite their respective partners. On the first day, Jinghe received numerous invitations. Yet due to her current busyness, she graciously declined them all. With merely a week remaining before the ball, Jinghe still had not found her partner. Although Harry had approached her with an invitation, she instinctively turned him down, sensing he was not the partner she desired. Whenever Jinghe felt overwhelmed during the week, she would sneak into the small kitchen and, utilizing her past experience in dessert making, whip up some delightful treats to soothe her spirit. British desserts tended to be excessively sweet, so when the craving struck, Jinghe took matters into her own hands. Though the house elves had commented on her treats being less sweet, it was precisely the less sugary sensation she sought. This weekend, Jinghe found herself in a similar situation, especially with the added pressure from a newly introduced champion. Even now, she was perplexed about how Harry's name had ended up in the Goblet of Fire. The culprit remained elusive, and she could not afford to relax for a moment. As she wandered, lost in thought about what dessert to create in the kitchen, she inadvertently collided with someone while rounding a corner. Instinctively, she exclaimed, "I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" Upon looking up, she realized that it was none other than Cedric she had bumped into. Immediately recalling the warm scent of freshly baked bread emanating from him, Jinghe felt a twinge of hunger. Cedric, surprised to see Jinghe near the Hufflepuff common room, brushed off the incident. He quickly responded, "It's quite all right. By the way, what brings you here?" Jinghe smiled and replied, "I'm heading to the kitchen to make some desserts. Would you like to join me?" Cedric, eager to accept, grinned back, "Of course. I'm looking forward to tasting your creations." As Jinghe inhaled the comforting aroma of Cedric's soft bread-like scent, she decided on the dessert she would prepare, a rose pie from her hometown. Just yesterday, she had received a letter from home containing a pouch of rose petals, perfect for the recipe. Although she had initially dismissed the idea, seeing Cedric reignited her inspiration. The pair soon arrived at the kitchen, where Jinghe playfully tapped the pair in the painting, which chuckled in response before swinging open the kitchen door. What greeted them was a bustling scene of house elves diligently preparing. Due to her frequent visits, the house elves recognized Jinghe well. One elf, having finished its task, approached her and bowed, inquiring, "What would you like to make today, miss?" After handing over the ingredients, such as cream and sugar, The elf bowed and snapped its fingers, causing the materials to appear on the table before Jing. Jing promptly donned the apron she had pulled from her pocket and began crafting her anticipated pie, observing her skilled movements. Cedric realized she must have spent considerable time in the kitchen. Yet, it puzzled him why he seldom saw her there. Determined not to merely stand idly by, Cedric stepped forward and asked, "Do you need any help?" Jing, relishing the solitude of her cooking experience, shook her head and replied, "No, it's all right. I prefer to create the perfect dessert on my own. You can just sit back and relax." Cedric complied, quietly watching as Jing skillfully shaped the pie into a form reminiscent of a rose. In truth, rose pie was merely an elegant term. Its authentic name, as Jing referred to it in her native dialect, was rose bread. The rose petals were not overly sweet, necessitating the addition of sugar. After kneading the dough, she expertly formed each piece into a perfect rose shape. Considering Cedric's palate, she opted for baking rather than steaming, incorporating the rose petals into the filling instead of following traditional methods. Once completed, the pie emerged steaming, its exterior delightfully crisp, a novel approach Jing had never encountered before. She took a delicate bite, savoring the crunchy crust enveloping the sweet rose filling. This was her first attempt at such a creation, and she was pleasantly surprised by how delicious it turned out. Eager to share, she set it aside to cool before offering a piece to Cedric, having even added a touch more sugar, knowing he had a penchant for sweetness. As Cedric took a bite, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Jing could produce such delectable desserts, especially one so uniquely fresh. Jing, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, asked, "How does it taste?" Cedric raised his thumb and exclaimed to the girl, "This is absolutely delicious. I never expected you to be so talented at making desserts." Hearing Cedric's praise, Jinghe's spirits lifted immediately. "I'm glad you like it. Next time, you can join me in making them." After enjoying the 4 pies accompanied by apple juice provided by the house elves, Jinghe felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Once she was full, her thoughts turned to other matters, and she suddenly recalled the upcoming Yule Ball of the Triwizard Tournament. She turned to Cedric, who was seated beside her, and asked, "Have you chosen your dance partner yet?" Cedric shook his head, leaving Jinghe perplexed. "That's strange. Typically, if you want to invite someone, girls seldom refuse, right?" Cedric gazed gently at the girl before him and said, "Actually, there is a girl I wish to invite, but I'm uncertain whether she would accept." Upon hearing this, Jinghe's excitement surged. "Who is it? I can help you with ideas. I promise to keep it a secret," she declared, raising 3 fingers as if taking an oath. Cedric chuckled at her earnestness and then gently folded her fingers down, enveloping her fist in his warm palm. With a soft gaze, he said, "The girl I wish to invite is you, Miss Jinghe from Slytherin. Would you do me the honor of being my dance partner?" Upon hearing this, Jinghe felt as if fireworks had exploded in her heart. She stared, dumbfounded, at Cedric, acutely aware of his large hand tenderly cradling her left hand. His warm presence enveloped her, causing her heart to race and her pale cheeks to flush a delicate shade of pink. Cedric observed the girl before him, who remained silent for a while. Although he felt a twinge of disappointment, he maintained a gentle smile and reassured her, "It's perfectly fine if you decline. I'm sure you will find a dance partner even better than me." Jinghe finally registered Cedric's words and quickly withdrew her hand from his palm, only to take the initiative to grasp Cedric's hand instead. "No, I would love to. I'm thrilled to be your dance partner." Cedric's smile broadened at her enthusiastic acceptance, his eyes locking onto hers without faltering. "It is my honor." Jinghe, for reasons she couldn't quite fathom, didn't feel the instinctual urge to refuse when Cedric invited her. Instead, her heart swelled with joy at his words. Yet, a sense of loss crept in, as if something were missing. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she suddenly realized she was still holding Cedric's hand. Her face flushed crimson, and she slowly began to release her grip. However, just as she was doing so, Cedric unexpectedly grasped her wrist and pulled her forward. Caught off guard, Jinghe stumbled into his warm embrace. In that moment, she could hear the rapid thumping of her heart echoing in her ears, a testament to her feelings. Having lived through 4 lives, she finally understood that she had never been in love and didn't quite comprehend what it meant to like someone. Yet, she recognized the guiding force of her emotions. She realized that her feelings towards Cedric were distinctly different from her feelings towards others. She felt joy for him, nervousness, and a smile would grace her lips when she thought of him, her heart racing whenever he was near. Cedric held Jinghe quietly in his embrace, and for a moment, the kitchen was enveloped in silence, even the house elves discreetly retreating into the background. Cedric lowered his voice and said, "Wait for me until the tournament is over. I will make a grand confession to you, declaring to everyone that you are the true prize of a champion." Chapter 189, Cedric's Ending 2, The Good Guy's Eternal Treasure. After that intimate moment in the small kitchen, both of their hearts were aligned. merely waiting to break through that thin veil of unspoken feelings. Jinghe was aware of how the Triwizard Tournament would conclude, but regardless of whether Cedric emerged victorious or not, she would run to him with a smile, ready to embrace him in celebration. Thus, for the Triwizard Tournament, Cedric's dance partner was undoubtedly Jinghe. On the day of the ball, Cedric entered first among the 4 champions, dressed in a sleek, well-tailored black suit, while Jinghe donned a delicate light blue mermaid gown, linking her arm with her champion as they gracefully approached the center of the stage. Both were prodigies of their respective houses, mastering their skills with remarkable speed. As the music played, they danced elegantly, the hem of Jinghe's gown swirling like a butterfly, capturing the attention of many onlookers. After the ball concluded, they quickly transitioned to the second task, underwater treasure segment. Jinghe had already advised Cedric to check the prefect's bathroom, and naturally, with Cedric's keen intellect, he solved the riddle. When Dumbledore summoned Jinghe to his office, asking her to choose between Harry and Cedric as her treasure, she unhesitatingly chose Cedric. Dumbledore regarded her with a teasing expression, prompting Jinghe to awkwardly touch her nose. However, she quickly reassured herself. She was old enough to pursue love, and there was nothing wrong with being the treasure of someone she admired. Absolutely not, she exclaimed confidently. Don't look at me like that, Albus. I know many things, especially about you and this gentleman Grindelwald beside you. Dumbledore chuckled and nodded in agreement. Thus, before the second task began, Jinghe was placed under a spell to simulate a state of unconsciousness and was submerged at the bottom of the Black Lake, awaiting her rescue. As expected, Cedric proved to be exceptional. He swiftly located her treasure and without hesitation, rescued his beloved. When Cedric emerged from the water, holding Jinghe in his arms, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause, as if they could already envision the two of them together in the near future. Jinghe regained consciousness as they surfaced, gasping for air. Upon realizing the roaring applause from the shore, her ears, once numbed by the cold water, flushed with warmth. Summoning her courage, she embraced Cedric, prompting an even greater cheer from the crowd, and Cedric joyfully reciprocated her embrace. Time soon progressed to the third task, and Jinghe, following the plan, transformed into a blue butterfly. Before departing, she advised Cedric, if you see the trophy, don't rush to grab it. Don't worry, I want to agree. No matter what you say, just wait until you see Harry and the trophy disappear, then release the special fireworks I prepared for you. Cedric furrowed his brow in concern, aware that in the novels, the male protagonist typically prevents the female from taking risks, shouldering all the dangers himself. However, Cedric understood that Jinghe was not someone who relied on others. She was not only his treasure, but also his warrior. Her courage was what captivated him the most. Thus, Cedric nodded, I understand. I will wait for you. 8 words sufficed. No further explanation was needed. Jinghe understood the emotions intertwined within, glancing back at Cedric before transforming into a butterfly, gracefully flitting into the labyrinth. Following her, Cedric entered the maze, having previously witnessed the disappearances of Krum and Fleur. He and Harry gradually approached the location of the trophy, aware that the girl had undoubtedly conveyed something to Harry upon her arrival. The two exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in silent agreement. With utmost caution, Harry inched closer to the trophy. The moment his fingers brushed its surface, Cedric beheld a blue butterfly vanish alongside Harry and the trophy. Without a moment's hesitation upon sighting the trophy, Cedric extended his wand and conjured a shower of blue fireworks. In no time, the professors arrived, illuminating the previously darkened space. After explaining the situation, Cedric stood silently by, his gaze fixated on the spot where the others had vanished. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the air before him shimmered, and Cedric soon saw the girl supporting Harry as they emerged. Noticing Jinghe's weary expression, his heart raced, and he rushed to her side, catching her as she began to collapse. As she inhaled the familiar scent of Cedric, she succumbed to a peaceful faint, remaining unconscious for an entire day. When Jinghe awoke, she found Cedric vigilantly watching over her from beside her bed. Upon noticing her consciousness return, he hurried to her side. How are you? Are you feeling well? Is there anything uncomfortable? Are you hungry? Jinghe gently grasped Cedric's hand with her left, calming his previously frantic gestures. They exchanged tranquil gazes, and she sensed what was to come. Looking up at the handsome young man before her, tears began to flow uncontrollably. This time, the one she cherished would not fall victim to the dark labyrinth. Sunlight bathed Cedric's face, as if he were reborn. The moment Cedric cradled Jinghe while exiting the maze marked the beginning of a new chapter in his life, a journey uniquely his, now accompanied by her presence. Struggling to hold back tears, Jinghe stated, Did you not promise to make a wish after the competition? I want to tell you, I wish to. Upon hearing her words, Cedric smiled and withdrew his hand from hers, kneeling on one knee to retrieve a small box from his pocket. Opening it revealed a ring shaped like a rose intertwined with a butterfly. He knelt before Jinghe and said, "Such matters ought to be addressed by a gentleman." Pausing for a moment, he then fixed his determined gaze upon her and asked, "Miss Jinghe, do you wish to become Cedric's lifelong companion?" "I vow to remain steadfast and unwavering until death do us part." Tears streamed down Jinghe's face, yet her expression radiated joy. Slowly, she extended her left hand. And as Cedric placed the ring on her middle finger, his own hand trembled slightly from nervousness, but he steadied himself. He then leaned down to kiss her. The heartbeat of that kiss spoke volumes, declaring that his love for her would never cease. Cedric rose and gently approached Jinghe, tenderly wiping away the tears from her cheeks. In that moment, within the sunlit infirmary, Jinghe tilted her head and kissed Cedric. Their kiss embodied the essence of sunlight, roses, sweet bread, and the fragrance of hyacinths. Following the conclusion of the Triwizard Tournament, the championship was jointly awarded to Harry and Cedric. Voldemort receded from the public eye, and the oppressive clouds hanging over the populace finally dissipated. What awaited them was a brighter, more beautiful life. During their 5th year, Jinghe and Cedric publicly announced their relationship, igniting discontent and astonishment among certain male wizards from the other 3 houses. These individuals, seizing the 2 years leading up to Cedric's graduation, endeavored to use their charms to win Jinghe's affection, but their efforts were in vain. Half a year after Jinghe's graduation, the couple held a grand wedding at a manor they had purchased, inviting nearly everyone they knew. As they looked at Cedric, the onlookers, though envious, recognized that he was a perfect partner in every aspect. Yet, the foundation of that perfection lay in his wife's love for him. As Cedric watched his bride approach, he felt overwhelmed with gratitude for the beauty of the world around him. He had loving parents, good friends, a commendable academic career, and a physique that could be deemed satisfactory. Now, he also had the wife he adored. Cedric believed himself to be the happiest man in the world. True to his reputation as a champion of the Triwizard Tournament, Cedric nearly rendered Jinghe unable to rise from bed for a substantial time after their marriage. Jinghe was taken aback by Cedric's passionate nature in private, a stark contrast to his usual genteel demeanor. Nevertheless, their life together was filled with happiness. Cedric secured a position within the Ministry of Magic, and Jinghe, leveraging her connections, successfully ousted Fudge to become the new minister. Thus, Cedric found himself working under his wife, enduring the occasional jibe from other men with a smile as he retorted, "I will have a serious talk with Jinghe." A year after their wedding, Jinghe became pregnant with their cherished child. The typically composed Cedric grew even more meticulous, ensuring everything was perfectly arranged for their impending arrival. He maintained a dedicated notebook, detailing plans for the day-to-day activities following the child's birth. After a 10-month gestation period, Jinghe gave birth to twins. Cedric knelt beside the bed, gazing at his wife, reminiscent of the scene years prior when he had confessed his love to her at her bedside. "My dear, regardless of how much time has passed or what we have endured, my love for you remains unwavering." He named their son Claude Diggory and their daughter Lorana Diggory. From that day forth, he ensured that Jinghe never bore the burden of their children alone, personally tending to them without ever imposing on her. From the moment they could remember, Claude and Lorana understood their father to be a gentle soul, rarely angry, always wearing a smile when with them, and spinning them joyfully in the air. "Our dad loves our mom dearly. Every time he returns home, he embraces her for a long time." They seemed to have endless topics to discuss. Despite spending all day together at work, they would say, "We believe our dad and mom are the 2 smartest people in the world. Of course, we are the happiest family in the world. You are my treasure. My good man, my Cedric. My dear, you will forever remain the cherished gem hidden beneath the lake, an eternal expression of my life force." Chapter 190. The conclusion of the Zidali saga, the enchanting potion of the blue fox. No, Cedric was jolted awake from yet another unsettling dream, his eyes snapping open as he abruptly sat up in bed, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, gradually pooling at the tip of his nose before cascading onto his clothes. He remained seated for a considerable time, struggling to regain his composure. Trembling, he reached for a handkerchief on the bedside table to wipe the perspiration from his brow, only to realize that his back was also damp with sweat. Cedric had once again experienced that haunting dream. He envisioned Jinghe bursting forth from the room in Godric's Hollow, her pace frantic and devoid of the usual calm demeanor she exhibited in all her endeavors. He found himself suspended in the air, watching as she entered that small dwelling, where he then witnessed 3 individuals engaged in a frenzied altercation. In a chilling moment, he saw the most unwelcome scene of his life, a spell, emanating from an unknown wand, hurtling toward the girl lying on the hospital bed. Yet, it struck Jinghe, who stood protectively in front of the girl. This dream was excruciatingly terrifying. In it, Cedric screamed in desperation, yearning to move, but his body remained utterly still. For the first time in that dream, he truly grasped the essence of helplessness, observing the three individuals as they stared in shock at Jinghe's lifeless form, a red-haired man among them letting out a heart-wrenching wail. Although he could not discern the features of the other four, the anguish he felt mirrored that of the man. He awoke, writhing in pain, each time clutching his wildly beating heart, relieved that it was merely a dream. This torment had persisted for nearly a week, and Cedric could not dismiss it as mere overthinking. He sensed that his dreams were heralding something foreboding. It was implausible that he would be plagued by such a nightmare without reason. Either someone had cast a curse upon him to induce these dreams, or his intuition was revealing impending events. Thus, Cedric resolved not to disregard the significance of these dreams, if they were prophetic. The thought of losing the girl filled him with dread. After sipping some water, he gradually calmed his racing heart, wiped the sweat from his brow, and grimaced at the dampness of his clothing before rising to head to the bathroom. He preferred not to cleanse himself entirely, believing it to be unseemly. Hence, upon waking from such nightmares, he would change his clothes and wash them instead. As he stood under the cascading water, he closed his eyes, mulling over the dream. He was uncertain of the day when the events transpired, but his instincts suggested that the time was drawing near. Opening his eyes in the water, he refrained from turning on the light, his dark pupils glimmering with a red hue that shone brilliantly in the darkness. After finishing his shower, he casually wrapped a towel around himself and approached the window. He was not accustomed to drawing the curtains, as the Gunter estate was secluded from the outside world, and residing on the third floor, he felt assured that no one would gaze upon him. He left the curtains undrawn to embrace the first rays of morning sunlight that greeted him upon waking. Although sunlight had once been a luxury in the Gunter estate, ever since Jinghe's visit during her 5th year, when she lamented, "There is so little light here," Cedric had made a deliberate effort to alter the orientation of the estate after graduation. The ancient structure, which had remained unchanged for centuries, was repositioned within a year, allowing the once shadowed castle to bask in the sunlight each morning, akin to a reformed convict emerging into the light. At that moment, Cedric stood before the window, gazing down at the roses blooming in the garden below, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. He knew he must protect Jinghe. Although he acknowledged her abilities matched his own, he understood her fierce loyalty and guardianship towards her friends. Following their graduation, he, along with the remaining 5 and Jinghe, had formed an organization for the sake of collaboration, devoid of any formal title, merely referred to by the code name Thorn. We thrive in wild growth, devouring all like thorns. Cedric's nightmares typically struck around 3 in the morning. Ever since the onset of this particular nightmare last week, he had lost all desire to return to sleep, instead opting to stand quietly by the window until the sun's rays broke through. Only then would he descend to sit at the empty table. Cedric had faced resistance when he endeavored to relocate the Gunter estate. His parents vehemently opposed the changes, believing that despite being the heir, he was still under their control. Tragically, his parents passed away one winter, succumbing to a sudden illness, even though those who had seen them the previous day knew they were in good health. Consequently, everyone fell silent, like timid quail, allowing Cedric to alter the estate's position. Now, the vast manor was inhabited solely by Cedric and a handful of house elves. Unlike those in other estates, the house elves at the Gunter Manor did not indulge in self-punishment, as they understood the futility of such actions. When appearing before their master, they maintained silence, diligently attending to their tasks. Should they err, they could rectify their mistakes. For Cedric was disinclined to expend energy on matters that did not concern him. However, failing to meet his expectations could result in dire consequences. Since that fateful dream, Cedric visited Godric's Hollow every day after breakfast, knowing full well why Jinghe preferred to work there rather than at the Ividis estate. She had expressed that the atmosphere was tranquil, and she had grown accustomed to it. Furthermore, he was aware that Jinghe sometimes cared for a little girl confined to a hospital bed. Wait, a girl in a hospital bed? Cedric's steps came to an abrupt halt. The ailing girl, the red-haired man, the 3 combatants, everything seemed to connect. He felt a dawning realization regarding the identities of those 4 individuals from his dream. Regaining his composure, Cedric approached directly to Jinghe's doorstep, knocking lightly before entering upon receiving an affirmative response. Upon pushing the door open, he found Jinghe seated at her table by the window, engrossed in writing on a piece of parchment. Dressed in a deep indigo gown adorned with a butterfly at her waist, her hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, with one side tucked behind her ear, a quill resting atop her head. Without a trace of makeup, she reclined gracefully in her chair, the gentle breeze from the window stirring her hair. Despite having seen her countless times before, each encounter still sent his heart racing. Slowly, he approached and took a seat beside her. Jinghe set aside her quill and parchment, turning her head slightly to offer him a warm smile. "You've been visiting quite frequently lately, Cid." Cedric nodded thoughtfully and, feigning a serious demeanor, remarked, There has indeed been a considerable amount of events recently. If I were to assist you, the efficiency would certainly increase. As he spoke, he retrieved a substantial stack of parchment from within his garments. His visit was not solely to safeguard Jinghe. He also intended to attend to his own affairs. Jinghe stretched languidly and replied to Sidri, "That sounds good. I just finished my tasks, so let me take a moment to rest. After all, there's no rush, and we have plenty of time." Sidri nodded again and then inquired, "Are you planning to visit the little girl at the Dumbledore residence today?" A look of puzzled curiosity crossed Jinghe's face as she wondered why Sidri suddenly mentioned the Dumbledores, recalling that he had previously shown no interest in them. Nonetheless, she responded, "Yes, probably in the afternoon." Sidri nodded, reflecting that he had no real desire to know whom Jinghe intended to visit. He couldn't even remember the name of their eldest, only recalling that the troublesome boy from the Dumbledore family often vied for Jinghe's attention at Hogwarts. What was it called again? Aberforth? He didn't even know the name of the girl lying ill in bed. But he felt compelled to accompany Jinghe to ascertain whether the scenario he had envisioned in his dreams was indeed unfolding. Thus, he said to Jinghe, "This afternoon, I shall accompany you to see that little girl who is bedridden." After pondering for a moment, he could not recall the girl's name, so he simply referred to her as the girl in bed, maintaining his serious facade, though he felt a faint blush creeping to his ears. How embarrassing, he thought. Jinghe observed Sidri sitting beside her, sensing an inexplicable air about him today. He had never seemed particularly concerned about the Dumbledores. He couldn't even remember Ariana's name, nor had she ever seen him visit before. Yet, now he suddenly wished to go. Tilting her head, she asked Sidri, "What made you want to visit all of a sudden? What about Ariana?" Sidri could hardly confess that it was due to the absurd dream he had experienced. Who would believe such a tale? Instead, he fabricated a serious lie. "I recall that the girl's ailment is rather challenging to remedy. A few days ago, I came across a physician who might offer some assistance. If it is the same condition, I could bring the doctor along." Upon hearing this, Jinghe's eyes sparkled with hope. She wholeheartedly trusted Sidri's words and exclaimed, "That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. I believe with your help, Ariana's condition will improve swiftly." Sidri smiled back at Jinghe, replying, "I believe it shall." Beneath his calm exterior, however, he felt a profound sense of trepidation. He had not found any doctor. This was merely an excuse to visit the Dumbledores. Yet, he resolved to find a physician to substantiate his fabrication. In her state of excitement, Jinghe overlooked the fact that Sidri didn't even know Ariana's name, only her condition. All she could see was the glimmer of hope, which was enough for her. After taking a brief respite, the two resolved their work-related matters and set off together to the Dumbledore residence. At that moment, Ariana was the only one at home, as Albus would typically spend his afternoons caring for her before heading off to discuss various matters with Grindelwald. Ariana usually passed her afternoons lying in bed, reading, until Jinghe would come to chat with her. The distance between their homes was not great. They arrived in a mere 2 minutes on foot. Having visited frequently, Jinghe merely tapped lightly on the door, pushing it open without waiting for a response. Upon hearing the knock, Ariana instinctively knew it was Jinghe. She set down the newspaper in her hands, looking up with a smile, "Jinghe, you." But her smile faltered abruptly as she spotted a familiar figure entering alongside Jinghe, a man from the same house at Hogwarts. One with whom she had shared many good times, Sidri Gant. Ariana was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Sidri as he followed Jinghe in, uncertain of how to alleviate the awkwardness of the situation. Meanwhile, Jinghe, brimming with excitement upon seeing Ariana, eagerly took a seat on the small stool specially prepared for her by the bedside, exclaiming, "Darling, Sidri says he has found a wizard who can treat your illness. He has come to see you today, and if all goes well, he will bring the wizard over in a few days. You might recover soon." Ariana, upon hearing this, felt a surge of exhilaration. She longed for health, for her dream was to become a top Auror in the Ministry of Magic, and a sound body was the key to that ambition. If she could recover swiftly, her dreams would be within reach. She cast a grateful glance at Sidri, who stood in the center, saying, "Thank you so much." At that moment, Sidri shook off the shock he had just experienced and, still somewhat dazed, nodded at Ariana. He remained incredulous, having taken a moment to survey the room's layout upon entering, realizing it bore a striking resemblance to the scene from his dreams. Even the small sunflower on the windowsill was identical. Prior to his visit, he had entertained the possibility that it was merely a dream. But witnessing the familiar arrangement solidified his understanding that this was not a figment of his imagination. It was an impending reality. Over the course of a week, Sidri had witnessed Jinghe's demise 7 times. Each time he closed his eyes, the same harrowing scene played out. He had been powerless to intervene in each instance. The heavens had bestowed upon him this revelation, and he felt an urgent need to save her. He could not fathom why Jinghe needed to know. And so he had hurried to the Dumbledore residence that day, knowing he must save the girl at that precise moment. Nothing else mattered. Regaining his composure, he forced a strained smile at Jinghe and said, "I have a few matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Without awaiting a response, he disapparated back to his ancestral home. Yet, Sidri was oblivious to the precise moment of that day. In the following days, he found himself visiting Jinghe almost daily. While the dream persisted, each time he awoke from the nightmare, drenched in cold sweat, he would struggle to calm his racing heart. Sitting at his desk to draft plans to save her. One evening, Sidri was once again jolted awake by a nightmare. He sat on the edge of his bed, breathing heavily, waiting for his heart to stabilize. However, something felt different that night. His heart continued to race, refusing to settle as it usually did. The rapid thudding echoed in his ears, and he placed his hand over his left chest, feeling his heart pound as if it were about to burst forth. This was no longer mere post-nightmare palpitations. It was the anxiety of impending events. He caressed his racing heart, aware that those events were inevitable. Slowly, he rose from his bed and approached his desk, retrieving the parchment on which he had scrawled his plans. He walked to the window, gazing down at the moonlight illuminating the roses below. In a deliberate motion, he crumpled the parchment into a ball and ignited it. This time, he must, without fail, save her. Based on the timing in his prophetic dream, he calculated that it was not the usual hour for Jinghe to return home in the afternoon. Considering the position of the sun and the surrounding scenery, it appeared to be around 10 o'clock in the morning. Sirius waited with unblinking eyes until the dawn of morning arrived. Summer days always brightened so swiftly, and Jinghe too awakened unusually early, seated by the window, gazing at the sun as it gradually ascended. A sense of inexplicable melancholy washed over her. Little did she anticipate that the dream she had the previous night revealed her past lives, for reincarnations in total. In her last life, she was a benevolent soul renowned for her kindness. As Jinghe observed the sunlight flooding the earth, her thoughts drifted to the intricate affairs of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Recalling her attempts to counsel them, she glanced down, calculating the time, and suddenly realized that the moment was nearly upon her. Her heart began to race violently, a premonition of danger coursing through her. It seemed that the time was nigh. Today, a slight pain throbbed at her temples, and she sighed in frustration. How infuriating that today was the day she recalled it all. The urgency was overwhelming. With no time to spare, she hastily retrieved parchment from her drawer and began to pen all her instructions with great speed. She felt a pang of sorrow for her parents, but understood that she had another life awaiting her. Uncertain if she would retain her memories, she felt compelled to save a few souls in this life. Writing at twice her usual speed, she initially intended to compose letters to all her dear friends. But as her heartbeat quickened, she sensed that time was slipping away. After completing the crucial letters, she seized her wand, sprang to her feet, and dashed out, pausing momentarily at the door to cast a lingering glance at the room she was leaving behind. It was a pity she hadn't left a letter for Sirius. Yet, there was no time for nostalgia. She resolutely turned and fled the room. The journey that usually took 2 minutes was accomplished in under a minute, and upon arrival, she could hear the sounds of a fierce struggle within the room, the shattering of glass resonating loudly. Jinghe's heart raced in panic as she recalled that her own room had been enchanted with soundproofing spells, explaining why she hadn't heard the commotion. Frantically, she pushed the door open, oblivious to the figure trailing closely behind her. Sirius had witnessed Jinghe hastily exiting her home and had followed closely, his concern for her growing with her haste. As he entered the room behind her, he beheld a chaotic scene, instantly reminiscent of the vision he had encountered in his dream. A deadly curse shot from an unknown wand toward the bed where Ariana lay. Without a moment's thought, Jinghe instinctively lunged forward to shield Ariana, but just as she did, her collar was yanked back, and an immense force propelled her backward. In those fleeting seconds, the green light that had been aimed at Ariana was deflected by an object, rebounding to shatter a nearby vase. The sound of the vase breaking silenced the three combatants, their hands trembling as they stared at the fragments, uncertain of the curse's origin. However, they understood that had the spell not struck the vase, the only casualty would have been Ariana, and their gazes shifted toward the doorway, where Jinghe had been thwarted by Sirius' grasp. Jinghe exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing Ariana unharmed, only to be enveloped by the familiar scent of violets, Sirius' distinctive fragrance. Stunned, she turned to him and asked, "What are you doing here?" Yet, he offered no reply, for his hands, and indeed his entire body, quivered with the remnants of the 2-week-long ordeal he had endured through repeated dreams and plans. At last, he had succeeded in reality. Though he had considered taking her place, his methods had proven ineffectual until he learned of the reflection technique through extensive reading. He realized that the killing curse could be redirected upon colliding with a magically fortified wooden object. At that moment, he had placed the prepared item before Ariana, thereby saving Jinghe. Just as she was about to speak, Sirius swept her into his arms. She felt the tremors coursing through him. Her heart raced, not with anxiety, but with an indescribable emotion. Albus, witnessing this scene, instinctively moved to intervene but was halted by his brother's restraining hand. Noticing Albus shake his head slightly, he understood and lowered his gaze, relinquishing his wand. Ultimately, he was no longer her choice. Sirius, having long endured sleepless nights, succumbed to unconsciousness the moment he embraced Jinghe. Recognizing the weight in his arms, she teleported back to her original location, leaving the 4 individuals in the room enveloped in silence. After laying Sirius upon the bed, she sat beside him, quietly observing his tranquil face, noting the faint shadows beneath his eyes, a testament to his prolonged deprivation of rest. Jinghe was uncertain why such unforeseen events had unfolded today, yet she understood that Sirius had acted to save her. Gazing at him, a new emotion began to swell within her heart. Since awakening her memories, she had come to comprehend the myriad expressions of emotion: love, sorrow, pain, and grief. But now, a singular sentiment emerged: affection. Gently, she placed her hand upon Sirius' forehead, smoothing his furrowed brow, and leaned down to bestow a tender kiss upon it. As she attempted to rise, her hand was unexpectedly grasped. Looking down, she was astonished to see Sirius, who had seemingly awakened from his stupor. His gaze was still dazed, yet he focused on her, finally confessing the words he had harbored for over a decade. I love you. I have loved you for a long time. From the moment I inhaled the scent of the love potion, I knew I was drawn to you. I am a cunning fox driven by self-interest. Yet I yearned to pluck a beautiful rose. Upon hearing his heartfelt declaration, Jinghe felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Perhaps she had long suspected his feelings for her, but her previous self had been oblivious to such perceptions, making her realization a gradual one. However, now the rusted strings of her heart began to resonate anew, the dulled affection becoming clear. In that quaint cabin within the valley, a pair of newly formed lovers embraced, closing their eyes to bask in the warmth of their love. Following this event, Sirius shared his relationship with Jinghe with the other members of the Thorns. Naturally, some resources dwindled, but he gained the greatest treasure of all. Afterward, Jinghe sought out Dumbledore to engage in a lengthy discussion with Grindelwald. The details of their conversation remain unknown, yet they exited the valley together, Albus offering no opposition. Perhaps their dialogue bore fruit, for the ominous Dark Lord who threatened to unleash chaos did not materialize. On a radiant afternoon, as Sirius turned, he beheld the woman he adored, clad in a blue dress amidst a rosebush, joyfully proclaiming, I love you. As she raced toward him, he instinctively caught her, spinning her in his embrace. They were now wed. Cider bestowed upon Jinghe a grand wedding, a momentous occasion that graced the front pages of every newspaper in the wizarding world for an entire week. The couple, Evdith and his wife, expressed immense satisfaction with their son-in-law, as Cider displayed an impeccable demeanor before them. No longer would Cider be haunted by those dreadful nightmares. He had finally attained his happiness, uniting with the one he adored. Having endured the torment of parents plagued by madness, all his unspoken suffering vanished the moment he wed the girl of his dreams. From that point onward, his life was filled with bliss. Following their marriage, Jinghe gave birth to a delightful daughter, whom Cider named Nalyadgot. Each time Cider beheld his wife and daughter, an indescribable joy surged within him. Jinghe, of course, did not forget her duties in the wizarding realm. She stood vigil at the orphanage's entrance, subsequently sharing her home with Tom and their daughter. Under Jinghe's guidance, Tom blossomed into a commendable young man. Ultimately, Tom Riddle became known as Tom Gaunt. Thus, 2 impending catastrophes that threatened the wizarding world were averted, as Lily and James welcomed a charming son, who would grow to be a dear friend to Jinghe's granddaughter. Years later, on a sun-drenched afternoon, Jinghe held her husband's hand. Squinting at the sun in the sky, she felt profoundly content with her life, harboring no extravagant desires. If there were one wish, it would be to encounter Cider once more in her next life. I love you. No matter how long it takes, my love for you remains unchanged. On a warm and splendid spring day, the 2 elderly individuals gently closed their eyes, still clasping hands, their lips adorned with smiles. I know not how to articulate my love for you, yet upon seeing you, words once caught in my throat effortlessly flow forth. Decades later, Jinghe, come and meet Uncle and Aunt Novant. A girl with dark hair bounded down the stairs. Hello, Uncle Novant. Hello, Aunt Novant. I am Jinghe 1. The man known as Uncle Novant responded with a smile. Ah, Jinghe, you grow more beautiful each day. His wife chimed in, indeed. She is just the right age to play with our child. She gestured towards Cider. Come, greet the young lady. Cider approached slowly, gazing at the girl smiling at him. His heart inexplicably skipped a beat, as if a piece long lost had finally returned. Jinghe, observing the dark-haired boy before her, felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity and extended her hand with a smile. Hello, I am Jinghe 1. You may call me Jinghe. Hello, I am Cider Novant. You may call me Cider. Chapter 191. The conclusion of Newt's division, the entanglement of rosin and roses. The inaugural contest for the golden egg beneath the fire dragon had concluded successfully, leading to the highly anticipated Triwizard Ball. Everyone eagerly awaited their turn to dance, hoping to secure their desired partners. Jinghe, preoccupied with myriad thoughts, declined numerous invitations from young wizards wishing to accompany her. She had grown accustomed to wandering alone in secluded spots, contemplating her inner dilemmas, occasionally laying parchment on a windowsill to jot down her musings. After her thoughts crystallized, she would seal them in a bottle, later comparing each one, a method she deemed highly efficient. Today, Jinghe followed her usual routine, bidding farewell to Ballast after class. Observing the weather, she noted the sun shone brightly, with the snow still intact, rendering the roads less muddy. A perfect opportunity for a stroll. Draping her cloak around her, she ventured outside, her feet crunching in the snow, creating a delightful symphony. As she wandered, she found herself in a rather remote area, nearing the forbidden forest. Gazing at the dense trees, her thoughts drifted back to decades past in England, reminiscing about their vintage attire, prompting a smile. I wonder if Newt is still around? A wave of nostalgia washed over her at the thought of Newt. That month had been the most joyous time she had experienced in ages. Gone were the treacherous thoughts and the anxiety of assignments. Her days were spent contemplating how to attract magical creatures alongside Newt. Their shared memories lingered in the magical suitcase. At this moment, her left wrist adorned with a topaz bracelet glimmered subtly in the winter sun. Jinghe lifted her hand, momentarily lost in the beauty of the bracelet, then instinctively turned the time turner that hung around her neck, which she had never removed. Simultaneously, in another realm, a man was also turning the time turner he had painstakingly acquired. Different worlds, yet the same moment, time twisted and turned, ultimately leading to their reunion. Since Jinghe's disappearance, Newt had tirelessly searched for her, traversing nearly every corner of the world, even visiting China, where many girls bore the name Jinghe, yet none possessed that distinctive blue butterfly on their left wrist. He had confided in the esteemed wizard Dumbledore about the girl he encountered, only to find Dumbledore more excited than he was upon hearing her name and description. However, when Newt revealed her absence, the disappointment etched on Dumbledore's face was palpable, yet he reassured his most cherished student, if it is meant to be, you shall meet again. Shortly after the war's conclusion, Newt devoted himself entirely to the protection of magical creatures, penning a book about them alongside the dreams he shared with Jinghe. The first page featured a niffler they had captured together. At this juncture, aside from magical creatures and the pursuit of Jinghe, nothing else held significant importance for him. Even when his brother suggested he seek a partner, he declined. When he spoke of Jinghe, his eyes sparkled as he told Theseus, "She is the most remarkable girl I have ever known." One day, while aimlessly strolling, Newt noted the peculiar weather in England. Snowflakes had begun to fall before winter had officially arrived. Knowing Jinghe was born in winter, he cherished the season, particularly when it snowed, often wandering the streets unencumbered by an umbrella, merely donning a coat. Had it not been for his reasonable attire, many might have mistaken him for a drunkard. He recalled the time turner that Jinghe wore around her neck, although he had searched for it. Such a precious item was indeed difficult to locate. Amusingly, the time turner he ultimately acquired was not from an auction house, but rather from a gypsy woman who, upon seeing him, approached and pressed an object into his hand. Just as he was about to refuse, she said, "This will allow you to appear before the one you wish to see." Originally, Newt had a refusal poised on his lips, but upon hearing those words, he swallowed it down. In the blink of an eye, the gypsy woman had vanished. Newt opened his palm to reveal a time turner, within which a snidget nestled amidst the sands of an hourglass, a butterfly delicately perched upon its nose. Eagerly, Newt dashed home, hardly pausing for breath before extracting the time turner and setting the hourglass in motion. Simultaneously, Jinghe also spun her butterfly-shaped hourglass in her hand. Newt was momentarily blinded by a flash of white light, and before he could react, he found himself sitting in the snow. He couldn't help but feel relieved that he had donned his overcoat, sparing him from appearing too disheveled. Sunlight poured over Newt, momentarily blinding him. And although he sensed someone nearby, their identity remained obscured. However, it soon became clear to Newt, it was the girl he had long yearned for. As the familiar scent of roses wafted toward him, Jinghe was astonished upon her approach. She hadn't anticipated that merely reversing the motion of the time turner would actually bring Newt to her. In that instant, her excitement rendered her momentarily speechless. She hurriedly pulled Newt up from the snow and brushed the snowflakes from his clothes, exclaiming, "Oh my, how did you get here?" Jinghe had often contemplated seeking out Newt, yet it was as though he had evaporated from existence. After completing that book, he had not been seen again. Newt's sudden appearance confirmed her suspicions. It seemed that the Newt from another timeline had arrived here. And since two versions of the same individual cannot coexist in a parallel world, the older Newt must have ceased to exist. Newt recognized the girl's voice. Still as bright as he remembered, unchanged, accompanied by the scent of roses he knew so well. His heart raced with exhilaration. For the first time, the typically timid Newt summoned immense courage and embraced the girl he had missed for so long. Just as Jinghe opened her mouth to speak, she found herself enveloped in Newt's arms. The mingling scents of pine resin, fresh snow, and roses created an intoxicating atmosphere that quickened their heartbeats. Jinghe reciprocated the embrace, recalling the unfinished words he had left unsaid the day she vanished. She turned to him and said, "Now, I can finally hear what you didn't finish saying, Newt." Newt's body stiffened momentarily before he mustered the courage to slowly step back from Jinghe's embrace. He knelt on one knee in the pristine snow, beneath the radiant sunlight filtering through the forest, and articulated the words he had been unable to convey. "What I wanted to say that day is that I like you. Very much. I would give you everything I possess. I am aware that I may not be exceptional, but I have always wished to express my feelings to you. In truth, even if you do not reciprocate, I would harbor no regrets. I truly love you. The instant I encountered you on the streets of London, I knew." The usually inarticulate Newt delivered this lengthy confession without a stutter, pausing only at the end before earnestly declaring, "I fell in love with you at first sight." Having prepared a ring for the girl who had vanished, he felt certain that he would see Jinghe again. Indeed, his intuition had proven correct, and he was reunited with the girl he adored, finally finding purpose for the ring. Jinghe had heard Newt's compliments before, particularly during their month of companionship, when he had remarked that her eyes sparkled like those of a snidget. The astonishment she felt now surpassed even the thrill of discovering an additional champion in the Triwizard Tournament. As she beheld the ring Newt presented, she noted that it was not the typical silver, but rather crafted entirely from blue diamonds. Creating such a substantial ring required an immense quantity of these precious stones. Furthermore, Newt had intricately engraved a diminutive creature, reminiscent of a Kirin holding a rose, which must have demanded countless hours of meticulous labor. Jinghe could easily envision Newt, during her absence, diligently polishing this ring to perfection. She realized that even before Newt's return, she had begun to miss him. When one yearns for another's presence in their absence, such feelings transcend mere friendship, and in that fleeting moment of hesitation, friendship evolves into love. After finishing his confession, Newt anxiously gazed at the girl before him, his hand trembling as he held the ring. Just as disappointment began to creep in, Jinghe smiled and extended her hand toward him, saying, "All right, let us seek out those magical creatures hidden deep within the forest. Let us traverse the rivers and mountains together, to behold the beauty of the world. Just you and I. It must be only you and I. In this sun-drenched winter, amidst a land blanketed in snow." A gentleman from Hufflepuff, who had finally attained his lifelong love and realized his dreams, shared a kiss with his beloved. Sunlight bathed their faces. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, as if nature itself harmonized with the melody of their love. Chapter 192. Newt's second conclusion, the entanglement of pine resin and roses. The sudden appearance of a student from over a decade ago within Hogwarts would astonish anyone. Thus, when Jinghe led the youthful Newt to Dumbledore's office, even the typically unflappable Dumbledore nearly toppled the teacup beside him, rising to closely scrutinize Newt. Jinghe beamed at Dumbledore, exclaiming, "Absolutely the real deal. Albus, this is your once favorite student, not someone under the influence of Polyjuice Potion." Before Dumbledore could respond, Grindelwald, who had resumed his original form from the owl perched beside Dumbledore's desk, stepped forward. Newt, feeling a bit uneasy under the gaze of his erstwhile favorite professor, suddenly found himself awkwardly fidgeting under the scrutiny of the infamous Dark Wizard. He timidly greeted Dumbledore. "Hello, Professor, Headmaster." After a moment of observation, Dumbledore, satisfied that everything was as it should be, slowly smiled and remarked, "It seems I was correct. Fate has a way of bringing kindred spirits together again." Jinghe, noticing Newt's discomfort, grasped his hand and recounted to Dumbledore the words Newt had just shared with her. Dumbledore listened in silence for a long while, then removed his glasses to polish them, donning them once more before responding, "It appears that everything is indeed preordained." Meanwhile, Newt felt increasingly uneasy under Grindelwald's penetrating gaze. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Grindelwald stepped forward to scrutinize the averted gaze of Newt, narrowing his eyes as he addressed him. Are you truly Dumbledore's favorite student?" Newt was at a loss for words, and Jinghe, recognizing his discomfort, boldly stepped in front of Grindelwald and said, "All right, Gellert, how long has it been? He is now my favorite boyfriend. Isn't that enough?" Grindelwald huffed, casting a glance at Jinghe as she stood protectively in front of Newt. Before transforming back into an owl, and perching upon Dumbledore's shoulder. As Newt was about to approach Jinghe and engage in conversation, he found himself firmly held back by the girl's hands. Although he was not particularly eloquent, he was resolute in his determination to shield his girlfriend from any adversities. However, upon witnessing Jinghe call forth the name of the individual before them, Gellert Grindelwald, and noting that he did not impose any hardship upon her, Newt's eyes widened in astonishment. Once they were outside, he hastily turned to Jinghe and exclaimed, "I can handle this myself. You mustn't take such risks again. Do you not realize he is the most perilous dark wizard?" Jinghe, with a gentle smile, ruffled Newt's hair, her fingers brushing against the soft curls as she reassured him. "Do not fret. I possess their secrets in my grasp." Yet Newt remained anxious, and during a moment when Jinghe was unaware, he discreetly sought out Dumbledore. The particulars of their discussion remain a mystery, but it was evident that subsequently, Newt seamlessly transitioned into the role of assistant professor of magical creatures, co-teaching with Hagrid about these fantastical beings. Students were captivated by this professor, whose name was identical to that found in their textbooks, resulting in an upsurge in classroom enthusiasm. Hagrid, particularly fond of Newt, frequently invited him to his quaint stone hut for a bite to eat. However, what astonished the wizarding community most was the fact that Miss Jinghe from Slytherin had consented to dance with a newly arrived and somewhat forthright assistant professor of magical creatures. This left many scratching their heads. Following the spread of this news, Ballast inquired of Jinghe, "Why did you agree to his request? He has barely been here long." To which Jinghe cheerfully replied, "Why, dear, you may find it hard to believe, but I have known him for quite some time." After this revelation, some students in Newt's class suddenly became unruly, showing a disinterest in lessons as they fixated on him with unblinking eyes. Newt, who was not naturally inclined to speak much, found it uncomfortable to be the object of such inexplicable stares, especially as he only attended class due to Jinghe's presence. However, for reasons unknown, Newt soon regained his confidence, becoming quite eloquent amidst the crowd, a stark contrast to his former self. Later, Jinghe learned that after Newt spoke to Hagrid, Hagrid had waved dismissively and remarked, "Ah, those names you mentioned are likely all suitors who have asked Jinghe to dance. They're simply curious about how you came to be her partner, nothing more." This singular comment transformed Newt, eradicating his stammering and igniting a newfound zeal during lessons. Though he would often feel drained by the end of class, quickly recharging in the embrace of his beloved. As the ball commenced, other young wizards beheld Jinghe, adorned in a blue princess gown, gracefully linking arms with Newt, now clad in the colors of Hufflepuff. They appeared as a couple on the cusp of matrimony, prompting whispers among the young witches. "Goodness, Jinghe and Professor Scamander are simply perfect together." Professor Scamander seems so much more at ease with Jinghe by his side. The evening of the ball marked one of Newt's happiest moments since his arrival, second only to the time he confessed his feelings. Although the young wizards continued to regard him with disdain post-ball, Newt felt invincible at that moment. He had become Newt Scamander. Since coming to know Newt, Jinghe had successfully declined Dumbledore's proposition concerning becoming an underwater treasure, not wishing to cause distress to her beloved, despite knowing it might sadden him. Time swiftly brought them to the third task, and after conferring with Dumbledore, Jinghe intended to proceed as originally planned, withholding this information from Newt, uncertain of its outcome and wishing to spare him unnecessary worry. Yet, perceptive as he was, Newt could not fail to notice the subtle changes in Jinghe's demeanor. Though he was typically reserved, he possessed an uncanny ability to sense when something was amiss. Thus, he approached her, sitting beside her as she organized her materials, and suddenly broached the subject. "Have you and Dumbledore come to an agreement about this matter?" Jinghe's hands froze mid-organization, but she quickly masked her surprise, feigning nonchalance. "What could I possibly discuss with Professor Dumbledore? With the third task approaching, I merely inquired about the rewards for the victors." Newt clasped Jinghe's hand, urging her to meet his gaze, speaking deliberately. "There's no need to deceive me. I understand. I will not impede you. I know you are the bravest. You will surely succeed." Seeing the earnestness in his eyes, Jinghe embraced Newt tightly, whispering words of comfort. "Do not worry. We will succeed together. Trust me." Newt held Jinghe close, affirming, "I know, I believe in your success." Yet a thought lingered unspoken in his heart. "If you should fail, I will follow you into danger once it has passed." The time for the third task arrived, and the champions entered the maze to seek the coveted trophy. Just before the commencement, Jinghe embraced Newt and kissed his cheek, instructing him, "Darling, wait for me." With that, she transformed into a blue butterfly and flitted into the maze, while Newt stood still, watching the butterfly ascend into the distance until it vanished from sight. He then settled near Dumbledore, silently awaiting the outcome, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the sky. After an undetermined span of time, a blue firework erupted before Newt's eyes. instantly recognizing the blue butterfly as Jinghe's birthmark. He sprang to his feet and dashed toward the maze. Unbeknownst to Jinghe, he had previously acquired all the maze's patterns from Dumbledore. Thus, armed with the intricate knowledge of the maze, Newt swiftly navigated his way to the trophy's location, only to find it empty, with Cedric nearby, conversing with Dumbledore. Newt remained steadfast, his eyes locked ahead, wand tightly gripped, his coat billowing in the cold wind. Clad in an old-fashioned coat reminiscent of the last century, Jinghe had also come to appreciate the vintage charm through Newt's influence. Time passed slowly, and as the air began to warp, Newt beheld the girl he longed for. Supporting the unconscious Harry as she emerged before him, rushing forward, he caught Jinghe just as she was about to faint. The familiar scent of pine enveloped her. And in that instant, she surrendered to unconsciousness, reassured by his presence. Newt vigilantly kept watch by her bedside for an entire day and night until she finally awakened. He embraced her tightly, as if cradling a precious treasure he had recovered. Upon regaining consciousness, Jinghe immediately launched into a series of announcements, the first being the revelation of Little Baddie from Ravenclaw, the second being the delivery of a significant victory to Gryffindor's Neville, and the third being a declaration to all during their 5th year. I have been together with Mr. Newt Scamander, the teaching assistant in the care of magical creatures class. While the first two aspects are of little significance, the third is akin to a tempest stirring the tranquil surface of a lake, drawing forth a multitude of wizards eager to inquire about the circumstances and reasons behind our union. The answers they received were uniformly the same. Newt and I had known each other for quite some time, and the bracelet I wear on my wrist symbolizes our bond. After announcing this news, Newt was approached by many young wizards curious to learn more about him. Although he has not shed his inherent shyness, he appears somewhat more affable in the company of his beloved. Following my graduation, Newt resigned from his position as a teaching assistant for care of magical creatures, as his savings were more than adequate. I, too, did not conform to the conventional route of seeking employment after graduation. Instead, I traveled with my beloved across the country, seeking the traces of various magical creatures. However, Newt still cherished the dream of a wedding, and a year later, we returned home to celebrate our nuptials in a manner we had adorned together. The ceremony was not ostentatious. Rather, it radiated vibrancy and lush greenery, with guests donning suitable attire to honor our union. Although some gentlemen's expressions were less than pleasant, my wedding gown resembled a forest nymph, with the veil's train fluttered by a few sparrows soaring above as I turned to behold my flower-bearing bride approach me. It was the first time Newt had seen me in such a beautiful gown, and in that moment, his emotions overwhelmed him, causing tears to flow unabated. Even as he spoke his vows with a voice choked with emotion, I gently wiped away the tears from his cheeks, offering him a tender, yet resolute affirmation, I do. After our marriage, we did not remain in the manor for long. Within a month, we embarked on our honeymoon, laden with bags. Newt's suitcase always contained a moving photograph of us at the wedding, where we solemnly proclaimed our vows to one another. We traveled to numerous destinations until I discovered, one morning over breakfast, that I was pregnant. In a flurry of excitement, Newt hurriedly brought me back to our estate to prepare for the arrival of our child. He relished the moments spent listening to the gentle rhythm of life within me, with an unmistakable glow of happiness illuminating his eyes. After 10 months, I gave birth to a healthy daughter, and Newt was filled with joy and excitement, though he also felt a pang of sympathy for the pain I endured. He knelt beside my bed, kissing my sweaty forehead, and tenderly vowed, My dear, I shall never allow you to suffer such pain again. We had but this one daughter, whom Newt named Royer Cassicmander, also known by her Chinese name, Shuawan. From a young age, Royer exhibited a profound fascination with magical creatures, mirroring her father's emotional responses to their illustrations and sharing her mother's innate affinity for these enchanting beings. Her childhood was spent amidst an array of fantastical yet adorable creatures. Royer adored her parents, believing them to be the finest, most extraordinary parents in the world. Her father's suitcase brimmed with countless small animals, while her mother could effortlessly attract flocks of birds with open palms, a skill Royer later discovered she possessed as well. Royer was surrounded by many uncles who often played with her, though these uncles frequently conversed with her mother, while her perpetually busy father listened quietly from the sidelines. Royer felt like the happiest child alive. You captivate me even more than magical creatures do. Like them, I am irresistibly drawn to you, never to return. Chapter 193, Harry's Division of the End, the Savior's Sanctuary. Jinghe was already aware of the first task of the Triwizard Tournament involving the retrieval of the golden egg from beneath a fire-breathing dragon, as Hagrid had informed Harry. The evening before the competition, Jinghe made a special visit to the tent to embrace Harry, offering him words of encouragement. As it turned out, her encouragement was well-founded. Harry successfully wielded his broomstick against the most ferocious of the 4 dragons and secured the golden egg, earning a resounding ovation from the crowd. The cheers from Gryffindor grew louder, as he was hailed a hero among them. With the golden egg in hand, Harry approached the girls and excitedly proclaimed to Jinghe, "This time, I want to open it with you." Jinghe, aware that opening the egg would produce a sound loud enough to shatter windows, quickly grasped Harry's hand to prevent him from opening it, saying, "Perhaps we should take our time. I've heard Cedric made quite a noise when he opened his." Harry, oblivious to her concerns, felt only the warmth of her hand atop his, causing his face to flush crimson. He nodded awkwardly, saying, "Okay, then we won't open it." Jinghe chuckled, withdrawing her hand and placing the egg into Harry's arms, encouraging him to observe it closely, assuring him that the answer would surely reveal itself. Blushing, Harry nodded and watched as Jinghe departed with Bellatrix to another area, then stood still, gazing at his hand. He placed it against his cheek, still warm from her touch, faintly scented with the aroma of roses, as he concealed his crimson face behind his palm. After the first task of the Triwizard Tournament, the next stage swiftly arrived, the ball. Harry learned that as a champion, he was expected to perform an opening dance. What opening dance had he ever learned? He was not only required to master the basic steps, but also to grapple with the dilemma of whom to invite. The female witches were gathered in clusters, making it nearly impossible to find one alone. Moreover, Harry did not wish to randomly choose a partner, as it would be disrespectful to her and himself. He longed to invite someone special, but who was that special someone? It could only be Jinghe. However, even though they were from different houses, Harry had heard whispers that Jinghe from Slytherin was receiving numerous invitations, even from students of Armstrong. Fortunately, she had yet to accept any of them. It seemed he still had a chance, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. The weather that day was less than ideal. Snowflakes drifted outside the castle, and the sun was nowhere to be seen. Since the announcement of the ball and the search for partners, Jinghe had been approached by many suitors. Though she found their invitations uninteresting and declined them, yet she too felt a thrill of anticipation for the Triwizard Tournament ball, wishing for a partner of her own choosing. Jinghe sensed there was someone in her heart, though she was uncertain of their identity. Each wizard who had invited her left her unmoved, prompting her to calmly decline their advances. Jinghe gazed out of the window at the weather, where the snowflakes seemed exceptionally large today. Unlike the usual gentle flurries of goose down, this snowfall was accompanied by a biting chill in the air. As she stood inside, the cold wind easily brushed against her cheeks. Recently troubled by various matters, Jinghe found her mind clouded with anxiety. In an attempt to clear her thoughts and cool her brain, she allowed the icy breeze to caress her face. It was during this moment that Harry encountered Jinghe, who had leaned her head out towards the wall. He was well aware that her body could not withstand the cold. In a flurry of urgency, he hastily shoved his book into his pocket and rushed over to pull her back inside. Upon doing so, he noticed the flush on her cheeks, reddened by the biting wind. Furrowing his brow, Harry inquired, "What is the matter? You can confide in me. Have you forgotten that your body cannot endure the chill?" Now abruptly drawn into the warmth, Jinghe felt her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, her face slightly stiffened by the cold, and her nose uncomfortable. Sniffling, she replied to Harry, "There's no need to worry. I'm just a bit scatterbrained lately." Before Harry's arrival, Jinghe had already extended her head into the cold for nearly 6 minutes, and her face was now on the verge of becoming numb, making her speech slightly incoherent. Harry, filled with concern, looked at Jinghe and promptly removed his gloves, placing his warm hands against her frozen cheeks. In that instant, Jinghe's eyes widened. She could feel the steady warmth emanating from his hands. Harry was actually touching her face. Was this not a tad too intimate? Only after placing his hands did Harry suddenly realize the impropriety of the gesture. His previously pale face flushed a deep crimson, and he stammered, "I just acted in haste." As Jinghe observed Harry's flustered attempts at explanation, while feeling the warmth on her cheeks, an emotion named happiness began to swirl within her heart. She smiled and placed her own hands atop his, her touch warming his hands that had grown slightly cold resting against her face, now enveloped by her gentle warmth. Gazing at Harry's rosy lips and white teeth, she chuckled, "It's all right. I'm more than willing." Harry's face reddened even further, as if his entire visage had ignited with color. His gaze involuntarily darted away, but at a certain moment, he summoned the resolve to meet Jinghe's eyes. Harry felt that this was the perfect moment. If he hesitated any longer, he might lose his chance. Looking at the girl before him, he asked, "Jinghe, would you do me the honor of being my dance partner?" Jinghe smiled and nodded, "Of course, Harry." At this moment, Jinghe's cheeks had warmed, and Harry slowly lowered his hands, albeit reluctantly. He suddenly noticed that Jinghe's hands remained firmly atop his. It was as if a thought occurred to him, prompting a look of astonishment as he gazed at her. Jinghe seemed to understand what he was about to say and smiled knowingly, nodding in affirmation. Harry felt an explosion of joy within him, like fireworks igniting, each burst echoing against his heartbeat. He formally addressed her. Today here, would you be willing to be more than just my dance partner? Jinghe tightened her grip on his hand, declaring, I certainly would, my savior. Upon receiving her affirmative response, Harry enveloped Jinghe in a heartfelt embrace, at a loss for words to describe his exhilaration. Having lost his parents at a young age and raised by his aunt, he had never truly experienced companionship. Though they had not mistreated him, he had never had anyone to play with. Since assuming the mantle of the boy who lived, he had always been under the scrutiny of others. He wished he could cast aside that title and have his parents back by his side. He did not know when he had developed feelings for the girl before him. Perhaps it was her smile during their first meeting, or the butterfly she had gifted him then. That delicate, petite butterfly had taken residence in Harry's heart. He might not have been the best person in the past, but now he felt incredibly fortunate. The scene from the Mirror of Erist had, at long last, begun to manifest before him. He had finally received the gift he desired most. I do not seek fame or the adornment of grandiloquent words. I only wish for my butterfly, my gift, my eternal love. After what felt like an eternity, Harry finally released his embrace, his presence imbued with the scent of cedar and roses, a fragrant blend blooming at that moment. The howling wind outside grew melodious in Harry's ears. He gazed intently at Jinghe, unable to contain his excitement. His breath faltered, and his whole body trembled with exhilaration. Jinghe smiled at him, unaware that above them, the mistletoe that Gilderoy Lockhart had forgotten to remove during their second year was slowly blooming. As they looked into each other's eyes, they leaned closer, and in that moment, on an unremarkable day, two fervent hearts embraced for the very first time. In that deserted corridor, Harry kissed his beloved, cherishing the most precious treasure of his life. Though it was their first kiss, both were slightly awkward. But Harry quickly adapted and deepened the kiss. They remained locked in that kiss for 5 blissful minutes, and when they finally parted, their breaths echoed loudly in the empty corridor. Jinghe looked at Harry with a smile. Darling, if you are my dance partner, have you mastered the basic steps? Harry's breath hitched for a moment. His previous attempts to learn under Professor McGonagall had left him resembling a clumsy fool, and he had yet to grasp the basics. Sensing his inadequacy, Jinghe chuckled and planted a kiss on his cheek, reassuring him, no worries, I'll teach you. Whatever challenges you face, come to me. I will always be by your side. Harry gazed at Jinghe with love, and she took his hand, placing it on her waist, murmuring the rhythm of the steps as they spun in the corridor. The biting wind outside played their melody, and in that moment, he vowed, I will always be your sanctuary. As long as you come to me, I will always be here. Chapter 194, Harry's conclusion to The Savior and the Sanctuary. Thus, at the Triwizard Tournament Ball, when Jinghe appeared on Harry's arm in her elegant gown, she astonished everyone. They had never anticipated that Jinghe would become Harry's partner. All they knew was that when invited, she had politely declined, saying, I'm sorry, I already have a partner. However, they had no idea who that partner was, and they were shocked to discover it was Harry. They remarked on how this boy had become so unassuming lately, only to realize he had secured the best partner. Today, Harry wore a suit custom-made by Sirius, while Jinghe dazzled in a light blue mermaid gown. Harry had insisted that she keep their partnership a secret, wanting to surprise everyone at this very moment, and he reveled in the astonished expressions around him. His vanity bloomed, and he held his head even higher. In recent days, he and Jinghe have refined their dance steps to a considerable degree. As the valiant warriors opening the Triwizard Tournament, Harry and Jinghe have attracted unprecedented attention. Many gazes have fallen upon them. Although Harry felt a touch of nervousness, he gradually found his composure, buoyed by the presence of his beloved. He then took Jinghe's hand, and together they began to dance in the center of the stage, swaying to the music's melody. After the ball concluded, Harry proudly divulged to the inquisitive wizards surrounding them, Indeed, Jinghe is with me. She is not merely my dance partner, but my girlfriend. This proclamation sent shockwaves throughout Hogwarts. The male wizards rushed to Jinghe, seeking confirmation, desperately hoping that Harry's declaration was but a prank to garner attention. Their hopes were dashed when Jinghe, beaming with joy, affirmed Harry's words, stating, "He speaks the truth. I am indeed with him." In an instant, Harry, already renowned as the boy who lived, basked in the limelight. Especially after winning the affections of Slytherin's most dazzling treasure. Harry frequently left Gryffindor to visit Slytherin, and when others attempted to deter him, he would stand tall, declaring, "I'm here to see my girlfriend." This infuriated Draco and the others, yet they found themselves powerless to intervene. Cedric, upon hearing this news, felt a pang of sorrow. But he quickly regained his composure and remarked to Harry, "You are fortunate." However, none noticed Cedric's clenched fists behind his back, which only relaxed at the last moment, revealing faint traces of blood. Prompted by his girlfriend, Harry discovered the method to unlock the golden egg. leading him smoothly to the second task, which required him to find his treasure. What was Harry's treasure? Undoubtedly, it was Jinghe. When Dumbledore instructed the girl to choose between Cedric and Harry, Jinghe unhesitatingly selected Harry as her treasure. Seated on the sofa, Jinghe smiled at Grindelwald, who was resting against Dumbledore's shoulder. It seems your relationship with him has been quite amiable lately. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow, replying, Indeed, your young boyfriend has a heavy burden. Jinghe remained non-committal. Certainly, but I am by his side. During the second task, with Neville's assistance, Harry ventured into the water, realizing that his treasure was Jinghe. He promptly located the place where the treasure was kept and saw his girlfriend floating with her eyes closed. Midway, he witnessed Fleur being dragged under by a mermaid. Understanding that Fleur's sister might not wait for her return, Harry's heart was torn, knowing he could only save one. Yet he was uncertain about what to do regarding Fleur's sister. Recalling Jinghe's earlier words, My dear, you are the bravest person I have ever known. You will succeed in whatever you undertake. Harry gritted his teeth, ignoring the mermaid's warnings. With swift determination, he scooped up both Jinghe and Fleur's sister, breaking free from their bonds and swimming to the surface. At the last moment, he emerged from the lake, where Fleur, wrapped in a towel, stood on the shore, overwhelmed with joy upon seeing her sister rescued, as thunderous applause erupted around them. Once Harry and the two girls were helped ashore, he disregarded his drenched state and began to dry Jinghe's hair, exchanging joyful glances with her. Jinghe said, I knew you would choose this way. You are the bravest person. Harry. Following the second task, they arrived at the final challenge, which required navigating a maze to claim the Triwizard Tournament's ultimate trophy. Before Harry entered the maze, Jinghe advised him, Harry, tonight is a pivotal moment for our fates. Trust me, and follow my instructions. You will reach that trophy. Do not worry. I will be with you. Harry gazed at Jinghe, sensing that something significant was approaching. After entering the maze and conversing with Cedric, he took a deep breath and cautiously approached the trophy, reaching out to touch it. In the next instant, he was engulfed in darkness. Peter abruptly pinned him against a wall, drawing blood and collecting it in a peculiar vessel. Just as the cloaked figure prepared to enter, a distant spell shattered the cauldron. Next unfolded a dialogue between Jinghe and Tom, which Harry could not comprehend, as he struggled fiercely, longing to break free and reach her. Two green lights flashed, and it seemed the mysterious Dark Lord was vanquished. Harry called out for Jinghe, but she approached him, placing a stone in his hand and kissing his cheek. Do you trust me, Harry? She asked. He nodded, and she smiled. Good, we will succeed. Avada Kedavra. A green flash illuminated the scene, and Harry, caught in shock and confusion, succumbed to unconsciousness. In his dreams, he saw his parents, who smiled at him, saying, Harry, I am so happy that you are with Jinghe. She is a wonderful girl, and I believe you will find great happiness together. Harry lingered in this illusion for an entire day and night, reluctant to leave, until James and Lily gently urged him awake, revealing that Jinghe was sleeping beside him. Unbeknownst to him, even in his unconscious state, he had refused to release her hand. They had been placed on a large bed together out of necessity. At nearly the same moment, both awoke, their eyes filled with uncontainable joy. In that instant, all uncertainties were resolved, the darkness was dispelled, and from then on, light filled their lives, promising eternal happiness. The news of Harry and Jinghe's relationship had become a commonplace topic at Hogwarts, and even the notorious Rita Skeeter managed to report a rather pleasant story titled The Savior and the Blue Butterfly. The headline was well-crafted, and the content surprisingly coherent, much to Jinghe's delight, and Harry's as well. After graduation, they held a grand wedding at the insistence of Sirius, which took place at the Black family estate. On that day, the usually quiet Black manor was bustling with guests. As Harry stood at the front, watching his bride approach in her wedding gown, holding a bouquet, he felt an overwhelming rush of emotion. His earlier years had not been easy, but the second half of his life would be filled with love from his wife. On this day, he even invited Aunt Petunia, who, upon hearing the familiar affectionate way Jinghe addressed her, wept uncontrollably, despite her usual strength. Sister, your child is doing wonderfully, and Jinghe has become part of our family. After the wedding, the couple embarked on a 6-month honeymoon in China. Upon returning, Jinghe discovered she was pregnant during breakfast, a revelation that astonished her, as it had come sooner than anticipated. Harry, now a Department of Magical Law Enforcement Auror, was equally surprised, as Jinghe had successfully ousted the current Minister of Magic, and both of their careers were flourishing. Since the 3rd month of her pregnancy, Harry had insisted that Jinghe remain at home to nurture their child, taking it upon himself to handle all matters, never allowing Jinghe to exert herself in any way. After 10 months of pregnancy, Jinghe gave birth to a pair of healthy twins. Kneeling beside his wife's bed, Harry pressed a tender kiss upon her forehead, uttering, I love you. I truly, truly love you. He named their son Dia Potter and their daughter Kalyana Potter. Both Dia and Kalyana were well aware that their parents were renowned figures in the wizarding world. Their father, Harry Potter, was celebrated as the savior of that realm, while their mother was once the most outstanding student of Slytherin, still regarded as such to this day. Whenever the twins were together, many charming aunts and uncles would come to play with them, and they would also make numerous good friends at school. The uncles, especially Uncle Sirius, who was reportedly their father's godfather, loved to visit their home. He could transform into a large black dog to join in their frolic. Their father cherished their mother deeply and loved them abundantly. They were the happiest children imaginable. You are the savior of all, and I am your eternal sanctuary. You are the hero I have known since childhood, and I am your beloved companion. Chapter 195. The Ending of Blaze's Division, A Love Against the Oath. The first task of the Triwizard Tournament, the pursuit of the golden egg beneath the fire-breathing dragon, was drawing to a close, with all 4 champions having successfully obtained their proof to advance to the second task. Following the conclusion of the first challenge, the long-anticipated ball arrived, with everyone eagerly awaiting the festivities and curious about which couples would form. Jinghe, of course, received numerous invitations, with many young wizards eager to invite their desired partners to accompany them. After all, this was a Christmas ball co-hosted by 3 schools, and the more grandiose the event, the better. However, Jinghe, overwhelmed by a tumult of thoughts, declined the invitations from various young wizards seeking her as a partner. Consequently, she found herself without a dance partner, though she remained indifferent about this situation. If there was none, then she would simply not attend. After all, if it was not someone she wished to be invited by, participating in the ball held little significance to her. Currently, Jinghe preferred to wander in secluded places during her free time, generally devoid of crowds, or only frequented by couples seeking a quiet spot for their rendezvous. Upon encountering such couples, she would discreetly divert her gaze and continue her solitary stroll along a more obscure path. The winter air was rather frigid, and Jinghe found it unbearable. Thus she only ventured out occasionally, bundled in thick clothing. Today, having just experienced snowfall, the ground was blanketed in a thick layer of white, and the sun shone brightly, casting a stunning sheen upon the partially melted snow on the lawn. Observing the clear sky, Jinghe resolved to take a walk to alleviate her throbbing headache. Following her usual routine, she meandered along a secluded path, and the temperature today was surprisingly mild compared to the usual biting cold. As she strolled through the snow, the crunching sound beneath her feet resonated with each step. While lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard voices ahead, indicating that she was not alone in seeking solace. Initially intending to bypass the scene, she glanced over and was taken aback to find Blaze conversing with a witch she did not recognize. They appeared to be engaged in a serious discussion, but from her distance, Jinghe could not discern their words clearly. Intrigued, she found herself involuntarily pausing and hiding nearby to observe the unfolding situation. Though she could not hear their conversation, she noticed the girl seemed to be pleading with Blaze, her cheeks flushed and fingers nervously entwined, as if she were requesting something. Jinghe surmised that the girl was likely seeking to invite Blaze as her dance partner. Curiosity piqued, she remained hidden, watching their interaction unfold. Soon enough, she saw Blaze subtly shake his head, seemingly declining the girl's request. The girl's blush deepened, whether from shyness or disappointment, it was unclear, as she bowed to Blaze and hurried away, leaving him standing alone. Upon witnessing his refusal, Jinghe felt an unexpected sense of relief. Just as she was about to turn and quietly depart, she heard a voice from behind. "Miss, are you trying to sneak away after eavesdropping?" Startled, Jinghe halted, feeling inexplicably guilty as she turned to face Blaze, who was approaching her slowly. Dressed in a black winter coat, his cloak appeared to emulate Armstrong's style, enhancing the allure of his already handsome features. Jinghe suddenly felt a surge of nervousness, unsure where to place her hands, but quickly regained her composure and, feigning confidence, said to Blaze, "I was merely passing by and happened to see." Blaze chuckled at her response. "Is that so? How very careless of you, considering this place is rather secluded." Jinghe promptly retorted, "I do enjoy seeking out such hidden spots, and this scene isn't particularly embarrassing, is it?" Blaze nodded with a smile. Indeed. No need for concern." Seeing Blaze's demeanor eased her anxiety, and to lighten the atmosphere, she blurted out her lingering curiosity. "Why haven't you found a dance partner yet? You are the most popular boy in Slytherin. Securing a partner should be a piece of cake." Blaze, upon hearing her, gazed at her thoughtfully and replied, "I have yet to find a partner who truly captivates me. I intend to personally invite my ideal companion." Jinghe leaned closer, intrigued, and asked, "Who is this ideal partner of yours? Do share her characteristics. Perhaps I can assist." Inadvertently drawing too near, Jinghe brushed against the fabric of Blaze's cloak, and the combination of the cold air and the fabric's ticklishness prompted her to sneeze suddenly. Achoo! Immediately upon hearing her sneeze, Blaze removed his cloak and draped it over her. Being taller than Jinghe, the cloak enveloped her entirely, making her appear even smaller. Blaze furrowed his brow. Looking at her with concern, "You know your body cannot withstand the cold. Why are you dressed so lightly today?" Jinghe quickly retorted, "I am bundled up. It's just that your cloak is tickling me." Blaze chuckled and playfully flicked her forehead. "Ah, my apologies." Jinghe rubbed her forehead where he had tapped her. Feeling somewhat exasperated, "Why did you flick me? I must tell you, I still haven't found a dance partner. I don't want to end up with an injury at the ball." In truth, Blaze's touch had been exceedingly gentle, yet Jinghe felt compelled to voice her complaint. After saying it, she realized how dramatic it sounded, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed. Blaze, upon hearing her words, chuckled softly as he affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. He then moved Jinghe's body closer to his, locking eyes with her. Leaning slightly forward, he met her gaze and said, "Shall I offer myself to you as compensation? Would the beautiful Miss Jinghe be willing to be the dance partner of the unfortunate Blaze?" Upon hearing his words and meeting his gaze, Jinghe's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Avoiding his eyes, she stammered, "If we're going to dance, let us just dance. No need for such ambiguity." Blaze smiled as he gazed at Jinghe and replied, "Because you are not merely my desired dance partner, you are also the girl I admire." At this declaration, Jinghe's previously averted gaze snapped back to him, her eyes wide with astonishment. After a moment of hesitation, she managed to stammer, "Why, you really mean it?" While she initially felt elated by his words, a thought of Blaze's notorious playboy reputation crossed her mind, causing her to huff in disbelief. "I hardly believe you. Who doesn't know that you are the most sought-after boy among the young witches in Slytherin? You've probably had countless girlfriends, and maybe even lost your first kiss." Upon hearing this, Blaze's previously composed demeanor faltered momentarily. He placed his hands on Jinghe's shoulders, looking into her eyes with earnestness as he declared, "My first kiss is still intact. I have never courted any girl. I swear it on Merlin." Jinghe scrutinized him, her skepticism evident. "Is that true?" Blaze, at a loss for how to prove his sincerity, impulsively embraced Jinghe, sealing his lips against hers to demonstrate the truth of his claim. Admittedly, his kiss was somewhat clumsy. Jinghe's eyes widened in shock. The kiss was fleeting, and Blaze, observing the astonished girl, chuckled, "Well, now my first kiss is gone, and it was given to you. So you must take responsibility." Still reeling from the surprise, Jinghe, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, playfully punched Blaze, exclaiming, "You did that on purpose." Blaze, laughing, pulled her into his embrace, and when he felt her reciprocate the hug instead of resisting, his smile grew even brighter. This time, he deemed it a success. The vow he had made to Merlin would ultimately be broken by his own actions. Looking earnestly at the girl before him, Blaze solemnly vowed, "I swear by the Zabini family name that I shall remain eternally loyal to you, until death." As Jinghe gazed into Blaze's serious eyes, her heart raced. She couldn't pinpoint when she had fallen for him. Perhaps it was the moment they first met, captivated by his unique charm. Or maybe it was when she overheard others speak ill of his mother, prompting her to play a prank on those gossiping young witches. Jinghe was uncertain, yet she clearly recognized that her heart raced whenever she saw him, faster than in the presence of anyone else. "When I met you, my heart rate never falters. The increase signifies my profound feelings for you." With a smile, Jinghe embraced the earnest Blaze before her and quipped, "It seems our playboy has turned over a new leaf." Blaze returned her embrace, grinning, "I have never been a playboy. There is only one person I love, and that is you. The odds of a playboy reforming are slim." But what if he was never a playboy to begin with? Like him, loving only one person with sincerity and depth. In that secluded path, within a small garden pavilion, the two solidified their intentions, realizing the direction of their hearts. "I vow with all that I am, I shall love you eternally, having forsaken the promises of my youth. I only ask that you remain by my side, until forever." Chapter 196, Blaze's Conclusion Part 2, A Love That Defies Vows. True to his nature, Blaze informed everyone in the other houses of their relationship by the very next day with remarkable swiftness. Others were taken aback that Blaze, the notorious playboy of Slytherin, had managed to capture the heart of the most esteemed lady in the school. This revelation sent ripples throughout Hogwarts, with young witches and wizards whispering about how long the couple might last. Little did they know, although Blaze appeared to have had numerous girlfriends, he had never truly dated anyone, and they placed bets on how soon the couple would part ways, with the Weasley twins being the most enthusiastic. They wagered that the two would break up within a month, despite their sixth sense indicating that this time they might be wrong. Still, they were willing to stake their faint hope. At the Triwizard Tournament Ball, everyone beheld Blaze clad in a well-tailored suit, his arm intertwined with Jinghe, who donned a stunning blue mermaid gown. The pair appeared to be a match made in heaven, igniting envy among their peers. As Blaze twirled Jinghe on the dance floor to the rhythm of the music, he couldn't help but reminisce about the night he had proclaimed their relationship. After bidding Jinghe farewell, he had intended to return to his dormitory when he noticed someone waiting at his door, Theodore. Theodore turned to face him, his ocean blue eyes devoid of warmth as they bore into Blaze with a cold intensity. With a hint of menace, he warned, "If you're merely playing games, I suggest you back off, lest I cannot guarantee what kind of gifts you might receive." Blaze, leaning casually against the doorframe, flashed a roguish smile and replied, "I didn't realize you thought I was a playboy? Oh dear, you wouldn't believe that I've never regarded any girl as my girlfriend, would you?" Theodore, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words, ultimately retorting coolly, "You'd better keep it that way. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what might happen." With that, he turned and left, leaving Blaze chuckling at the suddenly empty corridor. It seemed everyone had misjudged him, but that mattered little. As long as Jinghe believed in him, that was enough. His thoughts gradually returned to the present as he moved in sync with the music, gracefully dancing in the ballroom. The next challenge was the underwater treasure hunt, where Jinghe had firmly declined Dumbledore's suggestion to choose between the two champions as her treasure. She smiled and said to Dumbledore, "Albus, you know that while he may seem carefree, my companion is quite perceptive, much like Gellert." Upon hearing this, Grindelwald sprawled on the couch, then immediately sat upright, looking at her incredulously. "What do you mean? Of course, I'm perceptive. Otherwise, how could I lead so many people?" Thus, the second challenge concluded smoothly, leading into the third and final test, a life-or-death maze. In this trial, the four champions must navigate the labyrinth to find the singular trophy. The first to reach it would emerge as the ultimate victor of the Triwizard Tournament. Prior to entering, Jinghe and Dumbledore had conferred, agreeing that if they succeeded tonight, their future would be free of troubles. If they failed, Jinghe never mentioned that this endeavor would end in failure. She believed that Merlin would always stand by her side, and even if one were to be a non-lucky individual, there would surely come a time of great fortune. This moment was destined to be Jinghe's moment of triumph. She did not divulge her whereabouts to Blaze, instead transforming into a butterfly before the competition and fluttering into the labyrinth to place the trophy. Consequently, when Blaze began his search for Jinghe after the competition commenced and found her missing, a wave of panic washed over him. He immediately dismissed the notion that his beloved had merely gone to the restroom or engaged in trivial pursuits. Rather, she had ventured into a perilous situation. His heart raced violently in his chest. It is said that when two people are deeply in love, one's heart will beat with fervor when the other is in danger. At that moment, Blaze's heart thumped rapidly, and he was at a loss as to where to seek Jinghe. After inquiring among others who had not seen her, he rushed towards Dumbledore in search of answers, only to be interrupted by a sudden commotion. Turning his head, Blaze beheld a blue butterfly-shaped firework erupting in the center of the labyrinth. He recognized that the shape mirrored the firework tattoo on Jinghe's left wrist. He hurriedly followed a group of professors who had initially refused entry, and when Snape attempted to stop him, Blaze confronted him defiantly for the first time. "I must go in to find her." Snape, observing Blaze's reckless determination, felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. He slowly lowered his wand, permitting Blaze to enter the labyrinth alongside the professors, ultimately arriving at the trophy's central location. There, Blaze fixed his gaze unwaveringly at the center, his heart fervently praying for the swift passage of time and for the success of this endeavor. He implored all deities, beseeching any divine entity to save his beloved. Time became an elusive concept, and soon the air in the center warped. Blaze then witnessed Jinghe emerging, supporting the unconscious Harry. He rushed to catch Jinghe, who was on the brink of collapsing. Upon inhaling the familiar scent of Blaze's cologne, she surrendered to unconsciousness, which lasted a full day and night. Blaze sat vigil by her bedside, sleepless for the entirety of that time, his once vibrant eyes now bloodshot. Fortunately, this time, Jinghe did not succumb to a week-long slumber as she had previously. When Jinghe finally awakened, she saw Blaze seated beside her. She reached out, embracing her beloved, who reciprocated the embrace as if he had regained a precious treasure. "My dear, I recognize your bravery and intelligence, so I wish to say that you are free to pursue your desires, and I shall always be behind you, serving as your shield against the storms of life." Jinghe and Blaze ultimately spent 3 sweet years together. The wagers placed by the young wizards on their eventual separation long faded into mere whispers of the past, as everyone began to genuinely bless this couple. Upon graduation, they each sought suitable employment. Jinghe usurped Fudge's position, becoming the new Minister of Magic, while Blaze remained steadfastly by her side, taking on the role of secretary to the ministry. Their bond was such that he followed her wherever she went. A year after their graduation, they celebrated a grand wedding at a beautiful estate they had purchased together, with every detail meticulously crafted according to their shared vision. On that day, when Blaze beheld his wife approaching in a stunning wedding gown, his heart trembled like a tempest, each cell echoing, "I love you." Though Blaze was not a notorious womanizer, he possessed the prowess of one, with their evenings lasting over an hour. Each morning, Jinghe would jestingly lament about Blaze's vigor from the previous night, to which he would merely smile and envelop her in his arms, planting a kiss on her cheek. Less than 6 months later, Jinghe discovered she was expecting, prompting the previously carefree Blaze to embrace his responsibilities as a devoted father, maturing significantly in the process. After a 10-month wait, Jinghe gave birth to a lovely daughter, and Blaze, filled with excitement, kissed his wife and tenderly remarked, "My love, this pain is a one-time ordeal. Having our daughter is more than enough." He named their daughter Radina Zabini. With the addition of a new family member, Blaze grew increasingly mature and composed. Still handsome, but now embodying the essence of a family patriarch. Radina considered herself the happiest child in the world. Her father was universally acknowledged as the most handsome uncle, and her mother, the most beautiful lady. Her father adored her mother and loved Radina dearly. Radina perfectly inherited her parents' features, with ocean blue eyes and deep brown skin, making her immensely popular upon starting school, even becoming one of the most beloved young witches at Slytherin and Hogwarts. Radina never lacked for friends, often visited by various uncles who brought her delightful gifts, while her mother seemed to share a warm rapport with them, although her father occasionally appeared displeased. As he would retreat to their room with her mother after their visits, Radina felt undeniably fortunate to be the happiest little girl in the wizarding world. "Since the moment I met you, my vow has transformed. I shall forever protect you, until the end of time." Chapter 197. Regulus's Ending. Love is an uncontrollable desire. The first challenge, retrieving the golden egg from beneath the fire dragon, concluded without incident, and in an instant, Harry, who had previously been embroiled in controversy as the fourth champion, had become the most celebrated hero of Gryffindor. Everything seemed to unfold according to the predetermined narrative. Yet Jinghe felt an increasing sense of unease. She could not pinpoint the origin of this anxiety, but as time pressed on, an unsettling feeling took root within her. At this time, Sirius remained the teaching assistant for defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, idly wandering the halls in the form of a large black dog, a sight that had become commonplace for the others. After all, the resources provided by the Black family were quite substantial, and Dumbledore chose to overlook Sirius's presence. Meanwhile, some of the Black family's enterprises were gradually becoming operational, as Regulus needed to remain inconspicuous to avoid detection by the remaining Death Eaters, who would relentlessly pursue him if they were to learn of his existence. Thus, since his return, Regulus had been residing in the ancestral home, occasionally consuming Polyjuice Potion to alter his appearance for clandestine visits to Diagon Alley, all the while advancing his plans. The Black family, having been dormant for over a decade, could not be allowed to falter under his watch. Regulus, having invested significantly in Hogwarts, occasionally visited to see his brother and Jinghe. While he felt a touch of awkwardness with Sirius, his spirits always lifted upon encountering Jinghe, for she was the sole person he yearned to see. He now frequents the academy with remarkable regularity, as he is collaborating with Severus Snape on a potion anticipated to be launched by the following spring. This concoction aims to alleviate the gastrointestinal ailments that afflict many, marking it as a lucrative enterprise. However, Regulus remains perplexed as to why the Master of Potions would engage in the creation of such a potion for profit, as he hardly appears to be in need of financial resources. Upon hearing Regulus's inquiry, Snape merely responded with an icy remark, "I must prepare for the future." Regulus is left in the dark about what preparations Snape intends for the future, yet his own motivations are simply to amass wealth. Dreaming of the day he can confess his feelings to the one he adores. Should his intentions bear fruit, this money would serve as his dowry. Thus, when he was unexpectedly met with Snape's refusal to provide the potion following his successful confession, Regulus found himself in a state of bewilderment. Given Regulus's frequent visits to Hogwarts, Dumbledore conveniently assigned him a false identity as a potions teaching assistant. This title was merely a facade, allowing him to reveal his visage without concealment, as none of the young witches and wizards here had ever seen his face, with the exception of Jinghe and a few others. As a former Slytherin student, Regulus felt a deep familiarity with the house and thus occasionally utilized his title to visit the Slytherin common room to find Jinghe. Following the conclusion of the first task in the Triwizard Tournament, the Yule Ball was on the horizon, and young wizards eagerly anticipated inviting their crushes to attend. Many had commissioned exquisite dresses for the event. In a flurry, the boys gathered to whisper about their desired partners, while the girls conferred on the gowns and accessories they would don on the night of the ball. Jinghe, of course, received numerous invitations from the young wizards, but due to her myriad recent obligations, she graciously declined them all, uncertain whether her plans would come to fruition. hoping that Merlin would bestow his blessings upon her this time. Since Regulus assumed his nominal role as a potions teaching assistant, Jinghe frequently found herself at his side. Engaging in discussions, Regulus consistently offered her valuable insights, which enabled her to tackle issues more effectively. Their conversations flowed endlessly, as if they were soulmates. And whenever they deliberated over any topic, a profound harmony of thought emerged. Even in moments of disagreement, they managed to reach perfect resolutions after further discussion. Whenever Jinghe articulated her perspective, Regulus seamlessly transitioned to the subsequent topic, establishing a flawless connection as if they had been collaborating for over a decade, rather than just a few months. In the realm of their intellectual synergy, they achieved an impeccable match. On yet another tranquil evening, Jinghe and Regulus successfully resolved a complex issue concerning dark magic. Although Jinghe remained a fourth-year student, the restoration of her previous memories rendered her use of dark magic inconsequential. As her soul had already undergone 4 incomplete reincarnations, she had once experimented and discovered, whether by divine favor or Merlin's enhancement, that only when casting the killing curse did her soul experience a fleeting sense of incompleteness, which was quickly restored thereafter. It was nothing short of miraculous. Stretching languidly, Jinghe gazed out the window. The night had settled in, the moon illuminating Hogwarts with a radiant glow. Although Regulus held the title of potions teaching assistant, his office was not situated in the basement like Snape's, but rather on the 3rd floor, basking in sunlight. After spending so long in the sunless depths of the sea, he felt truly alive only when he beheld the sun's rays. Jinghe rose, casually moving about to stretch her limbs before sauntering to the window. Frost had formed intricate patterns upon the glass, and after warming it with her magic, she drew 2 smiling faces. Turning to Regulus, she exclaimed, "Look, one for you and one for me." Regulus, seated on his chair, smiled warmly at her, feeling an immense sense of happiness in these moments. Engaging in discussions about topics of mutual interest amidst the bright lights and warm ambience, alongside the one he cherished, created an unparalleled atmosphere. He wished to remain in this blissful state for eternity. Casting a glance outside at the snow-covered landscape, Jinghe approached Regulus, inquiring, "By the way, the ball is fast approaching. Do you have a desired partner?" Although Regulus was significantly older than the other young wizards, being merely a year younger than Sirius, his handsome features continued to attract the attention of many young witches eager to invite him. Even Jinghe found herself momentarily entranced by his striking visage whenever she looked his way. Jinghe had always favored gentle souls, and Regulus epitomized every quality she sought: intelligent, kind, possessing brilliant strategies, and a heart ablaze with righteous fervor. She recalled a diary she had seen in Regulus's room during her 3rd year, which revealed his affection for a girl. The diary also contained a sketch of a blue butterfly identical to the one on her wrist. Although she did not know the girl's name, her intuition led her to believe that she knew of whom he spoke. Upon hearing Jinghe's question, Regulus chuckled softly. "Of course not. I believe I would like to invite the girl I have feelings for." A secret anticipation surged within Jinghe as she approached him, asking, "Who is the girl you fancy?" Her heart raced, sensing that she already knew the answer, yet longing to hear it spoken from Regulus's lips. Regulus pressed his lips together, as if grappling with an inner turmoil, before finally admitting, "The person I wish to invite has always been you." Upon receiving this unequivocal answer, Jinghe's heart burst forth in a flurry of joy, and a radiant smile illuminated her face. At that moment, she was unsure why merely being invited to be his partner brought her such elation, as though it were an extraordinary blessing. Indeed, it was a profoundly joyous occasion. Jinghe felt an unusual lightness that evening. A persistent issue had been resolved, and the answer she had longed for was finally articulated. She had not experienced such happiness in ages. In her past, she expressed her joy through actions, but after 4 lifetimes, she had long ceased to bounce around as she did in her youth. Yet, in that moment, a surge of happiness compelled her to embrace Regulus tightly. Only upon realizing how long she had been wrapped up in his arms did she feel her cheeks flush crimson. As she attempted to pull away, Regulus, who had remained still until then, suddenly enveloped her in a firm embrace, lifting her off the ground. Although Regulus had been unconscious in the depths of the sea for an extended period, he had indeed grown remarkably, standing at an impressive height of 19 meters. After several months of careful nurturing, he had achieved the enviable physique of looking slim in clothes while possessing a well-defined form when undressed. Jinghe, already standing at a height of 165 centimeters, was unexpectedly swept into Regulus's embrace, finding herself cradled in his arms. As she felt the sensation of weightlessness, she instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist, while Regulus held her tightly at the waist, burying his head in the curve of her neck and murmuring, "I am truly delighted. I believe it is time for me to convey my feelings." After a brief pause, he rubbed his fluffy head against her neck and nestled deeper into her embrace, dejectedly confessing. I had intended to wait until I had saved enough money to express my sentiments, but I can no longer suppress the thoughts in my heart. I wish for us to be more than mere dance partners. I long to be with you, to become your lover. At that moment, Jinghe, overwhelmed by Regulus's affectionate embrace and his heartfelt declarations, was left in a state of shock, unable to respond for what felt like an eternity. Seizing the opportunity, Regulus gradually shifted his hands from her waist to her thighs, securing her more firmly in his grasp. The intoxicating scent of roses emanating from her began to stir something within him. His lips inched closer to Jinghe's neck, planting soft kisses along her skin and collarbone. It was only when Jinghe felt a tingling sensation that she realized what was happening. She swiftly pulled Regulus's head out from her embrace and looked at him with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Feeling the dampness on her neck, she sighed and smiled, saying, "You should have said something sooner, then I wouldn't have been so anxious." Upon receiving the affirmation he longed for, Regulus was overwhelmed with joy, tightening his hold on her and exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, this is the most wonderful news I've ever heard. I swear, by the honor of the Black family, I will cherish you." Jinghe, amused by Regulus's enthusiastic and somewhat stammering expression, couldn't help but laugh as she affectionately tousled his hair. "That is splendid. It seems I wasn't mistaken. The girl in your diary must indeed be me." Regulus eagerly nodded, and they settled onto the nearby sofa, positioning themselves so that Jinghe looked down at Regulus, who reclined against the cushions. In that moment, an air of intimacy enveloped them, and Regulus tightened his embrace around her waist. As Jinghe leaned closer and crouched down, she accidentally brushed against a protruding object, causing Regulus to emit a soft groan. His eyes darkened with desire, glistening with a hint of yearning, as if pleading for her affection. Jinghe, fully aware of the implications behind Regulus's sound, mischievously edged closer until, just as he was on the brink of losing control, she pressed her lips against his. From the moment their lips met, Regulus transformed into a ravenous wolf that had finally caught its prey. At first, the kiss was chaotic and unrefined, but as time progressed, he grew more adept. He gradually tightened his grip around her waist, pulling her closer and gently caressing her. Outside, unbeknownst to them, snow had begun to fall, and the only witnesses to their tender moment were the snowflakes drifting past the window. The smile drawn on the glass remained intact, still beaming at the couple. Regulus's role as Jinghe's dance partner was only unveiled to their fellow young wizards at that moment. They finally understood why their invitations had always been met with refusals. Initially thinking her response of having a dance partner was merely polite, little did they know it was indeed the truth. Moreover, it was none other than the elusive potions teaching assistant, Mr. Black. Instantly, the other young wizards felt a pang of envy. Even Sirius was taken aback, watching his younger brother and Jinghe twirl across the stage, lamenting why he had to take on such a trivial position. As Regulus and Jinghe gracefully danced to the music, everything felt utterly enchanting. He gazed at his beloved, adorned in splendid attire, wishing that time could freeze forever in that moment. In the second task, Jinghe similarly declined Dumbledore's proposal to choose one of the two champions at Hogwarts to become their treasure. Dumbledore, seated on a stool, smiled knowingly at her. "Is it the lad from the Black family?" Jinghe raised an eyebrow. "Of course, I trust you can see that." Dumbledore nodded with a smile. "Indeed. He is a fine young man. Your choice is commendable." After the underwater treasure task concluded, they arrived at the third challenge, which Jinghe had already discussed with Dumbledore, intending to determine the fate of everyone involved. She kept this matter from Regulus, uncertain of her success, yet fervently hoping for a favorable outcome. If victorious, her dear friend would no longer have any worries, and her lover would no longer be an anonymous champion. She would utilize every avenue to ensure he graced the pages of newspapers, stepping into the light as a hero. Before the third task commenced, an inexplicable wave of anxiety washed over Regulus. He couldn't comprehend the source of his unease. When he attempted to seek out Jinghe and Slytherin as per his usual routine, she was nowhere to be found. Instead, Dumbledore pulled him back, smiling as he said, "Just wait quietly." Those words made Regulus's heart race. He realized his beloved was embarking on a perilous venture. He was uncertain of the nature of her undertaking, but his instincts told him it was something dreadful. Time became indistinct as he felt the sweat on his palms. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the sky, and upon looking up, he saw a butterfly-shaped firework. He dashed outside, waving his wand to illuminate the dark labyrinth, navigating through it haphazardly until he stumbled upon the trophy's location. Regulus was the first to enter the maze. However, due to his unfamiliarity with the layout and his urgency, he arrived last, drenched in sweat and breathless, his previously neat attire now disheveled. He stood before the trophy, eyes fixed intently upon it. After what felt like an eternity, the air in the center began to warp mysteriously, and then Jinghe emerged, cradling the unconscious Harry in her arms, coming into view. Regulus rushed forward, catching Jinghe just before she succumbed to unconsciousness. As she recognized the familiar scent of her beloved, she felt reassured and fainted. This faint lasted an entire day and night, during which Regulus remained vigilantly by her side. It was then that others learned of the relationship between Slytherin's Jinghe and the new potions teaching assistant. A young wizard had secretly witnessed a heated exchange between the potions assistant and Professor Snape. "What is the situation between you two?" "Yes, we are together. I shall no longer provide you with that potion." In summary, the situation is as follows. After Jinghe and Regulus resolved all matters through their own means, Regulus exerted pressure on Fudge, compelling him to announce in all newspaper segments the heroic deeds of Regulus. Following the coverage of this event, a wave of astonishment swept across Hogwarts. They had never anticipated that the seemingly inconsequential potions teaching assistant was such a hero. This kind of humble, unassuming hero was particularly adored by children, and with such a happy ending, their joy only intensified. Consequently, some young wizards transitioned from believing that Professor Blay was unworthy of Jinghe to declaring that Jinghe and Professor Black were indeed a perfect match. To thwart any attempts by other men to usurp his place, Regulus dedicated the 3 years of Jinghe's studies to serving as her potions teaching assistant. Although Professor Snape never treated him kindly, Jinghe's presence was sufficient consolation. Following their graduation, Regulus orchestrated a grand wedding, a celebration he had been planning since Jinghe's 6th year, culminating in this moment. At this juncture, having cleared his name, Regulus was able to represent the Black family in financial matters. And with the added advantage of having aided in their victory over Voldemort, everything seemed to unfold effortlessly. When he beheld Jinghe approaching in her exquisite wedding gown, tears welled in Regulus's eyes. The girl he had longed for had finally brought him fulfillment. Jinghe stood at an impressive height of 172 centimeters, and beside Regulus. They appeared a strikingly harmonious couple. The rings were brought forth by the house elf creature, who, with teary eyes, presented the beautiful ring to his master. Watching as the boy he had seen grow up placed it upon the finger of his chosen bride, Creature felt that his life had suddenly become wondrous. He could finally rightfully call her mistress. After graduation, Jinghe successfully usurped Fudge to become the Minister of Magic, smirking disdainfully at him as she took her position. After all, he had vehemently refused her request to publish a paper exonerating her husband. Thus, it seemed more fitting for her to occupy the position herself. Regulus merely managed the family's estate, but since Sirius learned of his brother's relationship with Jinghe, he had grown somewhat distant. While no longer openly antagonistic, their conversations had become sparse, and Sirius had gradually matured. In the second year of their marriage, Jinghe became pregnant and, in October, gave birth to a remarkably charming girl. Regulus cherished his daughter and decided to have no more children, wishing to spare his wife from enduring excessive hardship. He named their daughter Celeste Black, signifying the cerulean star. From a young age, Celeste understood that her father adored her mother and loved her dearly as well. She wanted for nothing, whatever she desired. Her father was certain to procure, and she was surrounded by numerous handsome uncles who played with her. Celeste noticed her father seemed somewhat displeased when her mother conversed with those uncles, but she believed this would not hinder her mother's love for him. They loved each other immensely, as well as their daughter. Many years ago, I inscribed my affection for you in my journal, no matter where I am. Even in the depths of the darkest sea, my love for you transcends all shadows, everlasting. Rabu. Chapter 198. Ron's conclusion. I am your eternal knight. The first task of the Triwizard Tournament concluded uneventfully beneath the fire-breathing dragon, with Harry successfully retrieving the golden egg. Although he did not face the vehement opposition he had in the original narrative, doubts lingered among the crowd regarding his status as the fourth champion, as the other three were of age while he remained an underage wizard. However, following the completion of this task, the Gryffindor students harbored little skepticism towards Harry, readily accepting him as the fourth champion, thus shouldering the honor of Gryffindor. Ron, as Harry's closest friend, was genuinely thrilled for his brother. When he saw Harry surrounded by fellow Gryffindors, excitement coursed through him. Yet, a peculiar sensation stirred within Ron when he observed Harry approaching Jinghe with the golden egg. An indescribable unease settled in his heart. Whenever he eagerly sought to share the delights of the kitchen with Jinghe, he invariably found himself amidst a gathering of remarkably talented male wizards, engaged in captivating discussions with her. In those moments, Ron would often lower his gaze and quietly depart, pondering late into the night as he lay in bed, staring at the ceiling above him. Ron understood all too well that the girl he admired was also coveted by many others, all of whom surpassed him in various ways. Each possessed their own merits. While Ron remained uncertain of his own, he was neither as clever as Hermione nor as renowned as Harry. He felt akin to a ghost among the trio, unsure of how to confront his feelings. Though he was genuinely proud of Harry for winning the golden egg, turmoil brewed within him. However, others were unaware of Ron's inner conflict, for Dumbledore had just announced the details of the Yule Ball, inviting all young witches and wizards to select their desired partners for a night of joyous dancing on Christmas Eve, with no curfew to restrict their revelry. Upon hearing this news, the young wizards eagerly prepared to invite their favorite partners, given that this ball was a joint celebration among the three schools. In this moment, Ron found himself in a quandary, uncertain of whom to invite. Naturally, he yearned to ask Jinghe, yet he was acutely aware that many others would vie for her attention. Even his brother Harry had eagerly set out to invite her. When Ron learned of Harry's endeavor, he sat tensely on the sofa, awaiting Harry's return with bated breath. "So, how did it go? Did you succeed?" he inquired. Harry shook his head dejectedly. "Jinghe said she's too busy with everything right now to consider it." Ron's heart skipped a beat. "So, does that mean she still doesn't have a partner?" Harry nodded, and upon hearing this, a sudden realization struck him, causing him to regard Ron with suspicion. "Do you mean to say you want to give it a try?" Ron scratched his head sheepishly. "I'm not too sure. Especially since you didn't succeed." Harry patted Ron on the shoulder, encouragingly saying, "How can you know unless you try?" Little did Harry know that his offhand comment would lead to a blossoming romance. As he sat at Ron and Jinghe's wedding, applauding as they exchanged rings, a twinge of regret lingered in his heart. Had he known, he would have refrained from speaking. Yet, upon hearing Harry's words, a whirlwind of thoughts flooded Ron's mind. On one hand, he felt certain he would likely fail, but on the other, what if he succeeded? Thus, the result was that Ron lay in his bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep, ultimately disturbing his roommate. By the break of dawn, he found himself seated next to Hermione, sporting two conspicuous dark circles beneath his eyes. Hermione, taken aback by Ron's haggard appearance, was surprised, for in her recollection, Ron was the sort who would fall asleep the moment his head hit the pillow, certainly not someone who would suffer insomnia to the extent of developing such pronounced shadows under his eyes. Sensing that Ron had something weighing on his mind, she discreetly inquired, "What happened last night? Did you stay up late?" Ron listlessly stirred the food on his plate and weakly replied, "Nothing." After delivering that terse response, he fell silent. Noticing his reluctance to elaborate, Hermione refrained from pressing further. However, just as she was about to leave, Ron suddenly grasped her wrist. Upon turning her head, she noticed an earnest glimmer in Ron's eyes, a thirst for knowledge that intrigued her, compelling her to sit back down. Ron, seeing Hermione settle beside him, leaned in closer and whispered, "Hey, did someone invite you?" Upon hearing this, Hermione inexplicably felt her cheeks flush, and she slowly nodded. Ron's excitement surged at her acknowledgement, and he eagerly asked, "How did he invite you?" With this question, Hermione could discern the underlying truth. Ron must have someone he wished to invite as well. After a moment's contemplation, she mischievously responded, "You're thinking of asking Jinghe, aren't you?" At the mere mention of her name, Ron hurriedly glanced toward the Slytherin table, ensuring Jinghe was unaware of his scrutiny before turning back to Hermione, whispering, "Sure. I just wanted to know how to invite her." With an understanding smile, Hermione advised, "I think you should simply ask her directly. Jinghe is not the type to be swayed by elaborate gestures. She will accept only what she genuinely desires." Ron nodded thoughtfully, deciding to approach Jinghe at an opportune moment. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Jinghe had been observing their conversation from a distance. With less than a week remaining until the Triwizard Tournament Ball, she still had not found a suitable partner. Jinghe had turned down many suitors, yearning to find a companion with whom she truly wished to dance. When approached by those seeking her company, her heart remained tranquil. Recognizing the signals that indicated her lack of interest, she was uncertain of what she awaited. All she knew was that she longed to dance with a particular individual at the ball. As she continued her breakfast, she caught sight of Ron and Hermione engrossed in conversation. For reasons she could not fathom, Jinghe felt an unusual flutter in her heart whenever she laid eyes on Ron. Especially when he and Hermione leaned in closely, whispering to one another, an inexplicable sensation surged within her, prompting her to scoff at the absurdity of her feelings. These two were, after all, the canon couple from the original narrative. Though neither had yet recognized their affections, time would surely reveal their sentiments. Jinghe pondered whether Hermione would still attend the ball with Krum. Realizing she had been so busy lately that it had been ages since she last chatted with Hermione in the library or discussed the latest culinary offerings with Ron, her thoughts buzzed, and she was oblivious to the fact that she was staring intently at the Gryffindor table, fixated on Ron and Hermione. It was not until Ballast had nudged her that she snapped back to reality. "What are you looking at?" he asked. Jinghe quickly averted her gaze, flustered, and replied, "Nothing. I didn't see anything." However, in that moment of distraction, she missed Ron's furtive glance towards the Slytherin table. Another ordinary evening passed. With only 3 days remaining until the Triwizard Tournament, Jinghe still had not found her ideal dance partner and sought refuge in a quiet room to study. By now, She had become quite adept at navigating Hogwarts, with Dumbledore having lifted the restrictions on her apparition. As nightfall gradually enveloped the sky, she became engrossed in her book, completely forgetting about dinner. As Ron approached the Great Hall, he, as per his usual routine, glanced over at the Slytherin table, only to find Jinghe absent. Panic surged within him. Today was the day he had resolved to ask her, yet she was nowhere to be found. He excused himself to Hermione and Harry, saying, "I'll just use the restroom. You two go ahead." Without waiting for a response, he hurried away. It had been quite some time since Ron had a meaningful conversation with Jinghe, but perhaps fate was on his side. After scouring numerous classrooms on the 3rd floor, he unexpectedly found her in the last small classroom, diligently studying by the light of a candle. Jinghe had just solved a problem and, stretching, glanced out the window, realizing that night had already approached. The winter nights always arrived early, and her stomach grumbled, reminding her it was time for dinner. Just as she began to pack her things, the door, which had been closed, suddenly swung open, revealing Ron, who was breathless from running. Jingle's heart raced unexpectedly, yet she feigned nonchalance, asking, "What brings you here?" Relieved to see her, Ron felt his heart race as her question amplified the sound in his ears. His trembling hands grew even more unsteady. Perhaps it was the adrenaline from his exertion that emboldened him. At that moment, he felt an exhilarating surge of courage. He closed the door and, upon seeing the puzzled expression on Jingle's face, grasped her shoulders, leaning down to catch his breath and utter, "Would you be my dance partner?" Upon hearing these words, Jingle's heart quickened. The two restless hearts seemed to sync in their rhythm, beating fervently in unison. In that instant, she recognized that the partner she had longed for was standing before her. No wonder she felt discomfort whenever she saw Ron and Hermione together. Her affections were undeniably directed towards him. Still somewhat apprehensive, Jinghe asked, "What about Hermione?" Ron furrowed his brow in confusion. "Why do you bring up Hermione? Don't you know she has agreed to go with Krum? They seem to be getting quite close." With this revelation, Jinghe felt a wave of relief wash over her. She smiled at Ron, whose breathlessness was accompanied by a spark of joy in his striking blue eyes. Wrapping her arms around Ron's neck, she declared, "Of course. I would love to." At her affirmative response, Ron's excitement surged, causing his fair complexion to flush with a deeper hue. Elated, he embraced the girl before him as though celebrating a victory with his brothers. In a moment of instinct, he lifted her off the ground and spun her around. Jinghe, caught off guard, instinctively tightened her grip around Ron's neck as he twirled her in the air. After Ron gently set the girl down, it suddenly dawned on him that he had just embraced Jinghe rather than Harry. Instantly, Ron's face flushed crimson from head to neck. His already rosy complexion now painted him in an almost entirely scarlet hue. Jinghe, initially taken aback, couldn't help but stifle a laugh upon witnessing Ron's embarrassment. She reached out to tousle his fiery locks and smiled, reassuring him, "It's perfectly fine. I'm more than willing, and I'm quite happy about it." Upon hearing her words, Ron gazed at her in astonishment, noticing that Jinghe's expression bore no semblance of deceit or mere consolation. He was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of joy, as if he were about to ascend to the heavens. Unsure of how to articulate his elation, he spun around once more and enveloped Jinghe in a tight embrace. Ron understood that her willingness to accept such a hug and his twirl indicated that she might harbor feelings for him as well. Overwhelmed by this monumental revelation, he clung to her tightly, striving to quell his exhilaration. Jinghe reciprocated the embrace with a smile, gently stroking Ron's back with her left hand. They remained entwined for what felt like an eternity until Ron's stomach emitted a loud growl, jolting him back to reality. He realized, in his haste to find her, he had neglected to eat dinner, and after the exertion of the moment, he was now ravenously hungry. Yet, standing before the girl he adored, he felt his cheeks flush anew. Embarrassed to withdraw from their embrace, he scratched his head. Jinghe, noticing his discomfort, chuckled softly and, caressing his fiery hair, suggested, coincidentally, "I haven't eaten either, and it seems dinner is nearly over. Why don't we head to the kitchen?" Upon hearing her words, Ron nodded enthusiastically and, mustering his courage, reached for her arm, only to have Jinghe deftly shake him off. Confused and slightly heartbroken, he glanced at her, but what transpired next left him wide-eyed in disbelief. Jinghe smiled, grasped his hand, and their fingers intertwined. With a playful tug, she led the bewildered Ron away from prying eyes and into the kitchen. Even upon entering the dining hall, he found it hard to believe. Eventually, he cautiously asked Jinghe, "Was that really your choice just now?" She handed him a chicken leg, playfully retorting, "Not at all." Yet Ron felt a surge of happiness at her response, for he could detect a hint of reproach in her tone for his delayed realization. He grinned and leaned closer to her, admitting, "It was my fault." That night, when Ron returned to the dormitory, he wore a silly grin, unable to believe he had genuinely succeeded in winning the affection of the girl he loved. Even Harry, perplexed, inquired about Ron's strange demeanor. "Ron, what's wrong with you?" Ron merely shook his head and retreated to the washroom, continuing to beam. Thus, until the Yule Ball of the Triwizard Tournament commenced, Ron's smile remained unfaded, much to Harry's growing bewilderment. However, Harry's confusion was resolved on the night of the ball, when he was astounded to discover that Ron's dance partner was none other than Jinghe. Clad in the dress robe sent over by Mrs. Weasley, Ron's arm was linked with Jinghe's. His attire, while reminiscent of the fashions of decades past, harmonized beautifully with Jinghe's similarly styled gown, as she too had embraced the elegance of that bygone era. This mutual aesthetic bolstered Ron's confidence, and after accepting the invitation, he immersed himself in learning the dance steps, quickly mastering them. As the youngest son of the Weasley family, he absorbed knowledge rapidly when he applied himself, and during the festivities, those who had faced rejection from other girls bore witness to the youngest Weasley dancing gracefully with Jinghe. When the ball concluded, Harry incredulously asked Ron, "You really managed to invite Jinghe?" Ron chuckled, feeling a profound sense of joy. "Of course. I believe it's more than just an invitation." Once Jinghe grasped her own feelings, she declined Dumbledore's proposal for her to become one of the champions tasked with retrieving the underwater treasure from Hogwarts. Dumbledore smiled at Jinghe, saying, "It must be that young Weasley lad. He is a good boy." Jinghe nodded in agreement, responding, "Indeed, he is my choice." After the second task, the third task commenced, which entailed navigating a maze to locate the Triwizard Cup. The first to reach it would be crowned champion. Jinghe had already conferred with Dumbledore, agreeing to transform into her animagus form before the competition began to hide by the cup, a secret she kept from Ron. Uncertain if her plan would succeed. Regardless, she resolved to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. Today, for reasons unknown, Ron felt his heart racing. Initially, he believed it was due to his concern for his dear friend entering the maze, yet when Harry proceeded, his heartbeat quickened further. He instinctively turned to look for Jinghe among the Slytherins, but, to his dismay, couldn't he find her. Panic surged within him, prompting him to seek out the headmaster for answers. However, just as he took a few steps, a blue butterfly-shaped firework illuminated the sky, reminiscent of the one Jinghe he held. In a frenzy, Ron rushed toward the maze in search of Jinghe, but was halted by Professor McGonagall. Helpless, he paced anxiously at the maze's perimeter until he spotted an opening and, seizing the moment while others were distracted, slipped in behind the professor. Stealthily, he made his way to the area where the cup was placed. At that moment, Snape noticed Ron's clandestine approach and, furrowing his brow, contemplated reprimanding him. However, recalling the current circumstances, he chose to remain silent, his gaze fixated ahead. Ron, undeterred by the risk of being discovered, pushed through the crowd to the forefront, almost rushing to the center had it not been for Professor McGonagall's restraint. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and under the winter chill, sweat beaded on Ron's forehead as the air around them began to warp. Suddenly, he beheld Jinghe emerging, cradling an unconscious Harry in her arms. Realizing how weak she appeared, Ron dashed forward to catch her. As she sensed his familiar scent, she succumbed to unconsciousness, and Ron, carrying her, hurried to the infirmary, remaining by her side for an entire day and night. In that moment, he resolved to confess his feelings when she awoke, to reveal that he had loved her for a long time. When Jinghe finally opened her eyes, she found Ron seated before her, his face alight with excitement. Overwhelmed, he grasped her hand tightly. "I know it may be impolite to say this now, but I truly wish to tell you. Jinghe gently placed her finger over his lips and, sitting up with a smile, replied, "I know what you want to say. I'm willing, my knight." Ron stared blankly at Jinghe, completely unaware of when she had lowered her hand from her lips. By the time he regained his senses, he was filled with exhilaration as he embraced the girl on the bed, tears streaming down his face, ultimately landing on her lips. From a young age, Ron had seldom received attention at home and was regarded as the least remarkable among the trio. It wasn't until the girl declared him her knight that he realized he, too, could become a valiant protector for everyone. Weeping, Ron tenderly kissed the girl's tear-streaked, salty lips, feeling as though his entire life was imbued with beauty. "Perhaps I am not considered an exceptional person in the eyes of others, but I shall forever be your knight, eternally safeguarding you." After Jinghe was discharged from the hospital, Ron joyfully spread the news of their union throughout Hogwarts, causing an uproar. No one anticipated that Jinghe would choose Ron, not even those who had sought her affection. They had persistently inquired about her feelings, only to receive the same answer each time. "Of course, I am with Ron." Following this revelation, Ron was met with playful teasing from his two older brothers and subtle jibes from some Slytherin wizards, but he paid them no mind, for he understood their jealousy. After becoming a couple, Ron dedicated himself to his studies, and his grades improved steadily with his efforts. Upon graduation, he secured a fitting position at the Ministry of Magic. While Jinghe successfully ousted Fudge to become the new Minister of Magic, Ron followed closely behind his beloved in the workplace. After a year of employment, they held a grand wedding at the Burrow, attended by nearly everyone. Dumbledore was invited to serve as the officiant, while Grindelwald sat below, impeccably dressed and wearing sunglasses, observing Dumbledore on stage. As Ron beheld his bride approaching, adorned in a wedding gown and holding a bouquet of flowers, tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. I may never have been the most significant person in the eyes of others, but at this moment, you are my most cherished love, my eternal wife. Within less than 6 months of marriage, Jinghe discovered she was pregnant, prompting her to marvel once more at the speed of the Weasley family. Indeed, it was astonishingly swift. Ron rapidly matured, and after a 10-month gestation, Jinghe gave birth to a pair of adorable twins. Overjoyed, Ron knelt beside his wife's bed, kissing her forehead. My dear, I will love you forever. He named the boy Conrad Weasley and the girl Lonnie Weasley. From a young age, Conrad and Lonnie understood that their parents shared a deep affection for one another. Their mother was universally acknowledged as the most beautiful and gifted girl in all of Hogwarts. While their father was an exceptionally skilled Auror, they also had numerous uncles who played with them, and their father's good friends frequently visited. Their childhood was filled with joy, with their father loving their mother and them dearly. Conrad and Lonnie felt they were the happiest children in the entire wizarding world. I shall always be your knight, forever charging into battle for you. Even if I close my eyes and fall, my spirit will safeguard you. Chapter 199. Remus Lupin's Conclusion. I love you under the full moon. The Triwizard Tournament's task of retrieving the golden egg from beneath the dragon concluded without incident under the watchful eye of all the professors. Everyone, including the unexpected fourth champion Harry, successfully obtained the golden egg required for the second task by utilizing their broomsticks to outmaneuver the ferocious tree hornets. A collective sigh of relief spread among the crowd, grateful that no significant mishaps occurred, allowing the plan to unfold smoothly without conflict. Lupin was the most diligent during the oversight, as he keenly sensed that something was amiss, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him. Thus, when the first task concluded, he allowed himself a brief moment of relaxation. He had lost James, and could not afford to lose Harry as well. As the first task ended, the countdown to the Triwizard Ball began, and all the young witches and wizards eagerly prepared to invite their crushes. However, Lupin had no such inclination. As the full moon approached, although Sirius had prepared a modified wolfsbane potion that allowed him to retain some degree of rationality during the full moon, he still experienced immense suffering when the moon was full. Now in his 30s, he had no intentions of pursuing romance. Even when the young witches and wizards jokingly inquired about relationships, he merely smiled and responded, I have someone I care for, but I am not worthy of her just yet. Jinghe, unlike the other young witches and wizards, refrained from asking. Yet her eyes brimmed with curiosity and excitement as she gazed at Lupin, uncertain yet eagerly anticipating the revelation of his beloved. After all, the storyline had diverged so significantly that she could not be certain whether Lupin would indeed fall for Tonks, as in the original plot. When she heard him mention that he had feelings for someone, her curiosity intensified, but as she sought to inquire further about the name, Lupin simply shook his head with a smile, his gentle gaze lingering on Jinghe. Her heart raced under his gaze, pondering whether she might be the one he cherished. Recently, Jinghe had been preoccupied with the enigmatic movements of Tom, alongside collaborating with Snape to develop a potion that could completely eradicate lycanthropic tendencies. Should this potion succeed, it would serve as a miraculous remedy for numerous families afflicted by werewolves. Logically, Jinghe's focus should not have been on the wolfsbane potion at this juncture, but she harbored a personal motive. If she could create a flawless potion to eliminate lycanthropy, Lupin would no longer endure the torment of transformation during the full moon. Lupin was aware of Jinghe's research, as his own hair and some characteristics during transformation, along with his blood, could serve as optimal materials for altering the potion's properties. Hence, Jinghe would occasionally approach him to obtain a tuft of hair or draw a bit of blood for her studies. Lupin occasionally participated in the research as well. Given his excellent academic record at Hogwarts, although he often found himself met with Snape's perpetual scowls, nevertheless, he paid little heed to it. After all, if one were to assess their relationship genuinely, it was neither amicable nor adversarial. Fundamentally, they could be considered rivals in love. For it had been Jinghe alone who failed to perceive Snape's feelings for her, just as she did not recognize his feelings for Jinghe. Due to her recent plans and the demands of potion development, Jinghe had become exceedingly busy, often apologetically declining the invitations of the young witches and wizards, leaving them to depart with a sense of disappointment. Remus Lupin received no invitations, nor did he extend any to others. For the impression he left on the young wizards was one of gentle elegance and earnest dedication to teaching. Though his demeanor was kind, The scars adorning his handsome face imparted an air of severity that deterred some of the younger wizards. Jinghe, too, found herself in a frenzy of activity, racing against time to make crucial advancements in her research. Yet, progress eluded her. And with the next full moon fast approaching, merely 2 days away, she was aware that failure to produce results this month would mean waiting until the following month to experiment again. However, perseverance bore fruit. One fateful night, as Jinghe scribbled notes at her desk amid a chaotic flurry of thoughts, inspiration struck, and she discerned a method for enhancing the potion. With her heart brimming with excitement, she sought out Severus Snape to share her discovery. Upon hearing her findings, Snape wasted no time. He immediately gathered his materials and began brewing late into the night. As he added the final ingredient, wolf hair from Lupin post-transformation, the potion's color shifted dramatically, transforming from an indistinct green to a delicate hue reminiscent of fine wine. While the potion's appearance was resplendent, its aroma was less than pleasant. Jinghe, eyeing the potion with a mix of hope and skepticism, turned to Snape, who was busy organizing his workspace. "Do you truly believe this will succeed, Severus?" she inquired. Snape replied, somewhat uncertainly, "I cannot say for certain. But with the full moon upon us tomorrow, you might take this to the werewolf for a trial. After all, he retains enough consciousness not to harm you." Jinghe pressed further, "But won't you accompany me?" Snape scoffed lightly. "I imagine the werewolf would prefer my absence." With a resigned shake of her head, Jinghe reflected on how much time had passed. The tension between them remained unyielding. Yet, she had no intention of forcing reconciliation, for such matters could not be resolved merely through words. The following day, after class, Jinghe explained the situation to Lupin. He was equally thrilled by the prospect of their research yielding success, for even a slight chance of effectiveness represented a significant opportunity for him. Nodding in agreement, he suggested, "Let us venture to the Shrieking Shack tonight. If anything goes awry, we will be better equipped to handle it there." Jinghe nodded in assent. As the evening of the full moon arrived, the moon hung particularly round and luminous in the winter sky, its brilliance stark against the backdrop of a snow-covered landscape. The biting cold wind cut through even the heaviest of clothing, making a mere 10 minutes outside feel like an eternity. Fortunately, Albus Dumbledore had granted Jinghe the ability to apparate after her memory returned, sparing her from the ordeal of freezing en route to the Shrieking Shack. Despite the warmth of protective charms, the wind still chilled her to the bone. Lupin arrived at the shack just as the moon peaked over the horizon. Clutching the Wolf's Bane potion he had developed previously, in case of failure, he intended to ingest it himself to retain enough lucidity to avoid harming Jinghe. Jinghe handed him the potion, observing as he scrutinized its color before expressing his interest. "It's quite beautiful." However, when he opened it to inhale the scent, his brows furrowed in dismay. Clearly, he would first need to endure the potion's discomfort before any potential success. Pinching his nose, Lupin drank the potion as the full moon approached. Despite his mental preparations, the experience far exceeded his expectations. Over the years of wandering, he had consumed many unpalatable concoctions, yet none had ever caused him such anguish. After downing the potion, he grimaced for 3 long minutes before his expression gradually returned to normal. The two then sat anxiously on their stools, awaiting the full moon's arrival. As moments ticked by, the moon, previously obscured by clouds, began to shine brightly, illuminating the clearing with its majestic glow. Lupin kept his eyes tightly shut, bracing himself for the impending agony, while Jinghe also closed her eyes, nervously clenching her fists in anticipation. After what felt like 10 minutes, with no change in Lupin, Jinghe opened her eyes, her face lighting up with delight as she beheld his unchanged form. Lupin, equally astonished, gazed back at her in disbelief, to confirm that the moon was indeed full. Jinghe darted outside for a brief glance at the sky, where the moon hung serenely, marking the monthly full moon. Jinghe's experiment had succeeded. Lupin would no longer transform into a werewolf, and the dread that accompanied each full moon would be vanquished. Overwhelmed with joy, she dashed back inside, grasping Lupin's hands tightly. "We did it. You'll never transform into a werewolf again. We succeeded." Lupin returned her gaze, exhilaration flooding through him. He would no longer endure the excruciating pain of transformation during the full moon. Jinghe's triumph in potion-making not only meant relief for Lupin, but also signified her own success in creating a viable potion, one that could potentially dominate the market. As she observed Lupin's face in the moonlight, she noted the scars time had etched upon him, yet they did not diminish his spirit. Without thinking, she embraced him. In that moment, both were taken aback, yet, inexplicably, Jinghe tightened her hold, unwilling to let go. Feeling her grip tighten, Lupin slowly relaxed his previously rigid arms, wrapping them gently around her waist. Their positions became a tender tableau, Lupin seated with legs apart, Jinghe's arms around his neck, his arms cradling her waist. Both instinctively buried their faces in each other's necks, enveloped in a profound silence where even the faintest bird call from outside seemed muted. All that could be heard were their deepening breaths and the rhythmic pounding of their hearts. Time slipped away, and Jinghe, feeling the numbness in her legs, shifted slightly. Lupin, as if awakening from a dream, sprang up, pulling Jinghe from his embrace. He immediately bowed his head, unable to meet her gaze. After such an intimate moment, Jinghe could not feign ignorance. She had heard his heart thunder when he held her, an undeniable sign that their relationship transcended mere friendship. Had he felt differently, he would have pushed her away at the outset. Feigning disappointment, she attempted to leave, but, just as she was about to step out, pretended to stumble due to her numb foot. Observing her from the corner of his eye, Lupin swiftly reached out, drawing her back into his arms. Jinghe effortlessly settled onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, and Lupin felt his face flush deeply. In the absence of light, there was no hiding his embarrassment. Seated on his lap, Jinghe gazed at his face, watching as his ears turned a deeper shade of crimson, illuminated by the moonlight. Unable to suppress her laughter, she declared, "If you lack the courage, allow me to take the lead, for I am already aware of your feelings." It was a bold and unambiguous admission. However, he dared not voice it aloud. "No matter, allow me to articulate it." Jing turned Lu Ping's face towards his own, locking their gazes. Lu Ping possessed a pair of remarkably clear and bright eyes reminiscent of a dog's, and although he had aged, the clarity within them had remained largely unchanged. Jing fixed his eyes upon those orbs and declared, word by word, "There is no need for pretense any longer. I know you love me, Remus." Lu Ping wrestled with his anguish for a long while, yearning to refuse but lacking the courage, for he understood that should he truly decline this time, he might never have another chance. Resolving himself, he ceased to evade the girl's gaze, meeting Jing's earnest eyes and replied, "There is nothing about me that could possibly attract you. I was once a werewolf, I am older than you, and I am currently without a home. Of course, I love you, but I do not know how I can love you." After silently absorbing these words, Jing immediately responded, "Am I only just discovering this? Remus, I am aware of everything about you, but by uttering these words, I am expressing my willingness to share our journeys together. The past is but a fleeting wisp, carried away by the wind. You are no longer a werewolf. You can walk boldly beneath the sun, proudly declaring to others, 'This is my beloved's potion.'" Pausing momentarily, he continued, "I am now Jinghe Syed, the little daughter of the Syed family, who will laugh and frolic alongside you." Upon hearing this, Lu Ping could no longer contain his inner excitement and embraced Jing tightly, silent tears streaming down his face. It had been ages since he had cried. He could not recall the extent of his suffering, nor the countless ephemeral days he had spent wandering due to his identity as a werewolf. Yet, in that small wooden cabin, he held his entire world. As Lu Ping felt Jing's tears, he gently caressed his back, soothing his beloved until he regained composure. Lu Ping's weeping was quiet, yet in that moment, as he held Jing, it felt as though he was releasing all the pain he had endured over the years. "I once believed I could be strong enough to withstand the entire world, but the moment I met you, I crumbled." Once Lu Ping's emotions were settled, the two newly united lovers stepped hand in hand out of the shed and strolled beneath the moonlight. This was a scene Lu Ping had never dared to dream of. Now, he found himself walking under the full moon, hand in hand with his beloved, feeling that nothing could be more blissful. Thus, during the Triwizard Tournament, when Professor Lupin entered with Jing, the audience was taken aback. They had not anticipated the usually gentle professor could invite the finest girl from Slytherin. Even Sirius was caught off guard, while Snape merely scoffed coldly and left the ball without a backward glance. Lu Ping's dance steps were learned from Jing that very night under the moonlight, practicing their moves despite the chill, both faces glowing with happiness. Now, in the warmth of the indoor setting, Lu Ping held Jing's hand as they danced gracefully to the music, a vision Lu Ping had only ever seen in dreams. After the ball concluded, everyone eagerly sought to understand the nature of their relationship, astonished that Lu Ping could invite Jing. Yet, they both simply smiled and remained silent. Jing intended to reveal their connection once everything had settled, while Lu Ping wished to shield Jing from scrutiny, still too self-conscious. With Remus by her side, Jing declined Dumbledore's suggestion for her to become one of Hogwarts champions as the underwater treasure. Dumbledore, seated with a cup of honeyed tea, peered through the steam at the girl. "You and Remus?" Jing, lounging comfortably in her chair, replied, "Sure." Dumbledore nodded, his heart once again sighing. Youth is indeed a splendid thing. Love remains so vibrant and unwavering. Thus, the second task concluded without incident, swiftly leading to the third task, where the four champions would simultaneously enter the maze to retrieve the trophy hidden within. Only those who secured it would be deemed the victors of the Triwizard Tournament. Jing had previously conferred with Dumbledore and, after much contemplation, decided to share her plan with Lu Ping, knowing she could not keep it from him for long. Upon hearing the news, Lu Ping's immediate response was, "I will go in your stead." He understood that this was a mission that could only succeed, and he could not bear for his beloved to lose her soul to a killing curse. If any danger arose, he would bear it alone. He could not endure losing Jing again. Jing embraced Lu Ping tightly, kissing his cheek and resting her forehead against his, softly saying, "My dear, I must go. I need to gather information. I will be fine. You must cheer for me from the outside, and remember, I love you." With that, she transformed into a butterfly and flew away. Indeed, Jing spoke of this plan to Lu Ping just before the competition began, leaving him no time to react as he watched his beloved transform into a blue butterfly and disappear. The despair reflected in his eyes mirrored that of many years prior when he learned of James and Jing's deaths. Yet this time, the anguish felt far deeper and more unbearable. Now, there was nothing he could do but await the final outcome. Should the result be failure, he would throw himself into the fray of battle, willing to sacrifice everything until his own life came to an end. He sat in the stands, fists clenched tightly, staring unwaveringly at the sky, unaware of how much time had passed until a butterfly-shaped firework erupted at the center of the maze. Lu Ping dashed forward into the maze, transforming into a wolf midway as he struggled to keep pace, until he breathlessly arrived at the trophy's location. He anxiously fixed his gaze on the center, not daring to blink. As time ticked away in the frigid air, sweat beaded on Lu Ping's brow, and blood flowed from his clenched hands. Just as he felt on the brink of collapse, the air in the center began to distort, and then he saw Jing emerging, supporting a fainted Harry. He rushed forward, cradling the barely conscious girl in his arms, catching Harry just before he fell to the ground. Upon catching the scent of snowflakes on Lu Ping, Jing finally succumbed to unconsciousness. This fainting spell lasted a full day and night, during which Lu Ping never once closed his eyes, vigilantly watching over her until she stirred awake. When Jing opened her eyes, the first sight she beheld was Lu Ping, whose eyes were bloodshot from lack of sleep. Despite his weary appearance, he had taken care to shave, don clean attire, and groom his hair neatly, wanting to present a composed image for her awakening. Lu Ping gazed at Jing, filled with excitement yet at a loss for words, while Jing smiled and, with a gentle tug, pulled him closer. Exhausted from a day and night without rest, Lu Ping succumbed easily to Jing's pull, landing in front of her. Immediately, Jinghe delicately pressed his lips against the trembling lips of Lu Ping. Lu Ping's eyes widened in astonishment, but he soon enveloped Jinghe in a tight embrace, deepening the kiss. In that moment, the sunlight seemed to freeze eternally, becoming a cherished memory for the pair of lovers. The concept of romance was first imparted to Jinghe during his 6th grade. Why 6th grade? You may wonder. Because Lu Ping had long battled with his insecurities regarding his identity, too timid to let the girl express her feelings. Yet, Jinghe boldly kissed Lu Ping's cheek in front of everyone during recess, an act that unequivocally declared their relationship. Suddenly, the news of the most exceptional witch from Slytherin being together with the finest professor of defense against the dark arts spread like wildfire throughout Hogwarts. Sirius, in disbelief, approached his brother with wide eyes and asked, "Are you two really together?" Lu Ping nodded with a smile, and Sirius felt a tumult of emotions within him. Yet he still smiled and blessed his brother, saying, "Congratulations on finding the one you love." After graduating in their 7th year, Jinghe became an Auror at the Ministry of Magic, successfully rising to a leadership position. In a similar vein to Ariana, Lu Ping resigned from his post as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor to become an Auror under his beloved's command. A year later, they held a grand wedding in the estate they had purchased. It was at this moment that Lu Ping truly possessed a home in the profoundest sense. He would no longer wander aimlessly, for he had found his beloved and a sanctuary to rest when weary. Although Lu Ping had aged, his former life as a werewolf endowed him with remarkable agility, and Jinghe often awoke in the mornings to massage her aching waist while playfully hitting Lu Ping, who would gently comfort his wife in return. A year later, Jinghe gave birth to a very healthy little girl, and Lu Ping seemed to embody the essence of a family patriarch. He named his beloved daughter Lynades Lu Ping. They would have no other children, as Lu Ping could not bear the thought of his wife enduring any hardship. Even after marrying the girl, Lu Ping still experienced an unreal sensation, as if he were truly with the object of his youthful infatuation, merging with the moon he had long desired. Occasionally, he would suffer nightmares, dreaming that Jinghe would one day cease to love him upon discovering his true nature. He would awaken in the middle of the night, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath, but too fearful to disturb the girl beside him. In such moments, he would lower his gaze to the girl in his arms, and during full moons, he would sometimes find himself sleepless, for the once dreaded full moon now held no power over him. It hung quietly in the sky, casting gentle moonlight. Just as Lu Ping jolted awake from another dream, he suddenly felt the girl beside him stir and embrace him. Looking down at her, Jinghe smiled and asked, "Darling, what is it?" Lupin hesitated but ultimately voiced his inner worries. "Will there come a day when you suddenly stop loving me? Just as you once fell for me in an instant." Lupin had concealed his fears well, and until now, everyone believed him to be that genteel gentleman. Jinghe chuckled and wrapped her arms around his waist, saying, "I've known for a long time, dear. There's no need to worry. I will always love you." Lupin gazed at the girl in his arms, realizing that his wife had seen through his facade from the very beginning. How astute she was. How could she not discern his pretense? Yet she loved him, unconditionally, regardless of how circumstances might change. "I love you, whether you are gentle, kind, and amiable, or cunning, deceitful, and calculating. I love you. No matter how you transform, it is still you." Chapter 200. The conclusion of Little Barty, the final master of the Mad Dog. The first task of the Triwizard Tournament, retrieving the golden egg from beneath the dragon, concluded without incident under the watchful eyes of all the professors. Each of the 4 champions executed their tasks flawlessly, and even the unexpectedly included Harry successfully claimed victory using a broomstick. They were all granted passage to the second task. Jinghe sighed as she witnessed events unfold exactly as they had in the original storyline, always believing she could help others evade such occurrences, only to find it transpiring as anticipated. Where did the chain of events truly originate? Jinghe had thoroughly scrutinized the professors, finding no fault, leaving her perplexed as to where the issue lay. The burden of this mystery weighed heavily upon her, as she recalled Barty's words during the Quidditch World Cup, her frustration mounting as the situation remained a tangled web of ambiguity. The only way to uncover the truth was to identify the individual who had cast Harry into the Goblet of Fire. But who could that person be? Jinghe had not neglected to search among the adult wizards, not only those from Slytherin but from all houses, yet no clues emerged. It was as if that person had materialized out of thin air, casting the note into the goblet and vanishing without a trace. However, Jinghe believed that even the most elusive individual would occasionally reveal some trait, and the day such traits emerged would be the day the truth would be unveiled. Over the past few days, Jinghe had meticulously observed the eligible young wizards, keenly noting their movements and characteristics in hopes of discerning the hidden culprit among them. This endeavor proved arduous, as she was uncertain whether the individual was solely concealed within Hogwarts or perhaps from Durmstrang or another institution. Any possibility existed. Jinghe held no knowledge of the Death Eater dispatch this time, but her instincts led her to believe it would indeed be Barty. Lacking concrete evidence, she still felt he would come seeking her. After all, the unmistakably ambiguous embrace during the Quidditch World Cup lingered in her mind, evoking a sense of unease. As she frequently dreamt of returning to the days of Syad, when everyone was still a Hogwarts student, engaged in activities within that small campus, oblivious to how each would evolve in the future. Jinghe recalled how, in the past, whenever male wizards approached her, Barty would attack them like a rabid dog. Despite her warnings, he would discreetly send them to the infirmary. Initially, she had little desire to intervene, as Barty's motives were of no concern to her. And if he could provide her with some convenience, she was willing to let him be. However, when the word of his behavior spread throughout Hogwarts, and the male wizards Jinghe was interested in began to distance themselves from her, she finally lost her temper. If a person could not bring any benefit while only causing her trouble, Jinghe had no desire to keep such a person by her side, nor would she ever develop feelings for him. After teaching him a lesson, Barty learned to behave, quietly standing next to Jinghe while watching her interact. Though the madness in his eyes remained hard to suppress, Jinghe could still faintly recall the moments when little Barty would often nestle beside her, pulling out questions he had clearly mastered long ago, seeking her assistance. If she declined, he would blink his tearful, doe-like eyes at her, and Jinghe, being fond of beauty, could never resist his entreaties. Perhaps, during those times, unspoken feelings had already begun to blossom quietly, and those irresistible requests were merely the indulgences granted by affection. Soon, with the conclusion of the first task, Dumbledore announced to the assembly in the Great Hall that a ball would be held before the commencement of the second task. Hosted by the 3 schools, every wizard would have the opportunity to dance and twirl with their chosen partners, with no curfew to hinder their revelry. They could enjoy the festivities until the wee hours of the morning. This news instantly stirred excitement among the young wizards, who chattered animatedly about the upcoming ball, also speculating on their preferred partners, their glances occasionally flitting toward the girls they admired, only to vanish in an instant. At that moment, Jinghe was at the Slytherin table, discussing the ball with Ballast. It was evident that Ballast had someone special in mind, and the two appeared to be in a phase of mutual flirtation, which led Ballast to ponder the intricacies of dance steps for the event. Upon hearing the news, Jinghe found her thoughts inexplicably drifting to little Barty. She felt a surge of madness, How could he be the first person to come to mind? Yet, as her thoughts meandered, she recalled the time at Syad when there was no Triwizard tournament, only the 7th-year graduation ball. That year, she had declined every invitation, not out of disinterest in the event, but because the number of invitations was overwhelming. It seemed that agreeing to any one of them would disrespect the others, leaving Jinghe with a throbbing headache, uncertain of how to proceed. As she gazed at the pile of invitations cluttering her table, what crossed her mind was the notion of attending the ball with little Barty. The thought made her want to laugh. After all, he was only in 6th year, far too young to be her partner. The realization that he could not accompany her to the dance filled her with a sense of ennui, prompting her to reject all the invitations outright. Jinghe's refusals were not born from arrogance. Rather, she believed her standards to be high. And the other witches were well aware that she was quite popular within Slytherin, indeed among the most sought-after witches in all of Hogwarts. They merely assumed her standards were excessively lofty, unaware that her desired partner was simply too young. Yet, Jinghe mused, if judged by current standards, he would likely be much older than she. As she engaged in a casual conversation with Ballast, absent-mindedly spearing food with her fork, her thoughts wandered. Unbeknownst to her, a penetrating gaze from the Ravenclaw table fixated upon her, shrouded in secrecy. Following the announcement of the ball, many young wizards had sought to invite her as their partner. But she had declined them all, for her immediate concern was to uncover the identity of the individual who had consumed the polyjuice potion. Recently, a peculiar occurrence had compelled her to hasten her investigation, as those who had invited her had all sustained minor injuries, not severe enough to require more than a visit to the infirmary, yet alarmingly frequent. This led Jinghe to suspect that the methods employed by the perpetrator were strikingly familiar, reminiscent of little Barty's actions decades prior. When he had dealt with the wizards surrounding her, it seemed that he was indeed the culprit. Jinghe felt her heart race inexplicably. She needed to find him. However, the task proved exceedingly difficult. Though she considered herself well acquainted with his habits, even seeking him out was arduous. Clearly, little Barty had come prepared this time, having altered many of his defining traits, though no matter how hard one tries to change, remnants of one's true self inevitably linger. That evening, as she prepared to leave the library, Jinghe spotted a figure standing in the hallway ahead. Her instinct warned her that something significant was about to transpire, prompting her to stealthily conceal herself and observe. The figure appeared to be a Gryffindor student, based on their silhouette. She discerned that it was the young wizard who had invited her to the ball a few days prior. This young wizard looked around, scratching his head in confusion, seemingly puzzled as to why the person he had come to meet was absent. Just as he prepared to leave, a curse suddenly erupted from his blind spot, inflicting a gash on his calf. He collapsed to the ground, and Jinghe's eyes widened in astonishment, yet she refrained from rushing out, for she knew that the person she sought was likely lurking in the shadows. The young wizard, after being struck by the curse, called out, demanding the assailant reveal themselves. But all he received in response was the flickering of candlelight and the occasional gust of wind. Growing fearful, he hobbled back to the dormitory, the injury not severe enough to deter him. Jinghe remained hidden in her corner, silent, until she observed another shadow emerging ahead. Holding her breath, she stepped forward and cast a spell, immobilizing the figure in place. In the past, Jinghe might have murmured incantations before casting spells, but now, having been reincarnated 4 times, she needed no vocalization. The figure, clearly caught off guard, was clever enough not to struggle, simply lying still on the ground. Jinghe gradually emerged from the shadows, her wand poised as she looked down at the individual. Having acquainted herself with all the adult wizards at Hogwarts due to recent events, she recognized the young man lying there. It was the Ravenclaw wizard known as Panid, reputed to be the most intelligent in his house, quick in all endeavors, yet regrettably mute. His intellect had shielded him from bullying in Ravenclaw, which might have arisen from his condition. Jinghe had quietly observed him and noted his lack of typical behavior. He tended to keep to himself, which reassured her. However, she was taken aback to discover that this individual was indeed Panid. Oh no, he should no longer be called Panid. As Jinghe crouched beside him, she rummaged through a bag that performed the extinction charm and retrieved a vial of polyjuice potion. Confirming her suspicion, she promptly produced an antidote from her own bag, pried open Panid's mouth, and administered it. Strangely, upon recognizing Jinghe, he offered no resistance, drinking the potion obediently. As the effects of the potion began to manifest, the golden-haired boy gradually transformed into a striking young wizard with chestnut hair and brown eyes. The moment Jinghe laid eyes on him, she recognized him immediately. It was little Barty. Upon revealing his true nature, young Barty ceased to suppress his instincts. He licked his teeth, displaying a frenzied glint in his eyes as he gazed at the girl who looked down upon him. "Ah, my dear senior, are you surprised? Did you miss me?" "My senior?" According to Barty's assumptions, Jinghe would certainly furrow her brow at him, and utter words he found unpalatable. However, to his astonishment, Jinghe merely smiled, saying nothing. She then slowly crouched down, lifting him from the ground to sit beside her, and gently tilted his chin up, her smile radiant as she declared, "Of course I missed you, my dear Junior." Upon hearing these words, Barty, who was typically sharp-tongued, found himself momentarily at a loss, unprepared for Jinghe's unexpected tenderness. When she laid eyes on him for the first time, an inexplicable surge of emotion welled up within her. She recognized the handsome boy before her was utterly captivated by her, reminiscent of a mad dog devoted solely to her. A mad dog, indeed, requires a leash, left untethered. It may run amok and cause harm. Thus, she resolved to take on the role of its keeper. After all, she had understood from their very first encounter that she harbored feelings for him as well. She was no ordinary person. Had it not been for the need to salvage unresolved matters, she might have willingly forged a friendly alliance with Grindelwald. She too was a fool, albeit one curbed by reason. A genius madman should have an exceptional mad dog by their side. Jinghe, with a playful smile, lifted Barty's chin. Observing the slight tremor in his body at her touch, her smile growing ever more radiant. She then leaned in closer, brushing her cheek against his and whispering softly, "If you miss me, then remain by my side forever." At that moment, Barty was so taken aback that he could utter no further words. However, after the shock subsided, a wild joy surged within him. He licked his teeth and responded to the girl before him, "Yes, my lord." Jinghe laughed, knowing that with just a single word, she could effortlessly replace my lord with herself. After all, she was his original master. Slowly, she placed her hand on his chest, exploring the contours of his skin. Although he had spent time in prison, he appeared to have maintained himself well. All the right places remained intact. With a mischievous smile, she pressed down firmly on his chest, prompting a heavy grunt from Barty, whose gaze now brimmed with heightened desire. In a voice thick with longing, he murmured, "I need you, my lord." Jinghe gently pressed her lips against Barty's. His lips, tense from earlier anxiety, felt slightly dry, but they quickly became moist. In that empty corridor, the master bestowed grace upon her sole servant. Subsequently, Jinghe led Barty to find Panid, casting a perfect forgetting spell upon him, allowing him to slip into a deep slumber. As she caressed Barty's head and gazed at the unconscious Panid, she smiled and asked, "Shall we dance a tune together?" At this, Barty trembled uncontrollably, nodding as he stammered, "I want to." At that moment, remnants of Jinghe's earlier affection lingered on his neck, and as she noticed the red marks, a pleased smile spread across her face. She patted his cheek to lift the enchantment binding him and instructed, "Be good and wait for me." The once unruly Barty, in the eyes of outsiders, obediently nodded, watching as Jinghe departed, his hands exploring his lips, savoring the recent kiss. The fact that the most remarkable witch of Slytherin had chosen to dance with the mute wizard of Ravenclaw drew considerable attention at the ball. They never anticipated that the one who captured Jinghe as a partner would be a wizard they had always overlooked. This news kept Rita busy reporting for quite some time, and the excitement at Hogwarts simmered for an entire week before gradually subsiding. At the ball, Jinghe donned a splendid light blue mermaid gown, while Barty retained his golden hair and blue eyes, wearing a gentle smile as he maintained Panid's facade while dancing gracefully with the girl, leaving the onlooking wizard speechless. However, what they did not expect was that after the ball, in an empty classroom, Jinghe remained clad in her beautiful gown, waltzing with an unfamiliar man. Their dance culminated in an extended kiss. He always relished the gentle exploration of her neck with his sharp fangs, occasionally leaving delicate bite marks on her wrist as if marking his territory, while gazing up at her with wet, pleading eyes that made it impossible to remain angry. Thus, during the second task, Jinghe declined Dumbledore's proposition to become one of the treasures among Hogwarts champions. She smiled at him, saying, "My little dog would not permit such a thing. If I need to coax him later, it might prove rather challenging, Albus. I believe you have tried." With that, she cast a glance at Grindelwald, who sat nearby. Dumbledore chuckled helplessly, well aware that Jinghe's little dog was not Panid. He had gathered some information when the young wizards angrily confronted Panid, demanding to know how he could invite Jinghe as a partner. The bewildered boy merely gestured in sign language, leading to a mutual misunderstanding. It seemed that little dog belonged to another. Dumbledore shook his head with a wry smile, sipping his honeyed tea. Youth was indeed splendid, brimming with nuances. Thus, the second task concluded, and as the third task approached, Jinghe refrained from informing Barty of her plans, allowing him to maintain his interactions with Tom. Barty had fully become her own, following her every command without a hint of doubt or hesitation, even if the one he obeyed had once been his most loyal master. Before departing, Jinghe kissed Barty, who had been hiding in her bedroom, caressing his face as she said, "Be good and stay here, waiting for me, all right?" Barty nodded, gazing at Jinghe with adoration, a dream he had never dared to entertain. He never imagined he would be allowed into his senior's bedroom to sleep beside her. An overwhelming joy for him. After assuring Barty, Jinghe transformed into a blue butterfly as agreed upon with Dumbledore, fluttering towards the trophy's location within the maze. She was grateful that Slytherin's common room was underground. When the fireworks went off, Barty would be unable to see them, sparing her from any potential mischief. After successfully dealing with Tom in the maze, Jinghe emerged, weakly carrying the unconscious Harry. After scanning the vicinity and finding no sign of Barty, she finally collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. After a day and night of unconsciousness, Jinghe awakened, immediately sensing a warm presence beside her. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered it was a fiery red fox. As Jinghe awoke, a sense of wonder enveloped him. Dr. Pomfrey, having noticed Jinghe's revival, hurried over with his wand to examine his body, all the while reassuring him, "You have been unconscious for a day and a night. Everyone has been deeply concerned for you, especially this fox. Goodness, I cannot fathom where it emerged from. It growls at anyone who approaches you, but eventually, it was only Dumbledore's presence that calmed it enough for everyone to leave." Once Mrs. Pomfrey departed, Jinghe was about to utter a word when the fiery red fox lying on the bed instantly transformed into little Barty. He clung tightly to Jinghe, gasping with excitement. Jinghe gently patted his back, soothing him, and said, "Do not worry, I shall not abandon you." After Jinghe had delivered a decisive blow to the Gryffindor sword St. Neville, the heavy burden that had weighed upon the hearts of many vanished at last. Some individuals found their dark mark tattoos fading away flawlessly, their arms smooth as if they had never existed. Barty's mark faded too, yet he seemed unaccustomed to the affection, often humming and insisting that the girl leave her mark upon his left wrist. Eventually, Jinghe, worn down by his persistence, affixed a symbol of a fox and a butterfly upon his wrist, a blue butterfly perched upon the fox's back, a unique emblem belonging solely to him. In the ensuing 3 years, Jinghe dutifully attended school without notable incident, aside from the quiet machinations that led to Barty's eventual exoneration. Old Barty faced scorn from fellow wizards for his unwavering commitment to imprisoning his son, ultimately resigning from his position at the Ministry of Magic. Little Barty, adhering to Jinghe's wishes, became an Auror, rising to leadership during the 3 years she studied. Upon her graduation, Jinghe leveraged her connections and Barty's achievements at the Ministry to usurp Fudge's position, becoming the new Minister of Magic. Barty served as her sharpest ally, obediently following her every command. A year after graduation, Jinghe married Barty, a revelation that sent shockwaves through the wizarding world. No one could have anticipated such an unlikely union. In response, Barty published a statement in the Daily Prophet. "Miss Jinghe and I have been together since her 4th year." This proclamation astonished the entire wizarding community, and their monumental wedding graced the headlines for an entire week. Ordinarily, such coverage would not last so long, but someone had paid a small sum to feature their own photograph alongside their spouse for the same duration. Jinghe indulged him, for little pups often delight in asserting their dominion. However, Jinghe overlooked one crucial detail. A mad dog remains wild even in the bedroom. Each night, she found herself utterly exhausted, waking each morning to nurse her aching back as the culprit feigned innocence, dutifully trailing behind her. At times, in exasperation, she would slap him. But even after such treatment, little Barty would merely smile and approach her, asking, "Does your hand hurt? If you're still angry, feel free to strike me again." Ultimately, Jinghe resigned herself to the fact that he was a masochist. This mad dog demeanor led to the birth of a healthy girl the following year. In the presence of their daughter, Barty gradually tempered his antics, returning to his true nature only in the privacy of their bedroom. He named their daughter Calidlo Croc, showering her with affection, making her the happiest little girl in the wizarding world, and she adored her parents in return. "My love, it is you who has awakened this lifeless mountain, causing it to roar like a tidal wave." Chapter 201. The conclusion of Abracaxas, the blue butterfly of the white fox. The first task of the Triwizard Tournament, retrieving the golden egg from beneath the fire dragon, reached a resounding conclusion, with all champions securing their proof for the next stage, including the much skeptical 4th champion, Harry Potter, who acquired the golden egg using his broomstick. Next came the ball phase, where each champion could invite their dance partner. Naturally, numerous young wizards sought to invite Jinghe to accompany them to the Triwizard Tournament ball, but she declined all offers. This was due to a startling revelation she had recently received. During the first task of the tournament, she had received a letter from Lucius, accompanied by a peculiar blue stone. This stone bore no remarkable shape. It was an ordinary pebble that would not capture anyone's attention if discarded by the roadside. Yet upon seeing it, Jinghe's eyes widened in astonishment, for she recognized the implications of Lucius's words within the letter. "I am somewhat aware of the recent events at school, and you may be curious about why Mr. Abracaxas has suddenly vanished. Truthfully, I share your curiosity. I only just saw this letter today. I hadn't intended to send you this stone. However, I thought it prudent not to purchase you. So I decided to send this letter instead. This blue stone is said to be placed in a specific location, where upon opening it, extraordinary things will occur. This location is familiar to you, and Mr. Abraxas. I trust you know of what I speak. Jinghe picked up the stone from the table and scrutinized it closely. It bore no extraordinary characteristics, save for its striking light blue hue. She pondered the contents of the letter. A familiar place? After a brief moment of contemplation, she realized the answer. It was their secret hideout, the one she had discovered during her time at Ballast. This hidden sanctuary lay beneath the Malfoy family's basement. Although it was a basement, it was brightened by a charm that transformed it into a small room, known only to the two of them. Others would remain oblivious unless told. Holding the stone firmly in her hand, Jinghe resolved to visit that little room once everything had settled. Hoping to find remnants of Abraxas's presence within, she had long harbored a question for him. With whom did Lucius father a child? Her refusal of others' invitations was partly due to her recent busyness, coupled with the haunting dreams that transported her back to moments spent playing with Abraxas. It had been ages since she last saw him, and she had no inkling of his whereabouts. Not a single portrait remained at home for her to converse with. She missed him dearly and yearned to embrace him again, to share the burdensome thoughts weighing on her heart and the moments of despair she had faced. Although Jinghe had been reborn 4 times, she had never lived past the age of 30. Thus, despite her many lives, her maturity remained stunted. Even with the knowledge of the plot and the mission to save others, she had to feign a facade of maturity before outsiders. She had merely been reborn. This did not equate to an increase in intelligence. She longed for Abraxas, recalling a time when he knelt before her, urging her to call him Brother Abrax. While she had resisted, the thought of his heart breaking at that moment was too painful to bear. At this grand ball, Jinghe had not consented to dance with anyone. She wished to reserve her first dance for her beloved Abu brother. Even if it were merely a portrait or a fleeting shadow, she simply longed to keep it for him. Thus, at the ball, one could see a beautifully adorned young girl, yet surrounded by no male wizards. It was not that they were unwilling to approach her, but rather that she had graciously declined the affections of all, choosing instead to remain alone in this space. Jinghe held a glass of red wine, her gaze fixated dreamily upon the swirling, leaping young wizards in the dance floor, as if she were transported back to the days of her youth, when she danced with her Abu brother at the grand festivities of the Rodria family. They had been the opening act, the duo who initiated the first dance, allowing others to join the floor thereafter, a privilege that even their elders refrained from usurping, a testament to the confidence bestowed by their lineage. After the ball, Jinghe also politely declined Dumbledore's suggestion to become one of the 2 champions representing Hogwarts in the Triwizard Tournament. When Dumbledore inquired about her reasons, she merely shook her head in silence. He perceived her demeanor and deduced that she harbored a hidden sentiment, likely concerning someone he was familiar with. Folding his hands before him, he addressed her. "We must learn to look forward, Jinghe." In response, she shook her head and replied, "Albus, I understand. But you two do not look forward, do you?" How could she be unaware of her former friend's concealed drawer filled with relics of the past? Looking forward implies relinquishing regrets, accepting reality, and forgetting all. She was unwilling to discard, disinclined to accept, and incapable of forgetting. Upon receiving the letter, Jinghe had contemplated rushing to Malfoy Manor to uncover the mysteries within, yet her plans were abruptly halted. No, she could not simply meet her Abu. She had to resolve everything first, to gamble on an uncertain fate. She aimed to barter her own existence for a peaceful world for all, to encounter the one she longed for at the pinnacle of her blooming youth. The third challenge lay beneath a labyrinth crafted by the professors. The first champion to locate the trophy within the maze would emerge victorious. Armed with knowledge of the story's conclusion, Jinghe transformed into her animagus form and soared to the trophy's side, patiently awaiting Harry's arrival. As blue butterfly-shaped fireworks illuminated the sky, all the professors gathered at the trophy's location, awaiting the final outcome. Fortunately, the predictions proved accurate. Merlin had finally aligned with the girl, and the hopes she harbored did not dissipate. After this momentous event, Jinghe remained in a stupor for an entire day and night. Though the duration of her unconsciousness was considerable, upon awakening, she finally cast aside her burdens. All matters had been resolved, and the pressure had vanished. She could now approach her Abu without reservations. Following the culmination of her 5th-year finals, Jinghe exerted great effort to extricate Rael from the clutches of the Death Eaters, simultaneously facilitating Umbridge's smooth resignation. Upon returning home, Fudge's department was left severely weakened, the position of Minister of Magic teetering on the brink. With all matters concluded at the end of her 5th year, Jinghe accepted no invitations during the holiday, choosing instead to venture alone. Without even notifying Lucius and the others, directly to Malfoy Manor. She eschewed the connecting fireplaces and ostentatious carriages, opting instead for a simple disapparition to the estate. Since Jinghe had regained her memories, Malfoy Manor had ceased to impose restrictions upon her, allowing her to come and go as she pleased, unnoticed by anyone. This was her first visit to someone else's domain without informing the owner. However, at this moment, Jinghe could not concern herself with such formalities. She clutched the blue stone tightly in her hand and slowly made her way to a clearing, where she uttered the incantation. The transformation unfolded. This place was a garden of roses, yet the center was barren, devoid of any plant life. After she spoke the spell, a door gradually materialized in the vacant space, a door adorned with the Malfoy family crest entwined with rose motifs. Jinghe gently pushed the door open, revealing a staircase leading downward. Without hesitation, she descended, and as she entered, the previously dark corridor illuminated with warm, radiant candlelight. Continuing down the staircase, she arrived at the final destination, which was yet another door, this one adorned with a blue fox, upon whose nose a beautiful blue butterfly rested. In the fox's neck, there was a hollow recess, and upon seeing it, Jinghe placed the stone she held within it, and it fit perfectly. I reveal my tender neck. You may handle it as you wish. Upon inserting the blue stone, the unassuming door erupted in a dazzling blue light, and the fox seemed to awaken, its eyes opening. Jinghe waited in silence, though time seemed to stretch on, and aside from the brilliant light, there appeared to be no other response. Suddenly, an idea struck her, recalling a jest she once shared with Abraxas. In our homeland, when confirming someone's identity, the first drop of blood is often placed in the eye. She was unsure of its veracity, yet her mother frequently recounted tales from Chinese folklore where identity confirmation often occurred in such a manner. Inspired by this memory, Jinghe attempted to replicate the gesture from a television drama, but found it too challenging. Instead, she resorted to using her wand to create a small incision, allowing her blood to drip onto the fox's eyes. Instantly, the door's blue light intensified, blinding her momentarily, forcing her to shield her eyes with her arms. Tears streaming down her cheeks. After what felt like an eternity, the light gradually dimmed, and as she lowered her hands to investigate, she suddenly found herself enveloped in a fragrant embrace reminiscent of ancient dragon perfume. The familiar scent, long absent, washed over her, and she blinked. The tears that had been spurred by the blinding light now transformed into a flood of longing. At that moment, the figure holding her was none other than her long-missed Abu. Her Abu brother. Jinghe yearned to express the multitude of emotions swirling within her, yet in this moment, the overwhelming tide of longing manifested solely as tears, each drop falling upon Abraxas's garments, leaving dark stains. Abraxas held the girl he thought he had lost forever tightly in his embrace. It had been ages since he last shed tears. After sealing away his emotions, he felt as though he had become an unfeeling specter, patiently awaiting her summons. He had believed he was devoid of feeling, yet upon seeing her, a surge of profound love enveloped him entirely. Dear one, though we have been apart for so long, the moment I laid eyes on you again, I knew with certainty, I love you. Thus, the two remained entwined for an indeterminate duration, oblivious to the passage of time, until Abraxas gently released his embrace. He tenderly caressed the tears glistening upon the girl's cheeks, lowering his head to cradle his beloved in a warm embrace. Jinghe, having finally calmed her emotions, barely managed to utter her first question. I've missed you so much. I almost thought I would never see you again. As she spoke, the tears that had only just ceased began to threaten to cascade down her face once more. Abraxas softly wiped away the girl's tears and whispered gently, I am sorry, it is my fault. He then proceeded to elucidate the reasons for his sudden disappearance and subsequent revival. When Abraxas had received the news of the girl's passing, it felt as though the very heavens had collapsed upon him. He had sworn an oath to eternally guard her side, even at the cost of his own life. Yet, it seemed fate had played a cruel jest upon him, mocking him from the heavens, proclaiming that his life held no worth. Unwilling to succumb to death without expressing his feelings, he understood the precariousness of his own existence. Without taking action, he might not survive to witness the girl's next rebirth. Even if he were to reunite with her, he would be a mere shadow of his former self, aged and weary like Dumbledore. Thus, he made a reckless decision. He scoured the records of the Malfoy family and discovered a forbidden spell that could preserve his soul in a hidden realm, accessible only to a chosen few. The price of this spell was steep. Should the designated person fail to unlock it, his soul would remain trapped in that place for eternity. And if the stipulated time elapsed, he would endure decades of unending torment. Abraxas was uncertain whether the girl would be reborn again. He grasped at a hope that seemed almost insubstantial, yet he proceeded nonetheless. He retained only the blue stone and the blood elixir, sacrificing himself with a faint glimmer of hope, awaiting Jinghe to awaken him. Upon hearing this, Jinghe furrowed her brow and chastised Abraxas. What you did was exceedingly perilous. In that moment, Abraxas, whether rejuvenated by his beloved's presence or by some other force, appeared even more youthful than he had at 30. He resembled a man in his 20s. He smiled as he embraced the girl and said, "As long as I can see you, what danger can compare?" At that moment, Abraxas was clad in the same black tailcoat he had worn at the ball, while Jinghe wore the gown from their first encounter at the banquet. She longed to dance with Abraxas, completing the dance they had left unfinished in their previous life. Slowly, he pushed open a door, revealing an interior that mirrored Jinghe's own bedroom, with a portrait of the girl hanging prominently. It seemed that throughout the long years, Abraxas had relied on this portrait to soothe his emotions and memories. He snapped his fingers, and music began to swell. As they danced gracefully in the center of the room, this was the first dance of their era. Their appearances unchanged, time unaltered. The white fox had finally claimed the blue rose of its dreams, even at the cost of its own blood. Among the most astonished by Abraxas's revival were Lucius and Narcissa, when they beheld the former head of the Malfoy family standing before them unscathed. The complexity of their emotions could not be encapsulated in mere words. Furthermore, when they witnessed the head of the family affectionately entwining his arm with Jinghe's, they found themselves at a loss for language. Why must even ancestors rise from their graves to vie for the girl? The strangeness of his revival led to discussions, and Abraxas modified his name to adopt Jinghe's surname, becoming Abraxas I. When the girl learned of this name, she frowned. It struck her as peculiar, imbued with an inexplicable eeriness. She wished to change it, but Abraxas playfully buried his head in the crook of her neck, kissing her affectionately. "I find this name delightful. I have nowhere else to go, Jing." Unable to resist such endearment, Jinghe ultimately acquiesced. In the end, Jinghe discovered the truth she sought. Lucius was not Abraxas's biological child. He had no woman by his side, merely waiting for his sister. After graduation, Jinghe successfully ousted Fudge, becoming the new Minister of Magic, with Abraxas wholeheartedly supporting his beloved. Ever since he adopted the new surname, he had successfully revitalized the family business. True to his reputation as the former cunning fox, he thrived in his endeavors. A year after Jinghe's graduation, she announced her engagement, astonishing everyone. Some younger wizards were unaware of who Abraxas was, but many older wizards knew all too well. They gritted their teeth, having never anticipated such an outcome. Yet, to witness the girl in her wedding gown, looking her most radiant, they could only suppress their emotions and feign smiles at the ceremony. At this point, Abraxas, despite being only in his 20s, was brimming with youthful vigor. Consequently, their married life was vibrant and full of adventure. Every time Jinghe arose from bed, her legs felt achingly sore. Under Abraxas's nightly endeavors, Jinghe soon found herself pregnant and gave birth to a lovely daughter. The moment the little girl was born, she captured the hearts of nearly the entire wizarding world. And as time passed, even the sorrowful found solace. However, only Lucius and Draco exhibited emotions that were difficult to articulate upon seeing her. Lucius struggled to comprehend that this girl, in theory, was of his generation, akin to his sister, while Draco grappled with the notion that, according to his father's claims, she was his little aunt. Nonetheless, these familial ties had become inconsequential. Abraxas had changed his surname, rendering the girl's blood relations to them rather tenuous. Jinghe named her daughter Jinghe, symbolizing a crane soaring gracefully through the skies, embodying tranquility and contentment. From a young age, Jinghe led a blissful life, with a handsome father and a beautiful mother. The tales of her parents were well known among the young witches and wizards at school, and she enjoyed a particularly joyful existence, surrounded by many uncles and aunts who came to play with her. The cunning yet genteel white fox ultimately retained the brave blue butterfly that alighted upon his nose. Chapter 202, The Conclusion of Lucius. In matters of love, you are my eternal answer. Jinghe triumphantly vanquished the ominous cloud that had loomed over the wizarding world for decades during the third task of the Triwizard Tournament in her 4th year. Once the serpent was slain by Neville's sword, the mark that had once been imprinted upon the left arms of all pureblood families vanished without a trace. At that moment, Lucius was at work. He sensed a change in his arm, a warmth that was both intense yet not painful. As understanding dawned upon him, he rolled up his sleeve and witnessed the dark mark of the dark arts gradually dissipating until it had completely vanished. At this very moment, his arm bore no trace. As though the dark mark had never manifested at all, Lucius stood up in shock. Who could have vanquished the Dark Lord? A vague suspicion gnawed at him. A suspicion that was confirmed 3 days later when the newspaper arrived. At that time, he was having breakfast with Narcissa at the dining table. When he took the prophet delivered by the owl and opened it to see the headline, his pupils dilated in an instant. The bold letters proclaimed, "Joyful news. The Dark Lord has been defeated by the boy who lived, Harry Potter, in conjunction with the talents of Slytherin's Jinghe and 1. We regret to inform you that we could not capture first-hand intelligence, but according to rumors, the two may be on the verge of something significant. Lucius was initially astounded to see that the man who had controlled him for decades had finally vanished, yet as he read the concluding remarks, his arm fell limply to his side. Indeed, they were on the cusp of something momentous. Narcissa, too, had glimpsed the newspaper, and for a fleeting moment, this couple, regarded by outsiders as perfectly matched, found their thoughts entwined. If he has disappeared, can we finally be free of one another? They exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they recognized the same unspoken thought. In their youth, they had been forced into this union by their fathers and that man. And to avoid suspicion, they had expended great effort and wealth to create an heir through alchemy. For years, they had adhered to the rules, terrified of making even the slightest misstep. Their outward appearance was one of glamour, yet behind the scenes, they trembled with fear, unable to even cast a glance at the girl they cherished. But now, with the man's disappearance, they could finally express their true feelings openly. Thus, far away at school, Draco received an envelope from his parents, in which they detailed his origins. Dear Draco, when you read this letter, you may be quite surprised. Yes, your mother and I are getting a divorce. Though it is harsh, we must inform you of this matter. You are the product of alchemy, created by your mother and me. You need not worry about the aftermath of the divorce. You will still be the next head of the Malfoy family. Although Narcissa and I are not your biological parents, we have always cherished you. We have received news of that man's disappearance. Your mother and I have grown weary of maintaining this charade over the years, and thus we seek a perfect conclusion. When Draco first read the letter, he was both astonished and incredulous. He had never imagined himself to be the product of alchemy, nor did he expect his parents would one day divorce. Uncertain of how to respond, he instinctively sought out the one person he relied upon, Jinghe. They found themselves seated together in the astronomy tower. Draco sipping a drink of unknown origin, mumbling, "Did you know? I am merely a product of alchemy, and my parents are getting a divorce. They may have never loved each other." Jinghe was taken aback by this revelation. Truth be told, at the moment she had vanquished the Dark Lord and ushered in peace. There were many things she wished to say to someone, yet she did not know how to approach him, for he was already a family man with a son. She would not be the one to intrude. However, Jinghe was taken aback to discover that he was not with Narcissa, and even Draco was an alchemical creation. Her heart was a tumult of emotions, filled with an impulsive desire to abandon everything and seek out Lucius, a yearning that clawed at her very core. Yet, she comforted Draco at that moment, saying, "It's all right, Draco, at least your past affections were genuine, were they not? You are still you, and in my eyes, you remain the proud Draco." With tears glistening in his eyes, Draco looked up and asked, "Do you not know my true feelings for you, Jinghe?" Upon hearing these words, Jinghe found herself rendered speechless, simply gazing at him in silence. This silence spoke volumes, and Draco understood it as a signal of rejection. He wiped his tears away and, in the next moment, embraced Jinghe tightly, murmuring, "Rejection matters not. Let me hold you just once." The mingled scent of green apple and alcohol enveloped him. After a moment's hesitation, Jinghe placed her hands on Draco's back, reciprocating the embrace. In that instant, Draco's tears fell onto her clothing. He understood this was likely their final embrace. As dawn broke, Draco resumed his role as the exemplary heir of the Malfoy family. Yet he had shed his previous naivete for a more mature demeanor. The following day, Jinghe received a letter from Lucius, which candidly stated, "Narcissa and I have divorced. I wish to see you." To be honest, even without his words, Jinghe was aware of the situation, as the newspapers had been filled with news of the Malfoy and Black Union's dissolution. Unsure of how to confront this letter, Jinghe's intuition suggested that her sentiments mirrored Lucius's thoughts, but she lacked the courage. She had never been a brave soul. Love had merely lent her strength. While she remained a timid heart, Jinghe did not respond to the letter, and Lucius seemed to understand her unspoken sentiments, refraining from sending further correspondence. Yet occasionally, she would catch sight of him at Hogwarts. Whenever she turned, those transparent blue eyes would be fixed upon her, emotions that were legible to all. "You did not write to reject me. I understand your meaning. I can wait until you possess that thought. The moment you do, I shall rush to you." Time flew swiftly, and before long, Jinghe graduated, navigating the ensuing 3 years without difficulty, completing her studies at Hogwarts unscathed. Throughout those years, many boys professed their affections for her, but she turned them all down. Each night before sleep, she would glance at the letter she had placed in a box. An unanswered correspondence filled with unarticulated thoughts. It was not until the final day of graduation that she solemnly penned her reply, "I look forward to our meeting." It was a sunlit day in Godric's Hollow, and Jinghe reclined comfortably beneath a large tree, wearing a sun hat, as the cheerful chirping of birds filled the air. Though it appeared serene, Her hands were unconsciously tugging at the grass beneath her, betraying her nervousness. In the next moment, a figure approached. Upon seeing that shadow, Jing sprang to her feet, brushing off the grass from her attire, her hands clasped tightly together in anticipation as she gazed at the approaching blonde man. Today, Lucius's platinum hair was impeccably styled, tied back with a hairband, and he wore a light blue shirt he had never donned before, making him appear as though he were a youth in his early 20s. From a distance, Lucius spotted the girl standing at the base of the tree and hurried towards her, his heart racing at the sight of her radiant smile. Today, Jing wore a light blue dress, devoid of excessive embellishments, save for a large bow tied at the waist. Her hair cascaded softly over her shoulders, and her only ornament was a rose brooch adorning her chest. Today, Lucius wore on the left side of his shirt the brooch gifted to him by the girl, glimmering under the sunlight. Just as Jinghe was about to speak, Lucius swiftly approached and embraced her tightly. Jinghe was momentarily taken aback, but she immediately reciprocated the embrace. Filled with love, in that moment, words became superfluous. The embrace perfectly replaced countless sweet nothings and solemn promises, allowing both to understand each other's feelings without uttering a single word. They remained in each other's arms for what felt like an eternity. Once they comprehended their mutual affection, they sat quietly beneath the tree, with Jinghe listening to Lucius recount their shared memories. It turned out he had cherished her for a long time, steadfastly holding onto that feeling. After hearing his heartfelt explanation, how could Jinghe not understand? She certainly did. At that moment, her desires were exquisitely fulfilled. In school, she merely wished to eliminate any lurking dangers, but after graduation, her sole aspiration was to attain her own happiness. Jinghe smiled at the sky and said to Lucius, "I truly feel euphoric today, as if all of this is but a dream." Lucius, with a smile, replied, "I feel the same." Following this, he rose from the ground, then knelt before her, retrieving a blue velvet box from behind him. Upon opening it, a blue butterfly emerged, adorned with delicate, pale blue flames. Lucius, the bearer of light, the gentleman wielding the torch, transformed the fiery red flames into a hue she adored, signifying that as long as she was by his side, he would change everything for her, just to be worthy of her love. Looking at the astonished girl, Lucius solemnly declared while holding the ring, "Here, in the name of Malfoy, I vow to remain eternally faithful to my beloved, never to betray, so I implore you, Miss Jinghe." At the end of his declaration, his lips trembled slightly, yet he managed to utter the final two words, "Marry me." Jinghe, with her hands covering her mouth in astonishment, was at a loss for words, her heart brimming with joy as if it might burst from her chest. Unbeknownst to Lucius, the girl he adored had harbored deep feelings for him since their first encounter. "You are my eternal youthful aspiration, my predetermined choice, the answer I shall never alter. No matter how much time passes or what events transpire, when asked for an answer, my response will always be you." Thus, in Godric's Hollow, under the radiant sunlit sky, Jinghe extended her hand to accept the ring from the boy she had cherished since her youth. The ring shimmered in the sunlight, as if crowning their love. In this valley, they finally embraced one another, making up for the long-awaited kiss. "You are the reason my heart trembled in youth. Thus, each time I gaze upon you, I am confessing my love anew. I have finally found my sanctuary within your depths." Chapter 203, The Butterfly Resting on the Wood, Oliver's Conclusion. The first challenge of the Triwizard Tournament unfolded smoothly under everyone's watchful eyes. Though Jinghe was perplexed about who had submitted Harry's name, she realized there was no time to ponder this question. Discovering the identity of that individual was what mattered. At this moment, Jinghe had already conferred with Dumbledore, securing her rights as a professor at the school. He had even arranged for her to use disapparation within Hogwarts. Consequently, whenever the girl was busy, she often vanished from one place only to reappear in another in the blink of an eye. A week following the first challenge, Dumbledore publicly announced the commencement of the Triwizard Ball, which caused quite a stir among the students. In response to this announcement, many young witches and wizards eagerly prepared to express their feelings to their beloveds and invite them to be their dance partners. Jinghe received numerous invitations. Yet due to her recent busyness in investigating various matters, she was unable to invest much thought into the ball, especially since none of the suitors were the individuals she longed for. Consequently, she politely declined all invitations. That evening, as Jinghe returned to her dormitory after a long session in the room of requirement, the hour was already late, and the corridor was only populated by a few hurried couples returning to their rooms. Since the start of the Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore had adjusted the school's curfew by 1 hour, allowing for the presence of some students during this time. As Jinghe walked down an empty corridor, she felt a chill in the air and instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, hastening her pace. Suddenly, she was pulled into the shadows by an outstretched hand. Instantly, she adopted a defensive stance, aiming her wand at the person's neck while fiercely demanding, "Who are you?" The individual, feeling the wand's pressure, replied, "It's me, Jinghe." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jinghe gradually relaxed. It was Oliver. As she lowered her wand, she illuminated the dim space with a flick of her wand, revealing Oliver's face, which was flushed with embarrassment. Just as Jinghe was about to inquire why he had pulled her so suddenly, she realized how closely they were standing, almost as if they were embracing. Startled, she took a few steps back, but Oliver swiftly grasped her wrist. Jinghe's heart raced as he held her, leaving her bewildered at her own reaction, sensing it was an unusual omen. Striving to maintain her composure, she asked Oliver, "Is there something you need at this late hour? You could have just called me instead of pulling me over like this." Oliver sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "Yes, I'll be more mindful next time." He then looked intently at the girl before him, causing Jinghe to feel slightly flustered, her cheeks turning crimson as she found herself at a loss for words. Finally, she stammered, "Do you need something today?" Oliver gazed at her, his heart brimming with 1,000 thoughts he wished to express. With graduation approaching, he was uncertain if he would see her again afterward. He didn't want to leave with regrets, so he resolved to be brave this time, channeling the determination he had felt at the Quidditch pitch. In that instant, Oliver made up his mind and, with a steady gaze, asked, "Would you be my dance partner?" Upon hearing this, Jinghe exhaled in relief, yet an inexplicable emptiness washed over her. Nevertheless, the joy of being invited to be his partner sparked happiness within her, prompting her to follow her heart and respond. Of course, she would never compromise herself. Upon hearing her affirmative response, Oliver's excitement grew, his eyes sparkling in the candlelight as Jinghe momentarily perceived him as a large Doberman. If he had ears, they would surely be perked up in delight. After Jinghe finished her thoughts, she looked at Oliver in front of her and gently shook her hand that he was holding. "I have already promised, so may I ask, Mr. Oliver, if you could kindly release my arm?" Oliver gazed intently at the girl before him and replied, "No, that is not what I meant to say." He sought to push his advantage. Taking a deep breath, he uttered the following words, "I do not know when it began, but I like you. I like you very much. You can hold the top position in my heart, equal to Quidditch." "Oh, that is not what I meant to imply. I mean you are as important as Quidditch, not that Quidditch is more important than you." Jinghe could not help but smile more brightly at Oliver's incoherent rambling. At that moment, Oliver was filled with frustration, thinking back to how he had prepared a draft before coming, yet found himself at a loss for words when the time came. With a smile, Jinghe reached out with her other hand to caress Oliver's cheek. Upon feeling her touch, the previously inarticulate Oliver fell silent, and Jinghe could sense the warmth rising on his face. With a smile, Jinghe said to Oliver, "All right, I understand now. I know I am as important as Quidditch. I like you too, Oliver, the future star of Quidditch." Upon hearing these words, Oliver felt his mind go blank, and by the time he regained his senses, he realized he had tightly embraced the girl. His scent, a refreshing woodsy aroma, harmonized beautifully with the fragrance of the roses she wore. Jinghe returned the warm and expansive embrace, while the flickering candlelight in the room danced as if celebrating their love. "You may not be entirely prepared, but I can feel your overwhelming affection. That is enough." Thus, when Oliver emerged at the Triwizard Tournament Ball, arm in arm with Jinghe, he astonished everyone. The Quidditch team could hardly believe their captain had won the heart of the finest witch from Slytherin, especially the Weasley twins and Harry. Upon seeing their captain holding hands with the girl of his dreams, they felt as if the sky were about to fall, and their spirits plummeted several degrees. Oliver, whose skills were usually devoted to Quidditch, stumbled a bit in the realm of dance. Fortunately, with Jinghe's patient guidance, he managed to perform some simple steps. The two glided across the dance floor like a golden snitch soaring freely in the sunlight. The following day, Oliver boldly declared at the Gryffindor table, "Yes, Jinghe is my girlfriend." Instantly, this news spread like wildfire throughout Hogwarts, leaving everyone astonished at Oliver's unexpected romance with the exceptional Jinghe. Many had even bet that Oliver would never find love in his lifetime. As a result, Oliver found himself challenged to more duels on the Quidditch pitch than ever before. But perhaps bolstered by the power of love, he seldom faced defeat. In the second task, Jinghe naturally declined Dumbledore's proposal to allow her to become one of the two champions of Hogwarts, suggesting they retrieve the treasures from the depths. Sitting on the sofa, she shook her head with a smile, saying, "You do not understand, Albus. Although my dear is a bit dense, once he blooms, he will harbor many thoughts. I do not want him to be suspicious all day long." Dumbledore chuckled. "Indeed, Oliver is a good boy. I did not expect you two to be together." Jinghe raised an eyebrow and replied, "Anything is possible, isn't it?" Time swiftly progressed to the third task, where the champions were to enter the maze and find the Triwizard Cup hidden deep within. Jinghe had discussed the task with Dumbledore and approached it with a determined spirit. Unbeknownst to Oliver, she did not inform him of her plans for the evening. After casting a distant glance at her boyfriend, she transformed into a butterfly and flitted into the depths of the maze towards the cup. At that moment, Oliver sat upright at the Gryffindor table. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He instinctively turned to the Slytherin side, searching for his girlfriend's figure. But the crowd was too dense for him to see anything. Panic surged within him, yet he reminded himself of Jinghe's earlier words, urging him to sit quietly and watch the match. Thus, the clumsy Oliver complied, gripping his clothing tightly, oblivious to the fact that he was on the verge of tearing it apart. Just as Oliver was about to become overwhelmed with anxiety, a blue butterfly-shaped firework erupted from the maze, Jinghe's birthmark. Without a moment's hesitation, Oliver dashed to the entrance of the maze. Snape attempted to intervene, but Oliver, in his nervousness, pushed past him. The physical prowess of someone trained in Quidditch was formidable. Snape, without his wand, could not stop him. Thus, Oliver ventured into the now brightly lit maze in search of the cup. After what felt like an eternity of wandering, he eventually stumbled upon the gathering of professors. He stood there, transfixed, his gaze fixed on the center, beads of sweat trickling down his neck. Time seemed to blur until, just as Oliver felt himself fading into darkness, the air suddenly warped, and he saw his girlfriend emerging, supporting a fainted Harry. He rushed forward to embrace Jinghe, who, upon inhaling his familiar woodsy scent, peacefully succumbed to unconsciousness. Overwhelmed with joy and relief, Oliver collapsed to his knees, still holding her tightly. At that moment, he could not discern whether it was sweat or tears cascading down his face, falling upon hers. Jinghe awoke on a sunny day, her first sight being Oliver, who had been resting with his head by her bedside. She gently stroked his hair, which, usually spiky like a hedgehog, felt remarkably soft beneath her fingers. The sensation roused Oliver from his slumber, and as he lifted his head, he was greeted by the sight of his girlfriend smiling at him. Unable to contain his excitement, he enveloped her in a warm embrace. After an indeterminate time, he held her face and pressed a gentle kiss upon her lips. During the days you were unconscious, I would have traded all my chances for your awakening. The oblivious Oliver had encountered a butterfly willing to rest upon him. After graduation, Oliver successfully joined the team he adored and became a player. Once Jinghe resolved all her matters, the next 3 years became irrelevant in terms of her classes. Thus, she attended every match to support Oliver. Over time, it became well known that Oliver from Puddlemere United had a stunning and accomplished girlfriend. Perhaps due to her unwavering support, Oliver won every match he played and quickly transitioned from a substitute player to a full-fledged member of the team. Yet, with Jinghe's brilliance shining so brightly, Oliver transformed from Puddlemere's brilliant keeper to the boyfriend of the goddess of salvation. The moniker was bestowed upon Jinghe by the little wizards only after all matters had been resolved. If there exists a savior, then surely there can be a goddess of salvation. When Jinghe first heard this nickname, she felt a tinge of bashfulness. However, Oliver, nestling against her shoulder, playfully declared, "How splendid! I can impress others by introducing myself as the boyfriend of the goddess of salvation." Oliver, who seldom paid heed to titles, felt a swell of pride when he heard others refer to him in this manner. Time flew by, and 3 years later, Jinghe graduated from Hogwarts. Oliver, unable to contain his excitement, orchestrated a grand proposal for his girlfriend. A year after accepting his proposal, they hosted a magnificent wedding at their estate. As Oliver beheld his bride, gracefully approaching in her wedding gown, his heart raced with the same exhilaration he felt when he first clinched the Quidditch Cup. Yet, that was excitement. This was love. In their married life, Oliver continued to play for the Puddlemere team, while Jinghe achieved great success as the newly appointed Minister of Magic. Both partners shone brightly in their respective fields of interest. However, one morning, as Jinghe gingerly rose from bed, nursing a sore back, she couldn't help but marvel at the stamina of athletes. A year later, upon discovering her pregnancy, Oliver seemed to mature in an instant, his demeanor reflecting newfound wisdom and responsibility. After 10 months, Jinghe gave birth to a charming little boy. Witnessing the agony of childbirth, Oliver embraced his wife tenderly, whispering, "Thank you, my dearest. I shall love you eternally." He named their child Paradewood, lavishing him with affection from a young age. Just as Oliver had hoped, Paradewood exhibited an extraordinary talent for Quidditch, soaring through the skies on a broomstick at an early age, while inheriting his mother's keen intellect and striking looks. Consequently, he garnered much attention upon entering school and successfully secured a place on the team in his second year. As time passed, their lives remained blissfully unchanged, filled with happiness. My dear, perhaps only with you does my life feel complete. Chapter 204, Percy S. Side Story, The Sole Uncertainty in a World of Rules. The first task of the Triwizard Tournament unfolded under the watchful eyes of the spectators, and the contestants emerged unscathed. each receiving a golden egg that granted them passage to the second task. Jinghe, relieved that the first task mirrored the original plot, remained tense. For she now had to swiftly uncover the identity of the individual who had submitted Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire. When Dumbledore announced the Yule Ball, Jinghe couldn't afford to dwell on it, as she was collaborating with him to investigate the matter at hand. After a day filled with activity, she rubbed her temples, realizing that the situation had become excessively convoluted, a worrisome development, given that numerous threads awaited her unraveling within a predetermined framework. Even the slightest oversight could yield entirely different outcomes. As Jinghe finally lifted her gaze after completing her tasks, she noted that night had fallen. She had been so engrossed in her work that she had neglected to eat dinner, and her stomach growled in protest. Since regaining her memories, Jinghe had enjoyed the privilege of a flexible curfew at school. Feeling hunger pangs, she resolved to visit the kitchen, stretching her limbs and tidying her belongings. She pushed open the door to the dining hall. The corridors were dim, as most torches had been extinguished with the impending curfew, prompting Jinghe to produce her wand for illumination. She chided herself internally, vowing to manage her time better in the future to avoid missing meals. As she navigated the familiar path to the kitchen, she suddenly felt a firm grip on her wrist, accompanied by a stern voice. "Which house are you from? Why aren't you in the common room?" Percy, diligently fulfilling his duties as head boy, was conducting his nightly rounds with the newly appointed Gryffindor prefect. As he was set to graduate soon, upon noticing a glimmer of light around the corner, Percy initially suspected it was a wayward student sneaking about after hours. When he concealed himself and seized the figure, he illuminated her face, only to widen his eyes in astonishment. "Jinghe?" Startled when her wrist was caught, Jinghe sighed in relief upon recognizing Percy. He hesitated momentarily before realizing he was still holding her hand, quickly releasing it. "What are you doing here so late?" Percy was aware of the special privileges granted to Jinghe by Dumbledore, thus recognizing that she was not technically breaking curfew. He waved the new prefect away to continue their rounds before turning his attention back to Jinghe. Rubbing her sore wrist, partly in jest and partly in annoyance, she remarked, "You really grabbed me quite hard. What do you intend to do about that?" Percy, well-versed in etiquette and social decorum, found himself at a loss when it came to appeasing a girl. Stammering, he replied, "I didn't mean to." Jinghe couldn't help but chuckle at Percy's nervousness, gently patting his arm in reassurance. "It's all right. I understand this is part of your duties. I just finished up and was a bit hungry, so I thought I'd check the kitchen." Under the glow of his wand, Percy observed Jinghe, her blue eyes shimmering in the pale light, causing his ears to flush with warmth. Summoning his courage, he suggested, "Since I'm headed that way, would you like to join me in the kitchen?" Tilting her head thoughtfully, Jinghe responded, "Of course." Thus, the two set off together, and along the way, Jinghe lightened the mood by discussing recent events. To her delight, she discovered that Percy shared similar perspectives on various topics and could even expand upon them in unexpected ways, resulting in a lively conversation. Upon reaching their destination, she tickled the pair in the painting, and as they entered the kitchen, Jinghe waved her hand to ignite the lights. Instantly, the darkness transformed into a warm glow. She gestured for the house elves who had approached to rest, casually took a bun for herself, and offered one to Percy as they settled on a kitchen stool to converse. As Percy watched Jinghe, an unfamiliar sensation blossomed within him, a desire to act on his feelings. With graduation looming, he was determined not to leave any regrets from his academic journey. Turning to face Jinghe, he caught her curious gaze. "What is it, Percy?" she inquired. At that moment, Percy grappled with inner turmoil, yearning to express his feelings yet acutely aware of his lack of preparation. However, when he caught sight of the girl gazing at him with a smile in her eyes, his heart inexplicably settled in that very moment. Thus, he spoke. "I am aware that discussing this topic in this place may be somewhat inappropriate, but I wish to avoid any regrets. Regardless of whether you accept or decline, I shall respect your choice. I like you very much indeed." Percy, typically eloquent with outsiders, found himself at a loss for grandiose words and could only repeat his feelings for the girl before him. "I like you very much indeed. I love you." Deeply and earnestly. When Jinghe heard Percy utter these words, she was taken aback, momentarily forgetting the bun in her hand. Though she had not experienced much romance until now, this declaration felt distinctly different from others she had encountered. A wave of joy washed over her, as if everything had finally settled into place. Unlike the calm she had felt during previous confessions, this was an exhilarating moment, akin to a long-anticipated dream coming true. As blood coursed through his heart, love resonated at that instant. After delivering his heartfelt confession, Percy nervously gazed at the girl before him, his hands trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's. Just as disappointment began to seep in, he noticed the previously dazed girl suddenly blossom into a smile, setting down her belongings and taking his trembling hand. Her laughter bright as she replied, "I like you too." Very much, indeed. In that moment, Percy felt as though fireworks had erupted in his mind, akin to finally securing a coveted position. He had found the love he had long desired. Percy embraced his freshly minted beloved, holding onto hope and warmth. In his family, he ranked third, caught in a precarious position due to the number of siblings. He lacked the vivacity of the twins and the brilliance of Charlie and Bill. He was merely an unremarkable Weasley. He recognized that apart from his academic performance, he had no advantages over his brothers, who could easily charm girls and stand by their side in battle. However, fortunately, his courage had finally borne fruit, and his affection had found validation. Thus, at the Yule Ball during the Triwizard Tournament, when Percy appeared with Jinghe on his arm, it stunned everyone, especially the Weasleys. The twins and Ron had never anticipated that. Despite their vigilance, their elder brother had managed to secure a partner. As Percy and Jinghe danced in the center of the hall, absorbing the gazes of onlookers, the thrill surpassed even the exhilaration he felt wielding his prefect's authority. After the ball concluded, Percy received greetings from his younger brothers, who quickly learned that she was not merely his dance partner, but indeed his girlfriend. This news spread swiftly throughout Hogwarts, leaving everyone astonished that the usually rule-abiding Gryffindor prefect had won the heart of a beautiful girl. In no time, Percy found himself inundated with friendly messages from his brothers, grateful that he was nearing graduation, for he could scarcely fathom the pranks he might face otherwise. Consequently, Jinghe gracefully declined Dumbledore's suggestion for her to become one of Hogwarts' champions in the second task. With a smile, she remarked, "Although my partner is about to graduate, I must still provide ample assurance. Wouldn't you agree, Gellert?" She cast a glance at Grindelwald, who sat nearby on the couch, avoiding eye contact and whistling absent-mindedly. Dumbledore couldn't help but smile at the exchange between them. Indeed, assurance was paramount. Time swiftly advanced to the third task, and Jinghe conferred with Dumbledore regarding her plans. She could only hope that everything would unfold successfully, for if it did, the world would embrace a most radiant future. Uncertain of how events would transpire, she refrained from divulging her plans to Percy, stealing a glance at him as he maintained order among the Gryffindors before transforming into a butterfly and entering the trophy. Percy, occupied with upholding the Gryffindors' order, suddenly felt his heart race as he instinctively turned towards Slytherin, only to find no sign of his girlfriend. His heart quickened. Where could Jinghe be? Amidst his efforts to maintain order, he found himself scanning Slytherin for her presence, enduring one of the most chaotic moments of his life. Just as he walked nervously, a noise emanated from the maze, and upon turning, he beheld a firework in the shape of a blue butterfly. It resembled the butterfly-shaped birthmark on Jinghe's hand. Percy's heart raced. He abandoned his duty to maintain Gryffindor's order and sprinted toward the professors, disregarding any obstacles, and followed them into the maze. In that moment, he shattered all rules and constraints. For the first time, he set aside the dictates of order and, heedless of prohibitions, rushed toward the trophy's location. His gaze remained fixed, unwavering. In the biting cold, beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the air before him warped, revealing his beloved supporting an unconscious Harry. Percy rushed to embrace Jinghe, and as she felt the comforting scent of sandalwood emanating from him, she blissfully succumbed to unconsciousness. Throughout her day of unconsciousness, Percy remained by her side until the day she awoke. When Jinghe opened her eyes, she found Percy dozing beside her, eyes gently closed. She tenderly caressed his face, prompting him to awaken. Upon seeing her smile as she stroked him, he could no longer contain his emotions and tightly embraced her, slowly bestowing upon her the first kiss of his life. The intoxicating aroma of sandalwood and roses entwined together, creating a captivating fragrance. "You are the liberation I found after breaking the rules, and the only change within my constraints." After graduation, Percy succeeded in securing a position at the Ministry of Magic. During those 3 years, the Weasley twins and Ron made numerous attempts to pry their brother from his newfound love, but were consistently met with Jinghe's polite refusals. The couple exchanged letters weekly, undeterred by any storms. As they cherished their love, doubt never crossed their minds. Only endless longing and affection persisted. Following her graduation, Jinghe also ascended to become the chief Auror of the ministry and, in her second year, successfully ousted Fudge to become the new Minister of Magic. Percy thus became her devoted partner, forever her loyal secretary and worker. It became common knowledge that the new minister had a husband whose work ethic was extraordinarily intense, who approached every task with the utmost fervor, rarely displaying a smile, save when in the presence of Minister Jinghe. 2 years later, they wed, their shared careers ensuring minimal separation. In the third year, Jinghe became pregnant, experiencing springtime conception and giving birth to a lovely daughter in winter. Percy gently kissed his wife's forehead and declared, "I shall love you forever." Words of eternal vows escaped me, yet I can only express my profound love for you through my actions. Percy named his daughter Angelina Weasley, a name that evokes the essence of an angel. Angelina inherited her parents' exceptional genes, possessing both exquisite beauty and a brilliant mind. Upon her arrival at Hogwarts, she instantly became a prominent figure within the school. Thus, the couple's life blossomed in happiness, enduring until eternity. My dear, I may not be perfect, and perhaps life lacks vibrant colors, but as long as you are by my side, my existence will forever be a perpetual spring. I may be dull and conventional, yet you are the sole bright hue in my monochrome world. Chapter 205. Venora's conclusion, the tug of love between thorns and roses. After graduation, Jinghe, along with 5 companions from Slytherin, established a network called Thorns, aimed at better connecting pure-blood families. Those hypocritical families transformed into amiable entities when their interests were at stake. This was particularly evident within the Malfoy family, of which Venora was a member. As the leaders among pure-blood families, they surged ahead, leaving others far behind once they reaped greater benefits. Venora found herself exceedingly busy, with countless responsibilities demanding her attention daily. To facilitate her work and accommodate her own sentiments, she decided to move to Godric's Hollow to reside with Jinghe. Standing before Jinghe's door, Venora stated with utmost sincerity, "Our families are now closely intertwined. Collaborating would be much more convenient. Moreover, Uncle Eftis and Aunt are away on vacation, and it might be inconvenient for you to be alone at home. Wouldn't it be better if we worked together?" At that moment, Jinghe leaned against the doorframe, clad in a tank top, and raised an eyebrow before ultimately consenting to her request, reasoning that they were merely 2 girls. Additionally, she held a fondness for Venora. Upon receiving Jinghe's agreement, the excitement in Venora's eyes was nearly impossible to contain, yet years of restraint managed to keep her composure, preventing her from revealing her emotions and sabotaging her efforts. However, when she glanced at Jinghe's fair shoulders, she couldn't help but swallow hard. "You're turning into quite the smitten kitten," Venora teased. Consequently, the two worked in the cozy cabin within the valley, although Venora had her own room. She often preferred to spend time in the living room discussing the day's materials with Jinghe, despite the rumors circulating about the Malfoys' most distinguished heir residing in another's home. And receiving sarcastic letters from others, it mattered little to her. After all, she was nestled comfortably in that small space, collaborating with Jinghe. One stormy night, although they slept in separate bedrooms, Venora, under the pretense of fear, found herself snuggling into Jinghe's bed. The covers exuded a rich scent of roses, and the moment Venora lay down, her face flushed crimson, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Jinghe, mistaking Venora's shivers for fear of the storm outside, gently embraced her, soothingly patting her back while whispering, "It's all right, it's just rain, there's no need for fear." Perhaps Jinghe was quite pleased, having forgotten that a member of the illustrious Malfoy family could be frightened by a mere storm. Meanwhile, Venora, nestled in the girl's embrace, felt her blood rush to her cheeks, overwhelmed by excitement and exhilaration. She timidly wrapped her arms around Jinghe, clutching that soft warmth, burying her head against the girl's chest to conceal her flushed cheeks. Thus, amidst the sound of the rain outside, the two held each other tightly throughout the night. The next morning, Venora awoke with enormous dark circles under her eyes, her gaze revealing traces of red veins. Yet, to prevent Jinghe from worrying, she cleverly concealed it with a charm. Time flowed slowly, and Jinghe had grown accustomed to sleeping beside Venora, finding immense comfort in their nightly embraces. Every time she held Venora close, a profound sense of peace enveloped her, leading to exceptionally restful nights. One day, Venora had to leave for a matter, leaving Jinghe alone in the room. As she sat at her desk, diligently writing, she stretched and decided to fetch a glass of water. Suddenly, she tripped and fell, striking her forehead against the corner of the table. The impact caused blood to flow from Jinghe's forehead, awakening memories that were not meant to surface here. Recalling the reason for her presence, the words spoken by that little creature, and the unfolding plot, Jinghe disregarded her pain and hurried outside to gauge the time. She sighed in relief upon realizing that there were still several days until the incident occurred, concluding that there was still time to regain her memories and potentially avert predetermined events. As blood trickled down Jinghe's face, obscuring her left eye, she appeared particularly eerie. When Venora returned, she was greeted by the sight of Jinghe gasping for breath, seated on a chair, with the blood on her forehead having ceased, but leaving a mark on her face. Jinghe was deep in thought, contemplating how to persuade Grindelwald and Dumbledore, thus neglecting to clean the remnants of her injury. Venora, her limbs trembling, approached Jinghe and knelt before her, pulling Jinghe back from her thoughts. When Jinghe finally met her own reflection in Venora's eyes, she realized she had forgotten to wipe away the blood. Venora, quivering, attempted to raise her wand but decided instead to dampen her handkerchief, gently wiping Jinghe's face with delicate care. In silence, they exchanged no words. Jinghe gazing tenderly at Venora while Venora trembled, cleaning Jinghe's visage. Only when everything was finally cleaned did Venora speak softly, her voice quivering. What happened? She knew that, given the current capabilities of others, no one could harm Jinghe, yet seeing her injured elicited an instinctive tremor within her. You are the most important person buried in my heart. No matter what, I cannot bear to see you hurt. Jinghe gently grasped Venora's hand, reassuring her, it's nothing. I simply tripped. I was just lost in thought. Sunlight streamed through the strands of Venora's hair, illuminating Jinghe's face, while a gentle breeze tousled their hair, brushing against their cheeks. In that moment, Venora envied the strands that could kiss an angel's cheek. She longed to wrap her arms around the girl before her, to express her heartfelt sentiments aloud. Lost in her thoughts, Venora suddenly realized she had tightly embraced Jinghe. Their breaths intertwined. The scent of roses and blooms blossomed in that moment. In that moment, the room was enveloped in an extraordinary silence, devoid of any sound, save for the synchronized breaths of the two individuals, which resonated clearly within the tranquil confines. Venora, trembling, clutched Jinghe and whispered, "You have always been my foremost concern. You are the person I care about the most. I cannot bear the thought of you being harmed. I wish to remain by your side eternally." At that instant, the master of the Malfoy family, who commanded storms outside, spoke with unabashed candor in the presence of his beloved. I have never articulated my feelings so bluntly. However, when confronted with what I deeply desire, I shall express it forthrightly. I want you, more than anything. Upon hearing Venora's heartfelt declaration, Jinghe fell silent, gently patting her trembling back. And once again, silence enveloped the room. Time slipped away unnoticed until Jinghe finally spoke. I understand, Venora, I comprehend your feelings, and it brings me joy. Upon hearing these words, Venora's eyes widened in surprise as she lifted her gaze to meet Jinghe's. In those sapphire-like eyes, she perceived a reflection of her own love. After a collision that seemed to awaken something within him, Jinghe began to grasp the subtle emotions that had previously eluded him. He came to understand why the fearless master of the Malfoy family would flinch at the sound of thunder, why he chose to dwell within her abode, and why he would blush in her presence. All of this unmistakably conveyed a singular truth to her. She harbored forbidden desires, and it was indeed a fortuitous coincidence that she herself had no noble intentions. Each time Jinghe embraced Venora in slumber, a satisfied smile would grace her lips, and gradually, her life became suffused with Venora's essence. She understood everything about her. She could not be without her. Thus, within the confines of that small room, two fervent young hearts entwined in love, beating wildly as they poured forth their uncontainable affection. Following the confirmation of their relationship, their lives seemed little changed. They continued to cohabitate, though Venora grew increasingly affectionate. After solidifying their bond, she inundated her partner with fervent letters, leading to an unexpected visit from him. Upon witnessing their daily interactions and the nature of their relationship, their acquaintances couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment, particularly the other gentlemen who clenched their fists, feigning smiles as they observed the couple's intimacy. However, the die was cast. They could do nothing but lament their inability to match Venora's tenacity. Their roles were eternally relegated to mere collaborators, with no hope of transcending that boundary. Reflecting on all that had transpired, Jinghe engaged in a spirited discourse with Grindelwald and Dumbledore that lasted 3 days and nights. The content of their discussions remains unknown, yet upon their emergence, all three bore varying degrees of scars, coupled with expressions of newfound understanding. Following this, Jinghe sought counsel with Aberforth, who, having witnessed Jinghe resolve matters concerning his brother and that blonde man, no longer held great concern for the past, confident in the girl's capabilities. Thus, when Jinghe approached him with a proposal, he readily acquiesced. Just as Aberforth intended to express his own feelings, he spotted the ever-intrusive Malfoy, approaching Jinghe with a rose in hand. Frowning, he glanced at Venora, but any words he might have uttered were stifled as he observed her kiss Jinghe's cheek. Casting a challenging glance in his direction, Aberforth's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, he could no longer deny the nature of their bond, which mirrored the relationship between his brother and that blonde boy. Aberforth lamented, wishing the world would embrace heterosexuality. Disheartened, he gazed at the couple before him. Realizing that his opportunity had vanished, he resolved not to shatter the fragile veneer of their friendship, despite the unspoken sentiments buried deep within. Having navigated this significant obstacle, Jinghe proceeded to address another pressing issue at the Gunter household, perhaps as a consequence of Jinghe's restored memories. The next heir to the family was no longer the insipid fool of yore, but rather a carefully selected individual. Furthermore, Tom's mother had lost the chance to encounter the Muggle in the village, and Tom himself had never been born into this world. Thus, these two formidable adversaries, who had once wreaked havoc upon the magical realm, faded quietly into obscurity, ushering in centuries of peace. Jinghe continued to reside with Venora in their small abode. And when she disclosed their relationship to her parents, to her surprise, they offered their unwavering support. With smiles, they declared, "As long as our daughter is happy, that is what matters most." Consequently, the two held a modest wedding ceremony in a quaint wooden cabin nestled within the valley. Although it seemed a far cry from their status in the magical world, what was simplicity when love was present? As long as I love you, regardless of how you change, who you are, or where you come from, I will always love you. Chapter 206, Aberforth's Epilogue, bowing his head in prayer for compassionate grace. Due to his sister's circumstances, Aberforth relinquished his aspirations for further advancement and instead sought a position within the Ministry of Magic. He became an Auror, and with the recent unprecedented peace achieved under Jinghe and her 5 companions, his duties were not overly burdensome. He primarily dealt with disturbances and disputes among wizarding families, occasionally gathering intelligence, but little else. The Auror's salary was respectable, allowing him to cover household expenses and afford the potions needed for Ariana's health. Every weekend, Aberforth returned home, spending 2 days with his sister, during which he often encountered Jinghe. Each time she visited, she brought intriguing gifts and engaging discussions for Albus, while Aberforth sat nearby, observing their discussions on complex magical matters. Although he could not comprehend their topics, he found solace in watching Jinghe's profile as she spoke. As time passed, Aberforth recognized the intensifying nature of his feelings. He had long understood his emotions but had hesitated to express them. He feared that a misstep could jeopardize their friendship. Uncertain of how the girl before him perceived him, he noted her smiles directed at him, yet she offered similar warmth to others. She was exceptional, adored by all, cherished in the hearts of many. And what of him? An orphan boy, burdened by a sick sister, a brother tormented by madness, and merely a lowly clerk. He doubted his worthiness to be with such an extraordinary girl. Even within the confines of the Ministry of Magic, he could hear others speaking daily of the most remarkable girl from the Iftis family. Her policies and ideas had significantly facilitated the ministry's efforts in capturing criminals and had even led to increased salaries for others. Albertus only learned that it was Jinghe's assistance that had allowed his own wages to rise considerably compared to the previous months, bringing a more relaxed atmosphere to his home. As always, Albertus declined the visit of the golden-haired youth who wished to see his brother, and after closing the door, he sank helplessly to the floor. He was at a loss as to what to do next. Was this truly all that life had to offer him? Trapped in a minor position, his sister's health remained precarious, and his brother had recently expressed a desire to venture down into the valley. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming urge to confide in someone. But whom? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, that certain person appeared in his mind. Yes, he would seek out Jinghe. Albertus sprang to his feet, hurriedly gathering his things and donning his hat before making his way to Jinghe's modest abode. At that moment, Jinghe was engaged in a significant mental cleansing within her small dwelling. Having just broken a slight sweat, she had gone to the bathroom for a shower. But upon stepping out, she inadvertently twisted her ankle. Despite the minor injury, this twist unexpectedly awakened memories that did not belong to her. As she sat on the floor sorting through her recollections, she couldn't help but laugh. How amusing it was. How could a mere ankle twist trigger memories? She had fallen many times during her school days. Why did they only resurface now? Just as she had finished organizing her memories and was shakily rising to sit at her desk to jot down her plans, a knock sounded at the door. Given her ankle was still somewhat uncomfortable, she waved her wand and opened the door with a flick. To her surprise, Albertus stood silently outside, the setting sun casting long shadows and the moonlight partially obscured by his figure. He had grown increasingly robust since becoming an Auror, Jinghe mused. Albertus had mustered the courage to come, but when he saw Jinghe wrapped only in a bathrobe, his face flushed involuntarily. Standing at the threshold, he was paralyzed with uncertainty, his fingers fidgeting nervously, too anxious to step inside. Noticing the crimson hue of his ears, Jinghe understood his predicament, and her smile deepened with intrigue. She waved him in, saying, "Why don't you come in? I want to stand up. I just twisted my ankle." At the mention of her injury, Albertus's initial nervousness morphed into concern. He rushed inside, closing the door behind him, and knelt before her, inspecting her ankle, only to find it swollen and red. His voice was filled with urgency as he asked, "Did you use magic? Can we use magic? If not, I'll take you to St. Mungo's right now." Jinghe chuckled at Albertus's frantic demeanor, gently patting his head. "It's just a small injury. There's no need to fret. My wand can handle it." Albertus breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing her words, but then, blushing, quietly complained, "I'm all grown up now. Don't treat me like a child." Jinghe, noticing his contradictory nature, smiled and teased, "Oh really? Shall I refrain from doing so in the future?" Albertus quickly exclaimed, "No, it's fine. I don't mind. After which, he blushed even deeper, awkwardly raising his wand to begin healing her ankle. He gently cradled her left foot, fully enveloping it with his hand. And with a flick of his wand, the alarming redness began to fade away. As the swelling diminished, Albertus still held her foot, prompting Jinghe to mischievously poke his palm. Why don't you let go? Awakening from his stupor, Albertus released her foot, his cheeks aflame with embarrassment, unsure of how to proceed. Jinghe, perceiving his thoughts, slowly leaned down, placing her hand over his and gripping it gently. Albertus gazed at her in astonishment. Jinghe smiled and said, "If there is something on your mind, let us stand and talk about it." Only then did Albertus realize he had been kneeling before her for quite some time. He scrambled to his feet, taking a seat on the adjacent stool, his hands awkwardly resting on his thighs, struggling to articulate the thoughts he had intended to share. Yet, being a seasoned fox, Jinghe was well aware of his unspoken feelings. With a smile, she said, "Albertus, I will handle the situation with Gellert. There is no need for you to worry. How is your work at the ministry going?" Albertus's heart burst with joy. He knew that Jinghe could always articulate what he wished to express, even when he remained silent. "It's all well. There is nothing dangerous at the moment," he replied. Jinghe nodded. "It seems the policies I crafted specifically for you have been beneficial for them." Albertus's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth opening to convey a multitude of thoughts, yet he found himself at a loss for words. How could he not grasp the significance of her statement? The policies that had led to increased wages were tailored for him. For his sake. His heart raced, and he felt it was time to clarify his feelings. If he didn't express himself now, he might never have another chance. A sense of regret washed over him for merely wearing ordinary clothes, lacking flowers or gifts. Still kneeling, he grasped Jinghe's hand and asked, "Would you be willing to be my beloved? I'm unsure if I can offer you much assistance, but I promise to do anything for you. I've liked you for a long time now." Before he could finish his confession, Jinghe clasped his hand in return, smiling as she replied, "I would be honored to be your beloved." In that moment, even though it was not an ideal time for a declaration, and lacking any romantic roses or the enchanting glow of the Milky Way, within the confines of that humble wooden dwelling, two souls in love expressed their deepest aspirations. "I wish to be your beloved, now and forever." Upon receiving her affirmative response, Albertus leaped up in excitement, enveloping Jinghe in a joyful embrace, twirling his beloved around the room. Her skirt swirled gracefully in the air, and as their eyes met, they silently affirmed their feelings. "I love you." A gentle kiss, infused with the fragrances of roses and fresh grass, sealed their bond in that flickering light of the small cabin, where two yearning hearts ultimately found solace in each other. After confirming their relationship, Jinghe engaged in a serious discussion with Gellert and others. Perhaps it was Albertus finally having found his beloved that softened his stance on their relationship. All he wished for now was to work diligently and provide support for Jinghe. Oh, and he penned several letters, sending them to various pure-blood estates. Receiving warm greetings in return, "I am constantly proclaiming to the world that you are my eternal love, my lifelong companion." After all matters were settled, Jinghe and Abaphis celebrated a grand wedding in Godric's Hollow, inviting a multitude of guests. However, among them, some wore smiles that scarcely concealed their true sentiments. Ariana's health had gradually improved, and on the day of the wedding, she attended with a vibrant spirit. Her beloved sister had become family, a source of unparalleled joy for Ariana, who could hardly fathom that her somewhat oblivious brother had won the heart of the most exceptional witch. During the ceremony, Abaphis held his wife tightly and proclaimed to all, "Jinghe, she is my wife." Following their nuptials, the couple continued to reside in the valley, where Abaphis diligently worked to ascend to the esteemed position of chief Auror, while his sister swiftly blossomed into an outstanding Auror within the Ministry of Magic. The troubles brought forth by Tom had seemingly dissipated, and the two harrowing wars that had threatened the wizarding world were resolved quietly. Peace had returned, restoring the tranquility of bygone days. Jinghe gave birth to a charming daughter, whom Abaphis named Hiria Dumbledore. From a young age, Hiria understood her father's strength and her mother's status as the finest witch in the wizarding realm. Her grandparents showered her with affection, and even her pure-blood relatives treated her with extraordinary kindness. In that moment of embrace, I yearned to announce to the world that you would forever be my beloved. Our hearts resonating in synchrony, an unceasing rhythm that would persist until the dawn of reincarnation. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.